MADREAMDY! MADREAMDY!
There you have it. MADREAMDY getting the victory and moving on in the tournament.
MADREAMDY is very fast, he's very good, extremely intelligent player.
FALLINGFLOWER taking round one.
I mean, he has that ability clearly to either go turn 2, turn 1, and that's very important in today's meta in RTA.
The ability to flex with a heavy turn 2 team, and he has a light monkey there to go aggression, means that he has high potential.
He has the rank, he has the experience, he's been in SWC before, he knows how to prepare for moments like this.
I think he's a really good player and is able to use everything he has to the maximum potential. SPIRES has incredible units. I mean, he has just such incredible units. It's going to be really hard to crack his box. That match really came down to SPIRES having a better long-term game plan. DRMZJOSEPH showing us why he's a former America's Cup champion.
DRMZJOSEPH with a very commanding round one victory.
The greatest Latin America player ever to grace us here at SWC. DRMZJOSEPH gets the victory.
I mean, ZEFA is definitely the veteran here. I think a lot of favor goes towards him.
ZEFA has that experience, has that Gianna, has that triple revenge, I believe.
ZEFA taking round one.
reigning America's Cup champion. One of the highest rated players to ever finish in the Americas region at the World Finals.
And there you have it, Big V!
It's TRUEWHALE, one of the biggest names in the Americas region here. Make it a button.
I mean, we have a former Legend Season winner, and that's not easy to do.
TRUEWHALE taking round 2.
Show your color. That's so cool, slick. Better be too quick for me. That's so flamboyant. But a little too typical, won't ya? Say the same, don't ya? I'm one of a kind, don't get me wrong. Show your own color. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I just take all the spotlight. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Making mama feel so right. No need to look high and low, baby. Maybe it's a little too obvious. It is my solution. Let's hear you say. Color, leave a mark, show yourself. Hold your chin up, get ready. Got no time to lose because I'm here to show you fluorescent pain. I just stand up, what can I say? Fluorescent pain. Just go parade. My one and only color. Da da da, he
In 3 years, we are back live in New York City. You see that beautiful man on there, you know him as Come To Us Evan at the Hard Rock Cafe. It is amazing to be back live in person for SWC 2022. Welcome to the America's Cup. Hi everyone, I'm your host Daniel Digon Gonzalez, and I am so happy to be here to bring you the highest level of SWC possible here in the Americas region, as we're on our journey to figure out who out of the 8 competitors will be going to Korea for the World Finals and who will be crowning themselves champion of the America's Cup. I am not doing it alone though. Of course, I'm doing it with the dynamic duo that you all know and love. It's Stoic and Make It a Bud. Guys, it is great to be back. Stoic, how you doing, brother?
It's great to be back live here in New York. Super excited here to find out our 2 contestants moving to Korea.
Make It a Bud. Again, we had one without you. It's great to have you back.
Happy to be here. Excited to see what kind of play we're going to see. It's going to be a lot of high-level gameplay today.
Yeah, it definitely will be. And of course, if this is your first time watching here the America's Cup, no worries, we've got you covered. We take a look at what it's all about. We had 8 competitors qualify through our 3 days of preliminaries to make it to the America's Cup, which is now not a best of 3, a best of 5 single elimination tournament, which means you lose, you got yourself 2 more losses to deal with within each game, but you lose a match, you are out of there. We'll start at the quarterfinals, into the way to the semifinals. The semifinals, super important because the 2 winners of that will be heading to the World Finals, and then of course the finals to crown ourselves the champion, who will be winning the lion's share of $20,000. 10,000 going to first place, second place getting 5,000, third place getting themselves 2,500 each. But of course, we've talked about it a little bit. The World Finals in Seoul, Korea, the first time we've had a World Finals in person since Paris in 2019. That will happen on November 11th. Also a single elimination tournament, best 5 all the way down. But the more important thing, crowning yourself champion of SWC 2022 and winning $100,000 on the line. Stoic, that is a lot of money. A lot of scrolls that you could do, a lot of things you could do with that much money.
It's a lot of money that you just throw back into the game.
Yeah, again, so excited to be here and so excited to see who steps up, because we've got ourselves a pool of players that represent both the old guard and the new. And you look right there on the top line, you got BIGV and MADREAMDY, the 2 returning representatives of the Americas region at the finals last year. They're actually going to be going heads up in the first part of the bracket, but they're not alone of our contenders. We've got FALLINGFLOWER, RAIGEKI, the artist formerly known as ZEFA, now known as ZEFA, one of the biggest players in the Americas region, TRUEWHALE, the ever constant DRMZJOSEPH, and a new young gun that's looking to make his print on the Americas stage and hopefully the world stage in SPIRES. If we take a look at all of these players here, Stoic, who jumps out at you?
Oh, the biggest person to jump out at me is definitely SPIRES. SPIRES was the first person to lock in his role in America's Cup, and he's also a brand new player. We have not seen him in a previous SWC, and he is here today looking to make his mark to get his ticket to Korea.
How about you, Megan?
I mean, the one that jumps out to me is RAIGEKI. I mean, his play style is very precise. He doesn't have the best box out there, but he has some decent runes, but just the level of precision that he has is something that it's very top-notch, and I can't wait to see how he performs.
Yeah, well, when we take a look at the event as a whole, I kind of want to see what the fans think there. And look at that. The fans showing up for the man that makes it to every single America's Cup preliminaries, trying to work his way to be the first returning champion, not back-to-back, but get himself 2 in a row here, or 2, in DRMZJOSEPH. 21% of the fans at home thinking DRMZJOSEPH and RAIGEKI will be your 2 representatives. What do you make of that there, Make It a Bud?
I mean, I think the part to note is BIGV at 7%. I mean, BIGV was, former champion and also, defeated Thompson, had some really great games, great showing. So I definitely think BIGV should be higher than 7%. And DRMZJOSEPH, I actually think, is coming in as the underdog today. So kind of interesting to see him at 21%. But as we know, Twitch chat fans at home are always right. So, anything could happen.
Yeah, Stoic, what about you?
I mean, I can't help but take my eyes off those bottom 2 with MADREAMDY and BIGV. It really is crazy to see our 2 players from America's Cup last year who went to Worlds here on the lowest percentages. It is wild.
Yeah. Can't believe that, but hey, you know what? Fans are almost always right. And speaking of fans, we have the honor and the pleasure of being live in person here in New York City. And standing by live right now, it is Evan and Once in Love at the Hard Rock. All right, looks like you could see the fans right there, excited and ready to go. I'm sure that we'll be having them just very soon. And guys, I need you to talk about like how amazing it is to be in person one more time. You know, Making It Bud, you were saying how being in person can change things up, right? It really can change the way a player plays.
Maybe a mispick or a misban, so definitely something that may get in players' heads and definitely changes the dynamic. So those that have a little bit better mental fortitude and can bounce, roll with the punches, I think are going to perform a little bit better today.
Yeah, Stoic, what do you make of, again, just having the fans here, how great that is?
It's fantastic. I'd love to see all the people super passionate about the game coming out to New York to see these players go at it. It is really great to get the community involved and to hear their thoughts, you know, out in the crowd. How they feel about all these game-changing moments, whether it's a violent proc or something that just wasn't really expected in a match. So it's great to have that live audience.
Yeah, a lot can happen unexpected when the audience is here. You know, it's actually my first time with the live audience, right? I've been here for the last 2 years. We've done it remote. So what a great reward it is for the players as well to feel the energy of the crowd and feel them all bouncing off of each other. It's going to be a great, great show today. But really, we got to remember, 8 players, only 2 slots to make it on in. And the tough part about all of this, Make It a Bud, is that it is a single elimination bracket. It's not like the America's Cup preliminaries where days 1 and 2, those players that played, they could always fall back and retool and had a couple weeks to prep. It's show up right now, isn't it?
I mean, absolutely, but at the same time, you do have a best-of-5 situation going on. So oftentimes we talk about the RNG, the procs, the resist, but in a best-of-5 situation, the RNG smooths out. You know, if you believe in the law of large numbers, eventually the player that makes the correct decisions and correct drafts over time is going to be rewarded. So variance is kind of taken out as you have a larger sample size.
Well, to guide us on the way for our show today, let's take a look at the bracket again. After the qualifiers from the preliminaries, these were random draws, so they weren't seeded, so you weren't always going to play an easy bracket. And you take a look here, it's actually great matchups all the way up and down this one, starting off with SPIRES and DRMZJOSEPH. Then it's RAIGEKI against FALLINGFLOWER. Then a rematch of last year's America's Cup Finals in the quarterfinals. It's BIGV versus MADREAMDY, only one can make it on through. And the winner of that will have to take on the winner of the artist, formerly known as ZEFA, now known as ZEFA, against TRUEWHALE. Matchups all the way up and down this bracket here, Stoic. What jumps out at you?
I mean, we always look right at that BIGV MADREAMDY match with last year's players that went towards Worlds, and we have that first match with them, match number 3. It really is crazy. That bottom half of the bracket, man, is just extremely exciting with a player like ZEFA, who was able to take down El Mimo, was just absolutely incredible and an amazing performance from ZEFA. And he's got to go up against TRUEWHALE, which honestly, TRUEWHALE's just as big as El Mimo, maybe even bigger.
How about you here, Make It a Bud?
I mean, I'm looking at that SPIRES versus DRMZJOSEPH matchup off the bat. You have experience versus, I mean, Gurkha, Light Monkey, Tian Langs, and a whole bunch of other LDs with some great runes and also great RNG. So it's really, really interesting to see how that pans out, how DRMZJOSEPH is able to combat all that RNG and all those runes and units.
I got a question for you, man. How do you know SPIRES has such a great RNG?
we did queue up in a match earlier in Special League a day ago, and I was a little unlucky. But of course, it's variance, right? And it's not a best-of-5 when you're on the ladder; it's a best-of-1. So there's no going back on that one.
No, again, DRMZJOSEPH SPIRES is going to be a great matchup there. But I think an underrated one, both of you guys didn't touch on this, down at the bottom side of the map, TRUEWHALE has himself a matchup against RAIGEKI that's going to, you know, it's not really a freebie right here, and I feel like that's going to be a telltale one, because at the end of that match, you got to go up against the guys that qualified last year, right, Stoic?
Yep, I mean, that's right. I think RAIGEKI's a phenomenal player. I think RAIGEKI is going to do well in his matchup here. You know, definitely not talking down, I believe, FALLINGFLOWER. I'm expecting FALLINGFLOWER to play his game, but I do think RAIGEKI may have the edge on FALLINGFLOWER.
Yeah, going to be a lot of fun throughout the tournament. Now, just want to take a little bit of time here as we're setting things up to make sure that everyone has a great experience at home. Let's set into a couple of key units. Give me 2 key units that you expect to see a ton of here, Make It a Bud, that are going to shape the meta.
I mean, obviously Oliver, right? Didn't get the nerf stick, and also it's going to be pre-banned every single game at some point. I think if you don't have Oliver, you're definitely going to pre-ban it. So look to see that whenever it's pre-banned, it's not in play obviously, and when it is, it's going to dominate the match. And I say Gurkha. You have a few key players with Gurkha, probably the best unit in the game right now. Once Gurkha gets online, the game is literally over. Quite strong. Wish it was a one-turn provoke, but in any event, or healing less. There's a whole bunch of ways to address that. But it's a very powerful unit. I think we're going to see a lot of play, and pre-bans revolve around that one as well.
Stoic, what do you expect to see here?
I definitely agree with the Oliver. Definitely going to see the Gurkha pre-banned, all because of the players who do have that. And there's like 3, maybe even 4. I think it is 3 players that have the Gurkha here. But I also think Shizuka might be a name on that list that we're going to see in the pre-ban as well. Shizuka being a very difficult unit if you are not prepared for, bringing just a ton of value to the table, whether it's debuffs or buffs. I think Shizuka is something to be looking out for.
All right, well, there you have it. Very excited again to get things kicked off live in person at the Hard Rock Cafe in New York City. It is just, again, a great celebration of Summoner's War in the year that has been 2022. Like I said, old names, new names. Again, the 2 finalists from last year going head-to-head, only one of them can make it through. And even if they win that matchup, that doesn't guarantee them the spot to go to the World Finals. So a lot of storylines to track on throughout the whole tournament today. It is going to be a great day of SWC, a great day of great planning, and maybe some luck. And our guys know a little thing about luck or two. I need to go back to you here, Make It a Bud, one more time in terms of when you come in and you make these percentages. We always make these predictions, and you're like, this is like a 60-40, or a 60-50 if you're a Stoic. 60-40, how do you quickly make those adjustments on the fly?
I mean, a lot of it, understanding the percentage is about the opener, right? That's the easiest thing to predict. It's how's the opener going to play out? What percentage do you have to hit it? So, for example, if I have a segment coming in to reset, something is on will, there's an 85% chance to hit because there's a 15% chance resistance, assuming you're on full accuracy, to strip, and then you have to face that 85% accuracy again for the actual reset. So you have to take 1 minus 0.85 squared. Those of you that don't remember your math can go back and Google this or check your elementary school math. But that's how you know that one unit, right? And then you go from there and do a decision tree to say probabilities either way, right? What's my chance of winning if I hit or don't hit based off of that? That's the loose math that every G3 player, top-end G3 player likely will be doing, and that's how you kind of know if you're likely to win or not.
All right, well, with that said, it seems like our friends over at the Hard Rock Cafe are ready to go. So to send it off to our festivities, let's send it on over to Com207 and Once in Love one more time to kick off America's Cup 2022.
Make some noise for the stream, everybody. That is the sound of a ton of Summoners War players live and in person at the Hard Rock Cafe in New York City for SWC 2022's America's Cup. And with us as well are the 8 players who are going to be going through the bracket and fighting for first place. Let's go ahead and meet them and start off with SPIRES. Welcome up. Next on the stairs, it's RAIGEKI. Here he comes, FALLINGFLOWER. All right, guys, make some noise. Last year's champion, BIGV. And falling close behind, here is MADREAMDY. Next up, ZEFA. And rounding out our in-person crew, here he is, TRUEWHALE. And joining us remotely is DRMZJOSEPH. Give him a round of applause. But let's see what these players are competing for. Everyone is fighting for a slice of a $20,000 prize pool, with number one taking home $10K. But the name is empty right now. We're gonna figure out who to sign this over to by the end, but the only way we're gonna do that is by starting this dang tournament. Take it away, Degon. Let's go, guys!
There it is. All right, Evan, thank you very much. And that whole audience there, so great to see everyone. We will be filling in those names. And let's take a look at those names one more time as we see the bracket for us. Again, we want to make sure we got all the matchups set now that we've got all of our players and participants all ready to go. Because at the top, we've got a very big matchup for you. Again, the old versus new in SPIRES versus DRMZJOSEPH. Again, these two guys haven't met each other on the world stage because, quite frankly, this is the first time SPIRES has been there, whereas DRMZJOSEPH, he's the guy that's been here every single America's Cup. He's so persistent. He has less resources than others, but still makes up for it in his gameplay. Right? Make it a bud?
I mean, definitely DRMZJOSEPH has done very well with the box that he has. He has some very tanky, very high damage runes, but obviously no notable LDs outside of Cadiz. I think he's also missing an Oliver and maybe a Shizuka, but we'll see if he's pulled it recently. But definitely tough to work with that type of box, especially when you're playing an opponent like SPIRES, who has everything from LDs to runes to some RNG.
Yeah, again, you want to see how this one plays out, but for a better look at one of our players here, let's take a deeper dive into SPIRES, the young man who's making his debut on the global stage.
My mindset is to win and hopefully give people a good show along the way. My name is Ryan. I also go by SPIRES. I've been playing Summoners War on and off for about 6 years, and I'm from Orlando, Florida. I've been in the G3 rankings for quite a while now. I didn't really take RTA too seriously until I pulled Han, which was, I think, spring of this year. I guess pulling him kind of like triggered a different passion for RTA than I had before. I wouldn't count anyone out. I think everyone is there for a reason. As for my specific match against DRMZJOSEPH, I think that I'm slightly favored just based on monster box, rune quality, and just drafts in general. I'm thankful for my guildies. They've supported me since I joined their guild 2 years ago. I'm definitely also thankful for Comto staff for putting all this together. Make your mark.
SPIRES making it on through here, unscathed with his matchups from the preliminaries. A nice 2-0 all the way on through the tournament, and now finds himself at his first America's Cup with the opportunity to knock him down as we take a look at some of the highlights and how he got himself there. Again, Kaiju number 8, as we found out afterwards, was no match here for SPIRES, right? So.
No, I mean, that's right. SPIRES was just very dominant when it came to playing up against a player like Kaiju number 8 here. We saw lots of units coming out of SPIRES. You know, we watched the Oliver just be super oppressive, where we're going to be seeing this unit getting pre-banned a whole lot. Just dominant performance coming out of SPIRES, and also into his next match after that was against LeChonk, just showing continuance of that dominance, showing that he really deserves his spot here in America's Cup.
Making a Bud, you had the chance to sit down with SPIRES. What jumped out at you the most about him?
Well, I sat down very briefly, so it's tough to get a good impression. Maybe we'll see tonight, you know, to understand a bit more as a person. But as a player, he has tons of LDs. He's got the Gurkha, the Light Monkey, the Tianlang, the Gianna. The list goes on and on. Very confident. Seen him in Twitch chat a lot. Confident in his play, but also rightfully so. I mean, I think he balances his draft very well. Even though he's a newcomer, he has that confidence, and that's important to have that confidence coming in, knowing that even though you're against someone with many years of experience, you shouldn't be an underdog, and you don't think of yourself as an underdog because you have that box, you have those units, you have those runes, and also has a Han there as well as all the units I mentioned.
Yeah, as you got to see briefly there, the highlights and his player card, the wins, going unscathed in his preliminary matches. So pretty cool here for SPIRES, as he's going to be needing all the luck, all the skill, and all the trickiness up against DRMZJOSEPH, the representative from Peru. He's here every year, but you can see him grow every single time and how much SWC means to him. But don't hear me talk about it. Let's listen to the man himself, DRMZJOSEPH.
No importa cómo gane, ganar es ganar. En condiciones justas yo les ganaría todo. Sorry. Mi nombre es Joseph, vivo en Lima, en Perú, y juego Summoners War hace 7 años. La mejor experiencia que he tenido con el juego ha sido ir a Los Ángeles. En el aeropuerto me preguntaron, ¿para qué estás viniendo a Estados Unidos? Y dije, para un concurso de un juego, y dije, pases para eso. Se pusieron a buscar todo el juego todavía. Que sí era, llamaron a su gente, me dijeron roche, todo. Dijeron buena suerte, todo. Y se dieron las cosas y gané. Ya me encontré un perrito. Prefiero que el rival vea que yo estoy muy tranquilo y que el nervioso es él.
And there he is, the pride of Peru, the legend of Lima, making fans everywhere he goes, even at immigration, where usually they're a little mean. DRMZJOSEPH still making fans there last time he rolled on through. But again, we've seen DRMZJOSEPH year after year here, Stoke. What more can we say about this player who constantly knocks down everyone's belief in him and is like, or I guess disbelief in him, and keeps making more and more fans?
I mean, DRMZJOSEPH took down so many big names in SWC and America's Cup. He's such a strong player, and he's pretty consistent as well. I mean, he's locking in his spot, like you said, in every single SWC. He is someone to beat, and definitely someone for Spires to worry about for sure.
All right, well, here we go. Match number 1 of America's Cup about to begin. Spires and DRMZJOSEPH for the first time. Let's send it on over to our casters, Stoic, and make it a buck.
That's right, and here we go! We've got Spires, and we have DRMZJOSEPH. This is match number 1, and we've got pre-bans coming out now.
Excited to see what they pre-ban. I think Spires should be taking out the Moore from DRMZJOSEPH here. Does not take out the Moore. DRMZJOSEPH takes out the Gianna. Interesting that Oliver is not pre-banned. So generally when DRMZJOSEPH doesn't have Oliver, Spires should take out the Moore so that he's the only one with the speed lead. That's why I thought he would take that pre-ban. Takes out the Dominic, doesn't want to face the RNG of that, so it makes sense they're probably still filling each other out in this first round here.
Looks like DRMZJOSEPH is going to be taking that Masha as his first pick. Spires very quick to be taking that Oliver.
Yeah, interesting pick of the Oliver and the Praha. Makes a lot of sense here. Oliver a little weak to Masha. DRMZJOSEPH is almost going to need to respond with the Moore here if he wants to keep up. Generally, when you see a speed lead on the table, you're going to have to match with one. It could be a Sierra as well. Sierra's maybe a little bit better due to elemental advantage, but definitely going to need either Moore or Sierra. The Sagar makes a lot of sense to reset units. Definitely wants a speed threat. Does not want to lock himself into a slower match off the bat. Instead decides to go with the Juno, which is a little interesting. Locks himself into a lower speed to start the game.
Yeah, the Juno's really interesting. I feel like the Juno's a response to what Spires might be drafting later on, but I do like the Scar. I think Scar is a fair unit to be drafted from DRMZJOSEPH. Spires looking to respond here with these 2 other picks.
Yeah, and it could be that the Sagar is very fast here. Spires could look to cleave with like a Robo G92 and a Moore here if he wants to go with full cleave, or go with the Gurkha. The Juno pick earlier was to prevent the Gurkha, but the Gurkha's so strong it doesn't really matter. The Gurkha just comes out anyways.
Yep, Gurkha and Nana being drafted by Spires. DRMZJOSEPH looking to wrap up his draft after seeing that monster of a unit, Gurkha.
So I definitely think that Gurkha's going to be let through. There's a Masha, there's a Juno on the field. There's a lot to counter that. DRMZJOSEPH could be leaning more towards, he's definitely looking to survive here, so we might even see a Molly come out. The Veramos is definitely going to be good against a Gurkha, but I almost feel like he's over-indexing a little bit against this Gurkha. He's literally picking 3 units to counter 1 unit, right? That's how powerful Gurkha is. Verd is a very interesting pick here. I do like the Bulwark a little bit more, and because it's a lot tanky, it gives him that 44% HP lead and that AoE control.
Yeah, that Carnal last pick, swap that out, taking the Verd away, wrapping up the draft with the Carnal. Spires looking to bring in 1 more unit, hovering over a Wusa.
Yeah, interesting Wusa last pick here. I'm not sure if he wants to go down that route here. I mean, that Gurkha's not really going to be much of a threat here, so he doesn't have a ton of damage, and that's exactly why he needs to bring in Han here to bring in damage. So Spires right now at this point, if he brought in Wusa, would have to ban out the Juno, but because he's drafted this way, I mean, this ban could go a lot of different ways. I think Sagar probably makes the most sense here, although I could see an argument for the Masha as well. And if I'm DRMZJOSEPH, it's either going to be Nana or the Han here. You don't want to get blown up off the bat. You definitely don't want to like feed that Nana. It's probably more likely the Han. And there we go. Han's the pre-ban here. And we see a Veramos taken out, which is kind of interesting here. I'm not sure if Veramos is right. It doesn't really counter what Spires is bringing to the table.
Well, 33 speed lead for Spires, and we got a 44 HP lead for DRMZJOSEPH. Let's get into this first match here with DRMZJOSEPH and Spires here, with the Praha kicking things off.
Wow, we're going to see DRMZJOSEPH Sagars actually on Violent here. Gets super lucky with the double resist here. So DRMZJOSEPH is going to have a very good follow-up.
Yeah, most definitely. We have skills available for the Juno. Juno potentially looking to cycle a little bit of attack bar off of that Oliver here.
Yeah, he's definitely going to need to work the Oliver here. You're going to see that Masha, you're going to see that Sagar, you're going to see everything pile into that Oliver because it tends to be a squishier unit. DRMZJOSEPH is bringing in a lot of threat right now.
Wow, chose to go for the reset on top of the Gurkha instead. We can see a big skill 2 going out on the Oliver. Additional turn obviously popping up here. We've got that skill 3 dropping. Let's see any stuns are going to happen here to Spires. Spires definitely on the back foot right now.
Spires definitely on the back foot here. That's a giant proc by that Masha here. Able to take down that Oliver, but was not able to kill it there. That's a really, really tanky Oliver.
Yeah, most definitely. We've got Sagar with that big second skill. It's broke and the additional turn coming out here. Dropping the Oliver. No more orbs available for that Nana.
So much damage coming in. That's why I thought Spires should have banned out that Masha. That Masha basically picked off that Oliver. That's a huge proc by the Praha, but the Praha is reset on skill 2, or did use a skill 2, does have that heal. That speed buff is going to be very beneficial and allows him to get some traction going.
Yeah, most definitely. Didn't even land the sleep on top of the Juno. I mean, DRMZJOSEPH didn't really need the sustain here, but the defense break 2 turn provoke is going to land on top of the Cigar.
Yeah, and that Cigar also has a defense break for 2 turns, so it's going to be kind of squishy. Look to see that be kind of a target here once Spires establishes himself.
That return damage. Oh, there is no provoke coming back on that first skill. Right back at him, but he gets the second skill. Defense break 2 turn provoke.
All of a sudden, Spires is looking like he's actually in a decent spot here. We'll see if that Masha is able to land his defense break. Does get it onto the Praha, which is a giant land fire on the water.
Really big there. We can have Nana here holding on to that second skill. Just for the first skill, no despair stun going out on top of the Kano, but we've got Praha looking like a little bit of attack bar, potentially going into the Sagar, choosing to go for the Masha, getting that additional turn.
Yeah, that damage on that Masha is pretty big here. That Masha must be on minus water. It's only taking 1,500 per hit, so DRMZJOSEPH has quite a tanky team here. It's going to be quite an uphill battle for Spires to be able to take something out.
Missing again the provoke on top of the Kano there. We've got Masha coming in on top of the Praha. Praha looking pretty good right now. Choosing to go with a skill 1, despair stun not landing, gets the attack ring on top of the Kano though.
Yeah, Spires needs this proc, this heal very badly, or else he's going to lose his Praha. It does not get it. This Praha is likely going to go down here.
Yeah, most definitely that is not good because that Masha's looking that off here. That second skill going right back in his big provoke. Once again, Juno finishing off the prop. No orbs available. Spires not looking good.
Interesting to see that DRMZJOSEPH is trying to go after this Nana here. I would thought he would have tried to punch the Dark Bison a bit, but that's okay as well. DRMZJOSEPH basically looking to keep this Wind Bison alive, and Spires needs to take out the Wind Bison to get some Nana orbs going.
Exactly. Oh my god, the additional turns popping out here. Nana looking to get removed from the field. Masha just pummeling in so much damage. Great value DRMZJOSEPH's getting out of this Fire Beast Rider.
Yeah, and that Nana's going down any second now. It's going to go down once this Juno gets a shot off, and there's no way that DRMZJOSEPH can lose this with the Juno against the Dark Bison.
Exactly. In round 1 goes to DRMZJOSEPH.
Wow, what an explosive way to start this match. Kind of went as I expected. I thought the Han ban made sense. You don't want to feed a Nana Orb off the bat, lose a unit. It's a lot of volatility, but I really thought Spires should have thought about banning out the Masha. I mean, the Masha was the big threat. A lot of DPS coming out of that unit, and the Veramos really doesn't provide much to the field. So that ban was a little questionable, and I think set the tone to that match off the bat.
Most definitely. I wasn't a big fan of that Nana either. I feel like he didn't have enough aggression to really take advantage of the Nana's orbs and the ability to keep bringing back the team as well. But we'll see what happens as we get into the second match between Spires and DRMZJOSEPH. Pre-bans from last time. We've got Dominic that was pre-banned and the Gianna. Those 2 units are now available as we get into our round 2 with DRMZJOSEPH and Spires.
So DRMZJOSEPH is going to have to face a Gianna. It's interesting to note that the Sagar is on Violent, and that's not something that you see common on the ladder. Usually Sagar is more swift at the higher levels, and what that means is that Gianna is much more effective. That Sagar is not going to be able to reset the Gianna. So when you think about the pick orders, that matters a lot here. So DRMZJOSEPH is going to need a swift answer, likely a segment. So if I'm Spires, I may even be thinking about taking pre-banning the segment so that there's no way to respond to this Gianna that he's going to be able to throw out. Instead, decides to take out the Sagar. It's a little bit interesting. DRMZJOSEPH lays out the Oliver here, and I think Spires should probably lead off with a Moore or some type of speed lead. Moore would give him an advantage and give him a speed advantage here.
Let's see what happens here. Spires with the first pick here. He's going to be taking a unit away from DRMZJOSEPH. Chooses to take that Masha away from DRMZJOSEPH.
And the Masha makes sense. I mean, Masha is just a unit that's very difficult to punish. I mean, when you first pick there, it could be a variety of units. It could be Shizuka, Masha, more. So makes sense there. DRMZJOSEPH goes with the Praha to counter to kind of answer the Masha, give him some speed buff, healing over time, and also the Dominic just punching a lot of damage. When DRMZJOSEPH lays this out, Spires usually has a couple options. Can either cleave or go turn 2. He has just so many options here. Decides he wants to kind of lean in with the Shizuka, which is a little interesting. It's such a powerful unit, but from a speed standpoint, sits below everything else, and Changpeng allows him to enable a cleave. So kind of a little bit of a counter, a draft that doesn't really synergize a lot there, but great individual units.
Very interesting for DRMZJOSEPH, choosing to hover over that Juno, but looks like he's going to take that Vanessa back to bring something else to the table here.
Yeah, I don't think DRMZJOSEPH needs a lay in a speed lead. Does hover that more. I would like to see that more here, but Vanessa comes in here. Likely he's going to want that defense break and also the ability to revive and have that passive revive coming up 33 speed lead, anticipating potentially some higher speed units. So Spires laying down the Gianna. I would like to see a speed lead coming out of him. A more would be great because it would enable both the Masha and the Changpeng. You would have strips coming into more. I think that would kind of bring his comp together. And of course, you can also bring in another LD unit. There's nothing wrong with bringing your light dark monsters.
Oh, very interesting. I wonder if DRMZJOSEPH's prepared enough, because last time he had so many more units on his field to handle and not have to worry about the Gurkha here. But Spires is going to be bringing that in as a last pick. DRMZJOSEPH looking to respond to both these DAC units.
So you're gonna see if DRMZJOSEPH brings in a Veramos, he should be banning out the Masha here. This last pick is gonna revolve around how he feels about this Gurkha here, because this Gurkha is a threat that has to be answered. If it gets off, he basically wins the game on the spot, and DRMZJOSEPH, if his Juno gets banned, is not going to have an answer to this Gurkha. So that's why Gurkha is the key unit that you have to think about in this draft here. Goes with the Daphnis. So he wants to threaten speed early. This means that Gianna is likely going to be the ban if his Daphnis is kind of slow. If I'm Spires, I'm thinking about potentially taking out either Vanessa or the Daphnis. It's also fair to it's probably Vanessa or the Daphnis because that's a high speed threat and a lot of volatility that's coming up.
Yeah, definitely a lot of damage on the side of DRMZJOSEPH here. I do like this Dominic Daphnis team from DRMZJOSEPH. I think he's going to bring a lot of heat to the table here, and we'll see if Spires has enough to stay alive.
And we're going to see Spires lose a unit off the bat from this Daphnis here. Shizuka obviously can revive his team, but there's a lot of aggression again that DRMZJOSEPH is bringing. I like DRMZJOSEPH's side because of the damage that Daphnis is going to bring here. So we'll see if Spires is going to be able to come back from a 3 to 4 unit deficit.
Yep, we'll see. HP leads for both of them. Round 2. Here we go, guys, with Juno kicking us off.
Juno's kicking us off, and with the recent buff here, there doesn't need to be a condition for Daphnis to be able to defense break. So Daphnis is going to be able to pick off a unit off the bat, and then we're going to have a Praha follow-up with speed buff, and then a Dominic to do a lot of damage.
Holding on to the third skill, going with the second skill here, to hoping for some resets out there, getting some heal blocks as well, which is really nice for that Gurkha.
Yeah, definitely should be using sleep here to put that Changpeng down. Otherwise, we're going to see a reset coming on that Daphnis. Instead, goes for the strip here, misses everything here, and we're going to see Dominic lower the attack bar of the Changpeng, but not really doing much. Kind of interesting use and not wanting to use his skills there.
Yeah, definitely. Here, we're going to see some provokes potentially land coming out of this Gurkha. We'll see what Spires wants to control, and looking for a provoke, not landing on top of that Dominic. Of course, that third skill is going to come out there. Serious Matter putting in the work. Masha with a big second skill coming out here, looking to remove a unit from the field. Does land on top of the Daphnis. Daphnis stays alive.
Daphnis is a really tanky Daphnis here. It's still alive after taking a big shot from the Masha here. I know that Masha hits very hard, so DRMZJOSEPH able to stay alive, but again, tough to see how his units come online here. I mean, Spires is in control here, has that Gurkha online, is going to be able to start taunting up units.
Yep, there we go. We got a big second skill here. You can either drop that Daphnis. I think he has to remove that unit from the field. I feel like Daphnis is a little scary right now. Chooses to go with a provoke, does land on top of the Dominic, and we've got Daphnis with just a first skill available here, looking to get a glancing on top of the Gurkha. Does not receive it, though.
Yeah, I mean, letting that Changpeng reset your team, I don't know if that's the right winning strategy there. But either way, Spires does have a Gurkha that he's going to be able to bring online. I think once this Gurkha taunts up the Praha, taunts up the Daphnis, it's going to be all she wrote for DRMZJOSEPH here.
That's a really important provoke there, landing on top of the Praha. Praha did have the heal available here. We've got that damage coming in from the Masha, and we've got a nice little first skill strip coming out of the Shizuka here.
Yeah, and I'm not sure why he's also hitting that way, because Daphnis has a slow buff. Gurkha could be proccing on the Daphnis here, provoking that, and letting Masha pump in damage onto a defense broken Dominic there. So a little bit interesting choice of targeting there. But again, Spires in control here with provokes on 3 units right now.
Most definitely in control here. DRMZJOSEPH not getting that heal block from the first skill of that Dominic, though. You know, I think that's what DRMZJOSEPH is going to be looking for. But Masha finishing off that Daphnis here.
Yeah, Masha finished on Daphnis. Look at how much damage went on that Dominic. Basically down to a sliver of HP there, and that Dominic's going to be going down next shot.
Yeah, Juno looking to potentially try to solo this team out here, but we'll see what happens. There's Masha eliminating another unit. Provoke still landing, defense breaks landing on top of the Praha as well. Skills available for Spires.
Yeah, and if DRMZJOSEPH wants any chance of winning, he has to dismount that Masha right now, because that Masha is going to be able to destroy that Juno. That Juno does counter the Gurkha and does counter the Shizuka here, but again, that Masha is going to be the key to taking out this Juno.
Most definitely. That serious matter coming out of the revived unit really big there. DRMZJOSEPH, the writing was on the wall. Spires taking round 2.
Interesting choice there. I really thought DRMZJOSEPH should have blown something off off the bat with that Daphnis. I'm not sure why he was saving his skills. Maybe he forgot he had skills to use, and you know, in the tutorial we just auto things down, and he might just be stuck in tutorial mode. I'm not sure what was going on there, but I really think he should have used skills, because you know on the back foot that Chung Peng is coming and is going to reset your team. And if his Pra is on Despair, it could be. I haven't seen it proc yet. Relying on a Despair stun on that Chung Peng is not a winning strategy. You don't want to go in with a 25% chance to win.
Definitely. I wasn't a big fan of that Juno coming out of DRMZJOSEPH either. I feel like the Juno wasn't able to get a ton of value on top of the field. I know the Juno into Gurkha can be okay, but we'll see what happens as we get into this next match, this third match between Spires and DRMZJOSEPH.
You know, I actually think that Juno was an okay pick there, just because Juno does counter the Gurkha, and it does allow him to provide a lot of damage, and it gives him a lot of answers. But I really think it comes down to the skill usage. I actually really like DRMZJOSEPH's draft there. I had a lot of aggression, you had the Daphnis coming out, and you had a lot of damage coming from Dominic. If all he needed to do was kill a unit with the Daphnis, strip with the Praha, do some damage with some other unit. Spires is on the back foot. I think Spires loses that very easily. If skills are used, units are down. And so I'm not sure why that the skill run out came that way. And we saw exactly what happened. The Chung Peng came in with skill 3, reset everything on Spires' team here, or reset everything on DRMZJOSEPH's team, and Spires is able to just basically take a free win there.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Dominic also has that ability to land the heal block with that first skill, and that could have really put a damper on top of that Gurkha as well. So DRMZJOSEPH had great opportunity. Well, he was looking for those great opportunities and didn't get those great opportunities. But then, like Daphnis, like you said, Daphnis Dominic, that was a lot of heat to bring to the table. He just wasn't able to take advantage of that kind of damage.
Yeah, and you know, looking into the next matches that we're going to see, I really would like to see Spires shift toward a little bit more aggressive stance. I know I always harp on aggression here, but I really think Spires should play a little bit less passive. I mean, he's facing aggressive drafts, and I think DRMZJOSEPH should have won that second game. And I think if Spires continues to draft a little bit more passively, it's going to be a little challenging for him to be able to take this one.
Well, let's see what happens. We've got the Sagar and we have the Oliver that are now available getting into this round 3 pre-bans coming out shortly here.
All right, interesting. So I would like to see Spires attack the Sekhmet, or I guess we haven't seen the Sekhmet, but I guess it revolves around the Masha and whatnot. But I would like to see him address the speed issue in the draft here. But again, if he's not going to draft aggressive, then he doesn't need to address the speed issue going on in the draft. We see the same pre-bans going up. We see DRMZJOSEPH sitting in his chair, really focused there, wants to take this one and get a 2-1 lead. Same pre-bans as the first game, so we're likely going to see the same first game.
Yeah, you can see that deep breath DRMZJOSEPH taking, looking to really psych into this match here. DRMZJOSEPH first pick, taking that Masha. Spires with a quick response with the Oliver and the Praha, taking that Praha away from DRMZJOSEPH.
Yeah, I think these picks are perfectly fine. We're going to see the Sagar and the Juno, same picks. I'm not exactly sure, again, about this Juno this early, but clearly he's worked out the drafts in the 3rd, 4th, and 5th pick. So it could make sense. I really don't think Spires should be taking a Gurkha into an already laid down Masha Juno. I think he should be exploiting the fact that DRMZJOSEPH is on violent on that Sagar and going down with the cleave.
See what happens. Spires taking his time here, really let this timer run down as he drafts these last 2 units. It's one of those moments where it's like you're live and maybe nerves could be possibly kicking in here, but we'll see what happens. We've got Han and we've got Wusa being drafted by Spires.
Wusa's an interesting pick here. There's already a lay down Juno. Wusa's a little weak. You do have the ability to cleave. I really would like Spires. You have a light monkey in your box. You should abuse that light monkey. But either way, Han does bring a lot of threat here. But again, that Wusa, the synergy's not quite there. Han does cycle a lot as well, so synergy's not quite there. But DRMZJOSEPH going with the buff Chandra with the speed buff, and also the Triton up top for addressing the speed issue.
Is this the first Chandra we've seen in ages in SWC? Quite possibly, all because of the buff that unit has received.
Yeah, that's a massive buff there, and I think I wouldn't be surprised to see the Chandra on Swift to give DRMZJOSEPH 2 fast, swift answers into Spires' incredibly fast team. And if I'm Spires here, I'm thinking DRMZJOSEPH, if you take away the Masha from DRMZJOSEPH team, he doesn't actually have a lot of burst. So that is a window that he could approach this with, is to take something on the slower side of things, or he could continue to go fast. If he lays down the Gurkha like he has, I think the ban needs to be either Masha or Juno. He has to take out one of the two, because you can't let 2 units that counter your Gurkha go in, especially if that's your last pick.
Exactly. I can't say that Masha's got to go as a first pick from DRMZJOSEPH, something that he really wants to get into his draft here. So potential ban, I would say, onto the Masha for sure.
I definitely think it needs to be one of the 2 units because they deal so much damage. Does take out that Masha. Praha going down, so DRMZJOSEPH is basically going to be facing this potential Gurkha solo here. So needs to find a way to isolate units and solo down this Gurkha later on.
Well, DRMZJOSEPH's got to play one unit that he does not want to have to play against, and that's at Oliver. 33 speed lead for Spires and a 24 for DRMZJOSEPH. Match number 3, and here we go, guys. With Triton, look for some attack bar pushback with that third skill.
Yeah, and we're going to see Wind Bison open this up, reset cooldowns, reset attack bars, and look to get a defense break later on. The Chandra's going to need to give him an advantage here, and does apply skill 2, and then slows 2 of Spire's units.
Yeah, nice little stun there happening on top of that Han as well. Juno looking to cycle a little bit of attack bar with the stunned up Oliver.
Yeah, but again, everything's silenced up here. But again, this Gurkha is a major threat here. If this Gurkha is able to get online, DRMZJOSEPH can be controlled. That is a big proc on the Wind Bison there.
Yeah, really nice proc there, able to get that provoke on top of everybody. He's going to keep pummeling the damage on top of the Han here. You're going to see more damage coming towards Han. DRMZJOSEPH really wants to remove this unit from the field.
Yeah, DRMZJOSEPH will remove it because Juno will take its turn and will kill this Han here. So interesting that also this Han is a little bit on the squishy side. I would expect something a little bit tanky coming out from how Spires has ruined his units. But again, so Spires goes down. 3 units of 4, but again, there's that Gurkha on the field here. It comes down to, can this Gurkha solo or not?
Ooh, nice little stun there coming out of the Chandra, and it looks like we're potentially going to be losing this Oliver very, very soon. No additional turns coming out of that Wusa here. There's that poke damage, and I think this is going to be it for the Oliver.
Yeah, the Oliver is definitely going to go down there. This Wusa's going to go down as well. There's a lot of control coming out from the Wind Bison. I'm not sure if Gurkha's going to have what it takes to take out this Juno here. Juno does work very well against Gurkha. There's no answer for that Juno on the field right now.
Yeah, most definitely, and see if Spires reads into that. We got a third skill available. He's not going to use. He's going to hold on to it here. Notice Spare Stun's coming out on top of the Gurkha, and we've got that second skill that also is available here. And he's going to try and put that onto the Gurkha. Not going to get it, though.
Interesting that he's trying to down the Gurkha right now. I would decide to try to isolate something because at this point here, you don't want that Wusa to proc on you. But there is that 2-turn silence on that Wusa, so that Wusa is pretty much as good as gone.
Yeah, DRMZJOSEPH getting a ton of value out of that Triton. Beautiful silences landing from this unit. Stunned up Wusa. Wusa hasn't been able to basically take a turn all match.
Should taunt up the Wind Bison here to get the attack bar and get some heals going here. Does taunt up the Wind Bison, should taunt up something else, get some more heals going. And this is why I don't like pumping in damage into the Gurkha early, because if you pump in damage in the Gurkha early, instead of killing the Wusa, you've now allowed your opponent to have 2 units. So Spires is going to be able to use his Wusa at some point.
Oh, there is all the provokes landing out here. Wusa's definitely going to not have so much attention coming his way now. We've got Gurkha trying to heal up a whole lot more. Not getting the provoke on top of that Triton. Not going to matter because we get another turn popping up right here.
Yeah, not going to matter. But again, DRMZJOSEPH needs to take out this Wusa here so he can let his Juno solo this Gurkha later down the line. Does decide he does finally want to do some damage to this Wusa. It might do something in this game here.
Yeah, there's that big provoke, and Gurkha does resist the defense break coming his way. Not going to matter, though, but big second skill is going to be landing on top of the Sager. We've got Chandra putting the damage back into the Gurkha. Gurkha looking extremely healthy right now.
Gurkha looking extremely healthy, but it doesn't really matter. DRMZJOSEPH just needs to kill that Wusa here, and that will be game over here. So DRMZJOSEPH is finally recognizing that, but again, Gurkha's doing Gurkha things here. 3 units are taunted up right now.
Yep, exactly. We're going to see big damage. He's looking to lock down that Triton still. We'll see what happens. I think what Spires is going to be looking for is if he can land a defense break and then pummel massive damage on top of the Juno. Juno's obviously going to be healing that, but we'll see what happens when we get to that point.
Spires just needs a proc on this Wusa here. If he can get a proc and keep this Wusa alive, Spires is going to be able to take this match here. Does get the additional turn and is able to heal himself, so that's massive. Does give him a chance to be able to answer later in the game.
Yep, there's that little stun, though, coming out on top of the Gurkha. Gurkha not able to do anything there, but he's going to get more turns, of course. All these provokes is what's going to keep this Gurkha up here. There's more provokes coming his way, but I'm sure he doesn't mind that too much here.
Doesn't mind that at all, and Spires able to throw up the shields there and the immunity. Gurkha just needs to control the rest of the field here, and Spires needs to find a way to answer this Juno, do some damage here.
Yeah, there's both strips landing on top of the Wusa. Wusa's got 2 dots on him. Wusa's not going to handle that too well, but I do believe that second skill is going to be up soon. He's looking to get those provokes and keep everybody on lockdown.
Spires needs 1 more proc as well. If he doesn't get this proc, this Juno's going to be able to take out this Wusa and eventually take out this the Gurkha as well. So Spires needs a proc here. Does not get the proc, so he's going to lose the Wusa, and again, we're going to see this Gurkha go down.
There's that nice little stun happening again, but he needs to keep these units up here. Everybody needs to stay provoked. It's going to be really interesting. Is the Gurkha going to be able to take down this Juno eventually?
This Gurkha is definitely not going to be able to take down this Juno. It's probably impossible, with all this debuffs going on Juno. Juno basically is going to do so much heal and do a lot of damage.
Yeah,
there we go.
All that damage right there. DRMZJOSEPH handling round 3 very well.
DRMZJOSEPH showing us with normal monsters and experience why he's gone to America's Cup and gone deep so many times before. I really like his draft a lot. There was a lot of aggression there. Very well balanced. Also showed us a Chandra that we haven't seen often at all. I mean, that's not a unit we've seen ever in SWC. And then SPIRES, relying on that Gurkha, I think a little bit much. But again, that Gurkha allowed him to stay in the game for a long time.
It did. I feel like maybe in his... that's honestly what I was about to say is like I just don't like seeing so much relying on the Gurkha. It feels like he's waiting for that last pick to be like, I think I can take it. I think I can take it. Maybe that's what's happening here. But I would like to not see a Gurkha in the next match. Throw a little curveball at DRMZJOSEPH because I think DRMZJOSEPH has to, no matter what, worry about this unit. Is the Gurkha coming to the field? And he has to bring some sort of preparation, in the form of that Juno maybe.
I mean, you see DRMZJOSEPH take units in. Preemptively take units into Gurkha, the Masha, the Juno. Those two units tend to be weak into more cleaves. SPIRES has Light Monkey, has some of the best AoE units in the game. When you have Light Monkey, is probably the best AoE unit, control unit in the game. I would like to see SPIRES mix it up. I know Gurkha is one of the best units in the game, but throwing it onto the field when there's already 2 counters to it allows your opponent to take advantage of your draft. And actually, DRMZJOSEPH could have won that a lot more easily if he just went and killed the Wusa earlier. So it was a little interesting to see him not recognize the Juno versus Gurkha inevitable matchup that was going to come up too. But eventually he got to it and was able to take out SPIRES' Wusa and then the Gurkha. So able to rectify that mistake. But yeah, I would really like to see some more contesting for speed there. At some of the faster levels. I would like to see some of the robos that we've seen in Special League because I really don't think DRMZJOSEPH has been tested on a speed front yet.
So I got a question for you. Now that SPIRES has first pick here, if he takes that Masha away, couldn't he go in here and just pre-ban the Juno? But is he just guaranteeing that he wants to draft that Gurkha and get that easy win?
I mean, I'll be honest, SPIRES has so many units, he could pre-ban a Fire Slime and be just fine. It really doesn't matter what he pre-bans. But yeah, a Juno ban would be fine because he's not going to be taking the Juno pre-ban. Like, he could literally ban anything. I think he has enough tools in his toolbox because you have every unit your opponent does and more. So by definition, you should be able to piece together a draft that fares a little bit better. But yeah, I think Juno would make a lot of sense here. He has first pick here, so he could also go and take out the Moor down the line because we did see DRMZJOSEPH flash that. So I thought did cross his mind. He could take out that Moor and again force the issue with speed, take the Masha, take the Oliver, maybe rely on some Changpeng action, and then go in with some sort of a pseudo cleave, right? Where you can threaten either AoE Changpeng Light Monkey or Changpeng into Masha, and then your last unit being some sort of a strip to enable your team.
Most definitely, and there's a lot of things that could happen in this match. I would love to see a change of pace. I think that's what really needs to happen. We already saw 3 matches. 3 matches all kind of felt like we were in the same realm. And I think what you were saying here, SPIRES has all the units and more, and I think what he needs to do is throw a curveball at DRMZJOSEPH here and bring something that he was not prepared for.
I mean, when your box is that wide, you can definitely do any draft. You dictate how that draft goes. I mean, your opponent is already preemptively picking units into what they think you're going to pick, but you have a whole suite of other LDs. That's the advantage of having such a great box, is being able to totally divert the speed at which you come at them at. So if DRMZJOSEPH is going with a slower team or just trying to answer a Gurkha, you can bring in a cleave. You can bring in the AoE control. You can do a lot more. And so far, I see DRMZJOSEPH utilizing units a lot more creatively than SPIRES, to be honest. I like that Daphnis pick. I like that Chandra pick. All these picks being able to address different aspects of the game is really what's giving DRMZJOSEPH that edge. And that's what we see just from experience. And, maybe just having done his homework a little bit better.
Exactly. I think that's a great example right there. Like DRMZJOSEPH, like you said, he's been in all the SWCs. He is very, very experienced. There's so much footage on this man, and he really is. I expect him to come in here and do something like he was doing in that previous match there with the Daphnis to Dominic. Like you had said, you agreed. That was probably the better draft there. It just wasn't the outcome DRMZJOSEPH was hoping for. But he is changing it up, and he is showing that he is probably, or is, the more experienced player here when it comes to these tournaments here.
Definitely experienced and prepared. I mean, DRMZJOSEPH coming out with all kinds of different units. I'd see a wider pick of units from DRMZJOSEPH than I do from SPIRES here. So it's kind of interesting to see that. And I also really like the use of Sagar here from DRMZJOSEPH, right? Not picking the swift build that we normally see and going with a violent build. And then that Sagar's quite impressive. I mean, it's dominating matches. It is getting a couple procs, but it's resetting attack bars. It's doing a lot, giving defense breaks, and it's enabling a lot of kills for him to be able to hang on, survive whatever Spires may potentially throw at him, and then just isolate units down.
Yeah, we're talking about units performing. I mean, Masha, dude. Masha has just been absolutely popping off today. It's been a phenomenal unit, honestly, in both players' hands. Just Masha. It really is. It's such a solid first pick coming out of either for Spires or DRMZJOSEPH, keeping up with that immunity and just pummeling so much damage. You see that proc come up from Masha, you know bad things are probably going to be happening.
Yeah, and Masha's just such a great pick here because we haven't seen a Moor come out. Moor is a very good counter into Masha because it has that speed lead and multi-damage on water, right? So it's able to kind of counter Masha's a little bit. If Masha's on Nemesis, it allows them to take turns, but it's generally a very good pick into that. So we haven't seen Moors as much. And Masha's in general is very difficult to punish. It gives itself immunity. It provides its own kill opportunity with defense break on a low cooldown. It does a ton of damage, and it's able to dismount and basically do a ton of damage, you know, in both forms. So it's a really difficult unit to counter, great to build around, and it's just so versatile. That's why my first pick for the longest time was a Masha, because I could literally flex between single target damage, AoE, into a mix of both. And so that's why Masha is a key unit here, but we haven't seen that more come out.
But I feel like this is a great point that you had brought up already before. So because of how much they've been relying on Masha, like where's that Water Ryu? Because if he brings out that Water Ryu, it goes right back into what you were saying before, where Spires has that Light Monkey King and all these other units to be extremely oppressive. We could actually have a draft where Spires throws something down involving that Water Ryu being the first thing with Light Monkey King, and we may not even see a turn come out of DRMZJOSEPH because of what Spires could bring to the table that we haven't seen yet.
Potentially. I mean, the Water Ryu, obviously, you can't. It's weak to dominate, so it's weak to a lot of high damage units here. But if you bring in the AoE cleave, you bring in the Moors, you bring in your Robo G92s, your Robo F29s, the Wind, and your Dark Robos that we've seen, it's a lot of damage coming out on your side of the field, and you're able to control your opponent and not let them get a turn. So the reason why I like active play is because if you force your opponent to have to resist you in order to survive, which is a 15% chance. I mean, and maybe multiple units, so you do some math, and it, you know, there's maybe a 25% chance that you don't strip something. That's a very high percent of time you're gonna win when you can dictate the pace like that. DRMZJOSEPH has generally brought comps that can be AoE cleaved down. The Masha is a little weak to Moors plus Robo F29s. I haven't seen that. And also, when you bring in Robo F29s and Moors, you bring in Light Monkeys. Those synergize very well into whatever I've seen from DRMZJOSEPH. So I would like to see that. Again, of course, Spires knows his box well and has things written, has done his homework. So it's interesting to see what else he has up his sleeve. But I don't think with what we've seen drafted so far, he's going to win more than 50% of his matches, right? We look at it from a standpoint of probability. You want to come in with a higher than 50% chance to win if you want to move on. Anything can happen, but you want to come in with the highest chance to win.
Yeah, so I think what we're really expecting to see is more aggression coming out of Spires. Spires needs to be a little bit more aggressive, and I think he should potentially have this victory over DRMZJOSEPH, but I mean, no one's ever counting out DRMZJOSEPH here. The guy's played so many SWCs. DRMZJOSEPH has been playing really, really well today. Even his drafts have been really good. You know, his one draft that he did lose was honestly still in his favor, you know, in our opinion here. But, you know, who knows what we could honestly see. If they start pivoting, we start seeing something that we haven't seen in the previous matches before, you know, we may have this over sooner than later.
Yeah, we'll have to see what comes out, you know, how the players' mindsets are. I mean, if we see the same drafts come out, barring, you know, interesting decision-making from not and holding back skills, I think DRMZJOSEPH has got a very good chance to move on. I mean, again, his play so far, his draft so far has been great. And it's not to say that Spires draft hasn't, but I think there's a room for a little bit more creativity and counter picking going on. Again, we haven't seen the Tianlang. Usually the Tianlang is something you see a lot. Not that Tianlang is the best into Junos, but it does quite well because Juno pumps its attack bar a lot. Masha inadvertently does pump Tianlang a bit, but Masha's pretty good in Tianlang. But there's a lot of different things you can do with the Tianlang. There's just a lot of different things we haven't seen from Spires yet that we've also seen in other matchups that he's done in the past.
Yep, well, we'll find out here, guys. We're going to get into this game here. This is game number 4, I believe, with Spires and DRMZJOSEPH looking to really make their mark here. This is game number 4, and we have our pre-bans from last time. That Dominic and that Gianna were pre-banned. New pre-bans coming out right now. So we're going to get the idea, are things going to change? Are we going to have a very similar draft than we've seen already? Sagar getting the ban, as well as the Olivers.
So Spires has noticed that the Sagar is doing a lot to him. I would like to see that more first pick here and establish first speed, but he's going to go Masha most likely because that is a key unit that he's seen do a lot of damage. So I would expect to see the Masha coming out from Spires. And I would expect to see DRMZJOSEPH very quick Praha into Dominic.
Yep, there's that Spires first pick with the Masha, Praha, Dominic, and looks like Spires taking his time once again. These next 2 picks here looking to respond to the Praha and Dominic.
So we see the Shizuka Changpeng here, so kind of going with the middle speed draft here. If he went more Changpeng, that might be a little stronger given the fact that Joseph does not have a Sagar on the side, but either is okay. The draft is still flexible at this point in time.
Yeah, we're still going to see the Juno. Oh, he takes the Juno back here. Nope, it looks like he's going to lock in that Juno as well as that Water Ryu more.
Finally, we see a Water Ryu here. Water Ryu we're not seeing the Water Ryu. DRMZJOSEPH is pulling back and teasing us here. Does go with the Cardinal. So interesting pick to take the Cardinal here. Likely thinking about taking Masha ban at this point in time. Again, Spires can go Water Ryu into Light Monkey and dominate DRMZJOSEPH because he can cleave. He'll have between those 3 units, he'll have an AoE control and snipe off units. So that should be, I think, a very high % probability way of winning. But instead goes with the other set of LDs, goes with the Tianlang Gianna.
Tianlang Gianna wrapping up Spires' draft here. 2 great LD Nat 5s for Spires. DRMZJOSEPH looking to respond after seeing those 2 absolute monsters being drafted here.
Yeah, and I would expect Spires to take up the Vanessa here because he probably anticipates that he outspeeds with the Changpeng over DRMZJOSEPH's team. So that Gianna likely is going to have to be the ban when DRMZJOSEPH takes a Vanessa, because if Vanessa gets banned, he doesn't want to get outspent. So Gianna has to be the ban coming out from DRMZJOSEPH here. It also removes the fact that there's a bomb in play, so Shizuka's not as strong. So Gianna makes a lot of sense here. But if I'm Spires, I'm taking out Vanessa if and only if that Changpeng and Tianlang are faster than what he thinks DRMZJOSEPH's team is.
And you are more than correct here. We have the Vanessa getting the ban here. We have the Gianna getting banned out here. HP leads for both players, though. 44 for DRMZJOSEPH.
And we'll see how this opens up here. It's going to come down to the opening and which team is faster and gains control off the bat.
Yep, here we go. This is a very fast Juno. Looking to get a big strip here into spare stuns. Not a full strip, though, on top of that Shizuka.
Does not get Shizuka. So Shizuka's going to be able to give Spires some resilience here. I think DRMZJOSEPH should think a little bit harder about using skill 3 there and sleeping the team, gaining speed buff, but does not. And that's a full strip coming out from Tianlang there.
That's a really big strip there coming out of Tianlang. Stun going on top of that Juno, that Praha. Getting the defense break on top of that the Juno, looking to take advantage of it because of that Masha.
Yeah, but again here, DRMZJOSEPH does have that Juno coming online soon. Shizuka should throw up skill 3, has to throw up skill 3 here, might even skill 2 the Changpeng. Either option is okay, but that Juno is going to revive, does have speed buff, it's going to come up and it's going to be able to strip. That's why Spires can't use skill 3 on the Shizuka.
Yep, there's that damage coming towards the Changpeng. Does have the soul protection on him. Additional turn, popping out, getting the provoke on top of the Masha. DRMZJOSEPH looking for a dismount. Dominic looking to pummel the damage in here. Doesn't get it. Additional turn, popping out from Tianlang. Tianlang looking to get a little bit of value with a defense break.
Yeah, that's a big proc because he's able to lay a defense break in, and the Masha's going to be able to do some damage to the Cardinal. He chose to go on the Cardinal because the Cardinal's the one taunting up the Masha. So Masha's going to be able to do a lot of damage here, especially with procs.
Yep, he's Spires thinking about that 3rd skill. Does choose to use a 3rd skill here. A lot of dots landing on top of that Juno. Juno is going to pump up a ton of healing here, but it looks like he's going to reduce attack bar to try and get rid of this Cardinal as soon as possible.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage coming on the side of DRMZJOSEPH here. So DRMZJOSEPH looks to be on the back foot, loses the Juno there.
Man, just like that. Masha taking down 2 units very quickly.
Yeah, and you can see Spires there looking a lot more confident, breathing a sigh of relief there. Is able to take down 2 units. Spires looking to take this one home.
That one violent proc was probably the one that is what carried Spires going into a game 5 here. We're going to see Masha looking to deal some big damage. Could be to anybody choosing to target that Praha first.
Yeah, at this point here, Spires does have this wrapped up here. It does have a Masha, and of course the fact that it needs to be dismounted first means it's kind of like an extra life here. DRMZJOSEPH basically 2 units against 5 in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, lots of extra life, especially when you have a Shizuka as well. We've got just a 1st skill or even a 2nd skill, getting the defense break. On top of that, Dominic. Masha could finish Dominic with the big 2nd skill here, and that is definitely going to be it for DRMZJOSEPH. Spires getting another additional turn. It doesn't matter. Spires locking in game number 4. We're going into a Game 5.
Exciting off the bat. First matchup, we see a Game 5. So someone here is going to move on to the next round, and another one's SWC journey is going to come to an end soon.
Yep, that is correct. Game number 5, Spires Dreams Joseph. We'll see if there's going to be a change of pace getting into this game of 5. I think that's really, really important here, is that you do a change of pace, because right now, you can't have one player thinking another is going to be drafting something predictable. You have to be unpredictable here, especially when it comes to these Game 5s, man.
So we're going into the Game 5 ace match between Spires and Dreams Joseph here. Let's see what they decide to pre-ban here. I think it's going to be probably a pre-ban on the same as before. So Gianna and Dominic here. And I think, last match we saw a lot more cleaving action, right? A lot more AoE, a lot more damage coming out. And I think this match is likely going to take a similar turn. That Sagar is active for Dreams Joseph down the line. So he's going to Masha. He goes with a Juno first pick? That's weird. Okay. Goes with the Masha. That makes a lot more sense here.
Yep, Masha looks like the unit's going to be locked in. He's taking his time here. It's almost like he doesn't want to lock it in yet, and does. He does so. Masha gets locked in for Dreams Joseph. All right, let's see what happens with Spires here. He's got 2 picks here. Hopefully he takes his time and really thinks about what he wants to do.
So Spires has traditionally gone Oliver Praha here. It goes to the Oliver Praha again. I'm not sure about this Oliver so early because Dreams Joseph doesn't have an Oliver. I mean, if he had one, we would see one by now. So picking that Oliver so early, especially in a Mosh, I think is a little questionable. He could wait on that. I mean, Dreams Joseph taking the same units he's done in the past.
I feel like Spires should definitely be prepared for this. He's already seen this draft coming out of Dreams Joseph. Now is his time to pivot. He can do whatever he needs to do, and we're seeing a little bit of a pivot here. We've got a Sekhmet coming out from Spires.
Sekhmet's an interesting one because it means a Sagar is definitely staying in. It means a Masha's most likely going to stay in, but it is a little weak to the Juno off the bat here, so I'm not sure about the Sekhmet here. I would have preferred to see an AoE. I would have preferred to see a Robo F29 or a Tian Lang coming in. The Moore is a great pick. I like the Moore because it allows a consistent cleave here. We're definitely going to see a Tian Lang if we see that Diana come down. Tian Lang is probably the best pick he can make, especially because there's already a Juno on the field.
Yep. Diana and Vanessa definitely signaling he's going to let that that Moore through. That's not a unit that Dreams Joseph is planning to ban right now. I'm curious if Spires is trying to lean up for a Kirka last pick.
I think Spires needs to lay down a Tian Lang, and I think it's going to get banned. I think Dreams Joseph can just confidently ban that last pick because there's, I think, in any combination, 4 out of 5 units on Dreams Joseph's side is going to be able to outlast and do some damage and beat Spires here because Dreams Joseph is representing 3 fire units, meaning he's not very scared of the Oliver at this point. So I really like Dreams Joseph's position. That Tian Lang is a force ban. That Diana is going to let through. That Diana is going to do a lot of damage to Oliver Praha Moore at some point in time.
Most definitely. Ban's going to be coming out very, very shortly here. Let's see what happens. I believe that Tian Lang should be getting the knife here, getting banned out.
It's the pick and it's the ban here. It's going to be banned. We're going to see either the Juno or the Masha ban here coming out from Spires here. If I was Spires, it's either that. Sagar's acceptable, but I think Masha is a little bit better. Takes out the Diana when you lay down a Tian Lang. That's an interesting mind game that he's done there. It's definitely not a misplay. Interesting mind game that he's done there, but unfortunately the Tian Lang is left on the field. So kind of a mind game back.
Yep, we'll see what happens. 33 speed leads for both players here. We've got Game 5 with Dreams Joseph and Spires.
So Spires is going to be able to open up with the Sekhmet here and going to have some AoE from the Moore into the Tian Lang. But again, he's going to be eating a lot of damage from this Masha. And, if Sagar is able to get off at some point, he's going to have control, AoE control.
Ooh, nice little spare stun landing on top of that Sekhmet as well. Big skill 2 coming out, not getting that full strip. Masha does hold on to it. The additional turn is going to pop up for the Sagar, looking to get the defense break. Provoke landing on top of that Oliver.
Wow, that's a big proc there. Does let him get that provoke. Does not get a proc on the Oliver. So Dreams Joseph is going to take out this Oliver right now with this Masha.
Oh, there it is. Masha dealing so much damage, getting additional turns again. We're going to see more damage getting pumped at the team of Spires.
Yeah, we're going to see a lot of damage coming to the team of Spires here. That Tian Lang is stunned, is on violent, does not proc there. But again, Dreams Joseph has a Masha, has a Vanessa. I don't think there's a way that Spires comes back because there's a Sekhmet into a Juno here as well.
That's exactly what's happening here. We've got Vanessa looking to get more damage pumped into the Tian Lang. Only skill 2 available, but he doesn't want to throw down. He does want to throw down this skill 2, even though the Juno is going to heal everything up.
Yeah, he's going to need to get in some defense breaks. He needs to take out some units right now. But again, Spires is not in a good spot here. I don't see any way he wins. This Masha is taking a lot of turns. It's very fast. Got another turn. Got defense break. Takes out the Tian Lang. Spires is down to 2 units left.
Yep, 2 units, and definitely knows that this is going to be over for him. Spires not happy at all. Way on the back foot earlier. Looks like he's going to be wrapping. Dreams Joseph wrapping up this Sekhmet here.
Yeah, Dreams Joseph basically taking this match home, enjoying his time at SWC. Spires looking a little concerned. There's no stuns coming out from Moore here. Moore's not going to be able to take this. So Spires basically enjoying the last minutes of his SWC journey this year.
Yeah, most definitely a little bit of poke damage coming into the Vanessa. Juno looking to finish off the segment, and that is definitely going to be it. Defense break does land here. There's just no way that this more is going to be able to be enough here to finish off the team of DRMZJOSEPH.
Definitely no way here. DRMZJOSEPH is going to take this match, and it's going to move on to the semifinals.
Yep, there's all that damage. He's getting really, really low to those Spare Suns. And there you have it. Round 5 goes to DRMZJOSEPH.
Young hot gun inspires. It's DRMZJOSEPH getting the win. And for all of us there over at the Hard Rock Cafe, one more round of applause for our debutante on the America's Cup stage. Spires making it this far, earning his way on in, going all 5 games. But guys, it's the experience yet again of DRMZJOSEPH finding a way to getting it done. Whether or not it was on draft or things that Spires could have done differently, DRMZJOSEPH gets the win here, Stowe.
Yeah, definitely. Honestly, I think a lot of it was draft here. I think DRMZJOSEPH did a phenomenal job with his draft. He was, honestly, way more aggressive, or at least that Masha was way more aggressive than anything that Spires was bringing to the table here.
Yeah, make it a bud. Again, you know, maybe a change or two that you would like to have seen from Spires in that game number 5.
I mean, I think the only thing he should have changed was not banning out the Diana. When you lay a Tianlang last pick, usually Dianas are free wins because if you hit any unit, Tianlang gets attack bar. So generally, if your opponent lays down a Diana, they're also signaling a ban on the Tianlang. So that's a little bit of gamesmanship going on between the two, and unfortunately, Spires lost that rock, paper, scissors. But if he leaves that Diana and bans something else there, and Tianlang happens to be let through like it is, we're going to see a totally different dynamic there. And I think Spires really should have taken the safer route there, because I liked his draft there. It wasn't bad. He was definitely in a good spot, and that Tianlang was just such an impactful pick there.
Yeah, well, there you have it. DRMZJOSEPH getting the win and moving on in the tournament. His life still on the line here. And of course, he needs to play the winner of our second match of the day here. It is a matchup between RAIGEKI and FALLINGFLOWER. And between these two guys, again, they've got to be prepared. You don't want to show everything off of match number 1, and that's one of the beautiful things about the America's Cup. You know that you're coming to prep against one player, and you know you might play one of 2 players afterwards, so it's always going to be a little difficult here. But again, RAIGEKI, FALLINGFLOWER, match number 2. Let's get this one underway by getting a closer look at the man on the left side of that graphic. It's RAIGEKI.
My name is Ricky. My Indian name is RAIGEKI. I'm from Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada, and I've been playing Summoner Wars for 8 years. My mindset this year is just hopefully doing my best, make as least mistakes as possible, because you can't really control the outcome for Summoner Wars. So all I can hope for is play my best. I think in terms of LAN experience, I might have more than the other competitors here. I used to play other games competitively as well in LAN. I think I've matured quite a bit. In the previous years, I usually get very happy or very sad when procs go my way or don't go my way. And this year I'm playing with a more calm and collected mindset, so the chance of me winning America's Cup this year is 100%.
That's some strong math there by RAIGEKI, all 100% in believe in himself. Here's his journey on how he got here after taking down Hope and TRUEWHALE. An impressive resume there, making a bud to get the win.
Definitely an impressive resume. I mean, taking out TRUEWHALE, coming out, didn't need a fight in the loser bracket at all here. RAIGEKI, just someone who is able to utilize non-LD monsters to his advantage here, and now has pulled a Volantis. So we're going to see a lot of oppressive units coming out from RAIGEKI here. Always a very precise player. Doesn't make many mistakes at all here. That's why he has such a high RTA finish in the season, and both in Special League right now, top 10 player, I think it is. Really high ranking, consistent, able to assess not just a turn in play, but 5, 6, 7, 8 turns down the line. Probably better than most players I've faced. So I'm curious to see how this is going to stack up against an opponent that has a lot of LDs and also has a Gurkha.
Stoic?
I mean, against players that have lots of LDs, RAIGEKI got to play TRUEWHALE here, and TRUEWHALE has probably even more LDs than FALLINGFLOWER, so I would assume RAIGEKI's probably going to do fairly well against FALLINGFLOWER, but I would never count on a player like FALLINGFLOWER.
Again, you know, you never know what happens at the America's Cup, the best of 5 single elimination format. It can be quite random, and then the pressure of being live in person. How does that change things up? We'll find out with this matchup. Let's meet RAIGEKI's opponent, FALLINGFLOWER.
我叫郑正威，我是来自中国的一个魔灵召唤玩家，然后现居住在宾夕法尼亚州。游戏 ID 叫花落之秋，玩了魔灵召唤有7年的时间。第一次参加 SWC， 然后就是想跟更强的对手进行对战。我今年报名是因为我公会上的小伙伴们对我的支持，他觉得我可以有能力参加一下美洲杯。我能打败 RAIGEKI， 我会研究他之前比赛的视频，然后进行针对。我觉得谁都有可能赢得冠军，因为只要上场就有赢下比赛的机会。
The Pennsylvanian man, FALLINGFLOWER, making his way on here. Lost in the first round to ZEFA, who we know is one of those names we see every now and then over at the preliminaries. But then bounced back against Q Dizzle and knocked out LeChonk with ease. FALLINGFLOWER, what makes him so strong, and what is his way on in this matchup here, Make It a Bud?
I mean, I think you have Gurkha and you have Light Monkey. You have 2 of the best units in the game here. So I think, that's what's allowed him to be, where he is today. He lost to ZEFA, but of course he was able to beat 2 opponents to get here. Both opponents finished G2 last season. So it's interesting to see what FALLINGFLOWER will do against an actual opponent that finishes high on the ladder, very consistent and wins, very precise with plays. Anyone can win, but he's up against he's got a pretty high hill he's got to climb here.
All right, guys, let's make it official. Prediction times real quick. Give me this one. Stoic, who you got?
Gotta give it to RAIGEKI.
All right, RAIGEKI, Make It a Bud?
I think it's RAIGEKI 3-0.
All right, well, there we have it. Predictions on in the books, and it looks like our casters have RAIGEKI on the mind. RAIGEKI, one of the highest fan prediction vote getters, so we'll get to see if he's able to knock this one off and get himself into the conversation against DRMZJOSEPH. We know that DRMZJOSEPH is a great player and has a lot on the table to provide, but you can't look past your opponent here for both RAIGEKI and FALLINGFLOWER as they are setting up over at the Hard Rock Cafe. It's going to be a huge matchup here. Both players, again, in person, right? DRMZJOSEPH has still played remote, but this is the first time we're getting 2 players in person. The nerves might start playing a little bit of an issue here. You might overthink your draft a little bit. So something else to keep in mind. Again, one of the cool things of having it live for the first time in 3 years. RAIGEKI and FALLINGFLOWER. Here we go. Let's send it on over to our casters.
Let's get it, guys. We've got FALLINGFLOWER, we've got RAIGEKI. This is round 1 between the 2 of them. Pre-bans coming out shortly.
And I think RAIGEKI versus FALLINGFLOWER, RAIGEKI should be taking out Gurkha and Oliver alternating. And so we're going to see an Oliver pre-ban in the next match, but these are the 2 units that are hardest for RAIGEKI to deal with in this matchup here. Doesn't have an Oliver. I think RAIGEKI likely could take a speed lead first, or he could lay into a Mosh or some sort of pick here. So does go with a fast unit, goes with the segment here to disrupt the Light Monkey that's left on the table from FALLINGFLOWER.
Exactly. Segment's going to be the first pick for RAIGEKI. FALLINGFLOWER looking to respond with these 2 other picks here. Looks like he's going to be locking in a Miles and a Molly.
Wow, so a little bit passive play coming off of FALLINGFLOWER. RAIGEKI instantly snapping up the Sierra. Molong going with aggression here. Very consistent play. When you go with aggression, you can dictate the pace of the match. That Molong is on very good Vampire Runes. If anyone watches this stream, that is a very fast, like plus 184 or so Molong there.
Yeah, Dominic Nana coming up for FALLINGFLOWER. Dominic providing a lot of damage to help keep up with the orb counts here for FALLINGFLOWER.
And if RAIGEKI did not feed his Changpeng would be an amazing pick here. So he fed his only Changpeng, and that's why we see a blue Dryad instead of Changpeng there, which would have been a much better pick.
Most definitely. The Volantis back on the table here. here. I wonder if Juno's going to be the last pick here to wrap up Falling Flowers draft.
It doesn't matter what Falling Flowers picked. I think RAIGEKI is going to open up with he has a Volantis opening or Molong opening. He's going to look to snipe something out here. I think that last pick is a force span here. If I'm Falling Flower, I don't know what I'm going to pick here, but you're going to need to address this. Probably take out the Dryad or take out the Volantis. It's kind of tough here. This Light Monkey is not going to make it through.
Yep, Light Monkey is going to be wrapping up Fallen Flowers draft. Bans are going to be coming out shortly.
Light Monkey may make it through if he wants to take out Molly. I know RAIGEKI does not like playing against Molly, but again, Light Monkey presents the most volatility because if he misses reset onto that Light Monkey, he might instantly lose the game here. So, does take out the Molly. Wow. Okay, so he does not like the Molly. So it's either Light Monkey or Molly. Interesting to let the Light Monkey go through. So RAIGEKI is probably looking to kill that Light Monkey off the bat.
Yep, most definitely. We'll see what happens, guys, as we get into our very first match with RAIGEKI and Fallen Flower.
And you see RAIGEKI praying there, looking to land this reset onto the Light Monkey. That's exactly what he needs to do if he's drafting this way. Does not. It gets resisted. Unlucky by RAIGEKI. So praying there does not help. So unfortunately, 30% happened here, and RAIGEKI is not able. He's going to have to eat a Light Monkey lockdown.
Yeah, not praying at all. Miles lands that skill 2 stun, strip stun, onto the Molong. We've got Volantis going in for some big strips here. It gets provokes and stuns on top of the Miles and Nana.
Whoa, misses the bomb from the Seer. Does have the glancing on the Light Monkey, so that's pretty big if the Light Monkey does not land here. But really unlucky to miss two things, misses the bomb and that segment.
Yeah, CR pumping a little bit of damage on top of the Light Monkey. Light Monkey with all these skills available here, putting not everybody down though.
But putting 2 units down and slow debuff, it's pretty massive here, but does not get the Volantis. So Volantis does have a chance to be able to stun up some units on Falling Flower's side.
Yeah, more additional turns coming out of the Dominic, of course. Beautiful stuns, a lot of dots coming to the table with that Volantis here.
Yeah, and Falling Flower not getting a proc there is big for RAIGEKI because that Molong's under a lot of pressure. There is a heal block on that Molong, so Molong's likely going to go down pretty early here, so RAIGEKI on the back foot.
Yeah, a little bit of poke damage coming towards that Molong. Molong looking to provide a defense break. Choosing to go for second skill instead, though.
Yeah, RAIGEKI very unlucky here, not getting any stuns up. That's exactly what he needs to do if he wants to survive, but does not get that stun up. Needs to stun the Dominic here in order to prevent some damage, but that Molong's going to go down now. We're even going to see this Miles likely take out this Molong.
Oh my god, a lot of additional turns coming out for Falling Flower here. No stun going on top of the CR, but of course that skill 1 piling so much damage, and Dominic not finishing off that CR just yet.
Not finishing off that CR, but doesn't matter. There's a lot of stuns coming up from Light Monkey, and there's also 2 orbs on this Nana.
Yep, a lot of things happening here to RAIGEKI. RAIGEKI 100% on the back foot right now. 2 orbs up for this Nana, though.
Yeah, RAIGEKI targeting very well, very wisely here, but unfortunately not able to stun the Dominic. So Dominic's going to be able to do a lot of damage on the next turn, and it doesn't matter. Miles is able to take out that Molong.
Yep, that is 3 orbs. That is absolutely devastating to anybody who knows that playing against the Nana having 3 orbs, that is very, very hard to come back from.
Yeah, RAIGEKI's going to need to stun up every single unit every single time with this Volantis. It's still not over. The game is losable, but at this point here is heavily in favor of Falling Flower.
Most definitely. There's that AoE there. We've got more damage coming out here. Still 2 orbs up for the Nana, but a lot of units that are really low on HP.
Yeah, it does land the sleep and the slow debuff on segment, so that's pretty big here. I don't think RAIGEKI can come back from that. This Volantis obviously is on despair, so he's not going to have his skills up. He's going to try to get a stun so he can get some damage online, but again, might be too little too late.
We'll see what happens. Nana possibly looking for a stun here, going out onto the segment, not receiving it though. We do have that AoE with 2 orbs down here. Let's see what happens, because we're going to see a little bit of damage coming out, and only the Dominic's going to get dropped.
That's a lot of dots on the side of Falling Flower's side, so he's going to lose a lot of units here, but does lose a Volantis. But we're going to see a segment versus Dominic matchup very soon.
Yeah, let's see it. He's got to go for the reset to make sure that skill is not up. Goes for the attack break instead. There's the kill and revive there. Kill and revive with both that Miles and Light Monkey King.
Yeah, this is tough, though. You have 3 units versus 1 here. You have a lot of damage coming out from Miles. A lot of stuns coming out from Light Monkey. Does get resisted again. RAIGEKI should be thinking about benching a segment after this.
RAIGEKI looking for a table to flip, but there you go. Round 1. It goes to Falling Flower.
So you see RAIGEKI there with the eyebrow raised there. Knows he only lost because the segment missed. There's an 85% chance to strip, and an 85% chance to reset. He missed the first one, right? It's 2 conditions, so I think the math works out to be about 70%. So if he lands that, and your opponent has a Dominic and a Miles left, and you have a Volantis following up, you're in a really good shot to take something out, use your Sierra to litter bombs across the field, and probably take control of the game. So I think RAIGEKI honestly wins that about 65% of the time on average, and unfortunately was just not able to land his skills there.
Well, we'll see what happens as we get into round 2. RAIGEKI, FALLINGFLOWER, pre-bans from last time, the Gurkha and Shizuka. With the pre-bans, they are now available as we get into round 2. New pre-bans coming out here.
And RAIGEKI's going to take out the Maul. He does not take out the Oliver as expected. FALLINGFLOWER taking out the Volantis is interesting here. I thought he would have taken out earlier because generally you want to be able to pre-ban the strong unit more often. So maybe FALLINGFLOWER did mention he did his homework though. So this might be strategic here. FALLINGFLOWER with this first pick here might go with a Masha here, might go with an Oliver. All of that is okay. Shizuka's also perfectly fine, which was his pre-banned unit last time.
Yep, hovering over Shizuka, looking to draft that unit here. Hovering over a Gurkha. A lot of things FALLINGFLOWER's thinking about here.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the indecision. This should be a pretty automatic to know what your first pick here is. I don't know about the Dominic. RAIGEKI does not have a Dominic, so I'm not sure if FALLINGFLOWER's done his homework or if the homework was done well. It might have been a C- there. So we see Dominic first pick into RAIGEKI's instant pick of Sierra Segment.
Yep, Sierra Segment for RAIGEKI. And we've got FALLINGFLOWER looking to draft 2 more units, potentially taking just as much time as was with that first pick.
I would be really tempted if I was FALLINGFLOWER to lay the Gurkha now. Gurkha's a pretty good pick now. But, you know, would incentivize RAIGEKI to go AoE cleave because he's a little bit slow. I think that's kind of how it pans out. So that's probably what he's thinking about at this point. RAIGEKI's definitely going to lean into the speed advantage here with some Molongs. Definitely not a Masha after you see those 2 picks. Might go with a Praha. Or maybe even the Juno. I think the Juno would be a great pick. Does very well into the Riley and also does quite a bit of damage overall. So RAIGEKI might be laying down the Juno, I think, and decides to go to Oberon, then we might see a Shizuka. I know he likes to pair the Oberon with the Shizuka, and that's exactly what comes down.
Yep, most definitely. RAIGEKI locking in the Oberon Shizuka. FALLINGFLOWER looking to respond to that combination, a very powerful combination, by the way.
Wow, we see the Light Vampire and the Gurkha. There we go. So the Gurkha is coming down just to say he decided he wanted to use it on the last pick there. So Gurkha coming down for FALLINGFLOWER here, and RAIGEKI, again, I think we're going to see him lean more into the aggression here, maybe a Molong, maybe some way to do more damage, or if he wants to ban out the Riley, he can go with some sort of an AoE control, Rika's. It would be nice if he had a Chung Pong, but he fed it, unfortunately, just to remind you guys again, or, you know, even a Savannah would be really interesting.
We'll see with this last pick here, and it's going to be a Masha getting the pick. Oh, I feel like he's going to be letting the Gurkha through.
He definitely is letting the Gurkha through. He's probably not afraid of it with the Oberon and the Masha together here. The question is, does he take out that Abeli or does he take out the Riley? Either or are very viable here. I don't think he's scared of many other units there. Takes out the Gurkha while laying a Masha last, which is very interesting here. And FALLINGFLOWER taking out the Oberon does not want to face the volatility and the threat of that Oberon.
Well, speed for RAIGEKI. RAIGEKI looking to get the edge here in this round 2 between RAIGEKI and FALLINGFLOWER.
So RAIGEKI goes for the reset on the Riley, does land finally, so that segment has earned its place in SWC here. And that Masha's going to need to do a lot of damage, and hopefully it's tanky and can survive a few shots.
Ooh, Masha with just a skill 1 going into the Dominic here. Bomb is not going to be landing on top of that Riley. Sierra is 0-2.
Unfortunate, not landing that bomb, and so that means that Shizuka does not have bombs to provide either, so that's a very big miss there. So unfortunately RAIGEKI not able to land that there. Does give that reset onto Sierra, so Sierra's going to have a bomb up next, but again, RAIGEKI just not lucky, not able to land that bomb.
Ooh, big skill 2, choosing to put it on top of the Sierra here. Sierra still looking very healthy right now.
It knows that Sierra's going to be the target of focus, but I would have thought that would be nice if FALLINGFLOWER went and tried to dismount that Masha, because that Masha is going to be free to do a lot of damage to that Dominic next. So we look to see that might happen at this point.
We'll see what happens. FALLINGFLOWER really pummeling the damage on top of the Sierra. Sierra with the soul protection still. We have skills available on top of the Bailey. Chooses to just throw a skill 1 at the Sekhmet.
I'm not sure why he decided to use skill 1, do some damage on the Sekhmet there. Sekhmet is quite tanky. Definitely not a threat there. Should have thought about just pummeling damage in the Masha here. Masha does a ton of damage on the Riley.
So much damage, removing that Riley from the field thanks to that defense break. Masha is doing phenomenal work there.
Masha doing phenomenal work here, and RAIGEKI looking like he's in firm control here. Shizuka's got full HP here. Sierra does have a revive buff on it, does lay down skill 3, so it's a lot of damage that this Masha's going to be able to continue doing.
Yeah, big skill 3 landing, defense breaks everywhere. Gets the reset on top of that Abelio, looking to pummel the damage on top of, honestly, anybody here.
Yeah, but at this point here, RAIGEKI might skill 1 to try to slow down that Dominic. Does not get it, but again, it's going to have skill 2 up very soon here. Shizuka does have skill 2 available. We'll see if it decides to save it. Does decide to reset cooldowns on itself and allow that skill 3 to come up sooner.
Yep, there's that bomb finally landing. Shizuka with bombs now available.
Shizuka with bombs available. Again, this is 4 units to 2 here, but with full HP Shizuka, I don't see how FALLINGFLOWER is able to take this one.
Yeah, definitely not. I mean, Dominic does pummel a lot of damage into the field, but that Masha is going to be here to ruin FALLINGFLOWER's day.
Yeah, that Masha's going to ruin Falling Flower's day. It's going to take on this Dominic, and then this Julianne's basically going to be dead next turn.
There you have it. Round 2 going to RAIGEKI with a great response.
Yeah, RAIGEKI again with consistent play there. I mean, that was a big proc by that Masha, able to snipe out that Riley. That Riley is an important unit for Falling Flower to keep alive. So RAIGEKI was able to push the aggression there and just take out units, and that's the most consistent way to be able to win these matches here.
That's exactly why we always see Masha built on Violent, just capitalizing off of that defense break it already has, and then just dealing an incredible amount of damage, able to two-shot that Riley.
Yeah, and when we talk about builds there, it's when you Violent and your skills got a low cooldown, it's a lot of equity in that Violent proc there, right? So again, Gurka pre-ban, Shizuka pre-ban. A little interesting to see why the Shizuka's pre-banned, but probably because he doesn't want to face the Oberon Shizuka combination. Is what he's doing there.
Well, RAIGEKI's got the first pick, looking to start his draft off right here. Let's see what he prioritizes. Going up against Fallen Flower, and it looks like he's going to prioritize a segment up against Falling Flower here. It's very interesting. Falling Flower very quick to respond with a Miles and a Molly.
We're going to see that Sierra Molong again. If RAIGEKI can get Falling Flower to run it back on that same first match, he'll do it all day long because he had a really good chance to win that one. I think that's his highest chance of, I think it's a great chance of winning if you have like a 65-70% chance. So I wouldn't expect anything different. I think those are two great picks. Sierra Molong, Falling Flower may have thought he won that off merit of that first match, so he might respond with the same first two picks. But if this runs out the same way, and if RNG plays out as it should, RAIGEKI should win that one.
Well, there's that Dominic and Nana once again coming out for Fallen Flower. Definitely he has that ability to get those orbs up with that Dominic, and even Miles able to bring so much damage to the table as well. Yeah, so we're going to see that Volantis, and then we're going to see that last pick from RAIGEKI here. We're going to see the same run out as the first match here. I don't see a reason why it would change here, and I think RAIGEKI's going to be in a good spot. Whoa, the Win Robo coming to the table here.
Well, we see a Robo G92 here. This is something we've seen in Special League a lot. Think of it as a free-to-play Gianna, almost arguably better than Gianna at times because it doesn't matter if your opponent's on will or off will, you're able to get first turn advantage. So RAIGEKI providing a lot of speed threats, and I don't think there's anything Falling Flower can pick that would have RAIGEKI ban that, not ban it, except for Julianne. Julianne just kind of sits there. So I really don't like this Julianne pick because RAIGEKI now doesn't have to ban the Julianne. Can go for a more consistent win by taking out either Miles or the Molly. I think Molly's going to be the ban here, and RAIGEKI's going to dominate off the bat with his team. Nana's also acceptable if he thinks his Molong's going to be let through, but I guess Nana was banned here, so RAIGEKI's going to go for a snipe off the bat and abuse control with this Robo G92.
We'll see what happens here. HP leads for both players here. We're getting into a round 3 between Falling Flower and RAIGEKI. Miles kicking things off for us.
Yeah, Miles not able to strip that Molong there. Definitely about 30% chance to be able to land a stun there. So, fortunately, probability played out, and Falling Flower was not able to do anything there. And that Robo G92 just doing so much work.
That's a lot of damage as well. We're going to see that third skill pop off. Is there a stun happening here? There's one stun. There is not another stun there.
Unfortunate, that Robo G92 targeting a random unit at choice next. If it stuns a unit, it's able to go on. That Avalanche is doing so much damage here. There's two units stunned up. This defense breaks across the field. RAIGEKI's looking to see which unit he wants to take out. Goes after Dominic here. RAIGEKI's in a great spot here.
Definitely in a great spot indeed. A little bit of sustain popping out there with the Molly as well. We've got that third skill happening. There's the reset to stop that the cleanse coming up for Molly.
And that's a big stun onto the Miles here. Miles not able to do damage. And again, this Robo G92 has skills coming up, but doesn't really matter. I mean, RAIGEKI's up 4 units to 2. Robo G92 is just so oppressive here. Falling Flower is looking like he's going to drop this game.
Yep, 100% here. We've got Miles absolutely locked down there, and he knows it. RAIGEKI taking round 3 away from Falling Flower.
Great pick by RAIGEKI there, the Robo G92, just so effective. Reducing attack bars when your opponent's picking everything that is water, you don't have fire units on the table. You're going to see a very consistent strips, attack bar reductions, and then you're going to absorb all that attack bar, and then skill 3 with a giant fist coming down and stunning usually more units than just one. So actually a little unlucky there for RAIGEKI. But at the same time, I mean, just a much better draft, I think, able to control it from the onset. So if he continues to be able to do that, I think we're going to see an easy walk here.
Yep, let's see what happens. Pre-bans from last time. Gurka and Shizuka now available as we get into round 4.
All right, so I think we're going to see a Molly pre-ban from RAIGEKI, similar to last time as well. Does take out that Molly, and Falling Flower changing up his pre-ban, going with the Sierra, which is a little odd.
That is an interesting ban on that CR here. I think he's taking a 24 speed lead away from RAIGEKI. We'll see how RAIGEKI responds, not having one of those speed leads available to him.
I don't think RAIGEKI's going to care that his Sierra is taken out. I know it's a very well-wound Sierra, but that's definitely not the key to this matchup here. So kind of an interesting pick there. I don't know if that signals he's going to take him more early on, but Falling Flower usually plays a little bit more passively. So we may see even a Gurkha lay down, or probably a Dominic as he's done. And those are the Gurkha lay down first. Interesting pick given the fact that RAIGEKI does not have a Gurkha, so kind of interesting to see that he needs it first. RAIGEKI going to Sekhmet Molong makes a lot of sense. Keeps his picks open if he wants to ban the Gurkha or leave it on the table.
That is interesting. Maybe he's trying to make RAIGEKI overextend and draft too much to handle a Gurkha potentially.
Potentially, but we also know RAIGEKI has one of the world's best, if not the world's best Juno. Those of you that don't know about it can follow him on Instagram and you'll see that amazing Juno, best I've ever seen in the world. And it just does so much damage. And so, you know, Falling Flowers kind of played into it as well. Goes again with the Robo G92 and again the Tomo.
Yep, very, very nice. It's going to be very entertaining to see this unit, see if it pops off this time, because it was not able to pop off last time. We've got Oliver in Laura. Laura is locked in, coming from Fallen Flower.
I like this pick from Fallen Flower. He's finally playing towards the speed here. It does take the Laura, has two potentially high speed threats from the Laura, and we don't know if the Sagar is on Swift or not, but usually it's on Swift, so it might be on Swift. There's a lot of Swift coming, a lot of speed coming out from Fallen Flower. I would like to see a Juno and RAIGEKI going, or you know, Volantis turn 2, strong turn 2 play coming out from RAIGEKI, and looking to probably angle, he's probably looking to take out the Sagar here, or the Oliver, I think, and might just have to deal with the Gurkha, unfortunately.
See what happens here. Ban is going to be coming out right here, and it is. We do have that Volantis getting banned out, and Oliver getting banned out as well.
Yeah, so RAIGEKI's Robo G92 is very quick. He's going to be able to take advantage of that, but he needs that Robo to take advantage and allow himself to claw back into the game, because Falling Flower is a very scary opening.
Oh, RAIGEKI kicking it off once again with Sekhmet taking first turn.
We have Sekhmet taking first turn, and we have Robo G92 coming up, but does not get that reset on the Moore. So Moore has a chance to stun, but does not get it onto the Robo G92.
And no stuns coming out here, but we of course have that second skill from the Laura, getting 3 stuns on the field.
Yeah, you see RAIGEKI not looking very content there. That Sekhmet has missed so many openers there. If it landed on the Moore, there's no way to push back the team there, but unfortunately did land it, pushed back the Robo, so the Robo is stunned up and taunted up now. So RAIGEKI is basically on the back foot, and we have a Gurkha that's going to be able to taunt up everything right now.
Exactly. There's that third skill coming out here, dealing, honestly, a lot of damage coming out of Laura there. Defense buffs going up first team.
Yeah, defense buff going up on his team here, but again, RAIGEKI with a quick concede.
Yep, quick concede coming out of RAIGEKI. Round 4 going to Falling Flower.
Yeah, definitely that was a good time to quit there. RAIGEKI does stress a lot of times. The mental aspect of the game is important, and if you're in a game where you have a 0.01% chance to win, maybe it's not worth the mental strain, and you just want to have a stronger next match, and you don't want to dwell on that current game. So I think it's effective use of time there and understanding the situation. And we'll just see how it pans out next match.
Yeah, definitely. That's very much so like RAIGEKI, to understand that things were not looking good, take care of that match, move on to the next one. It was coming down to a game 5 in his eyes, so here he is not having to stress about that match.
And he's not going to have to stress about Gurkha here, because he's going to take that Gurkha out, because it's just so oppressive when it goes off. And we'll see if they decide to run back a similar match of what they had in the first and third game, right, with little variances on the way. But I would be surprised to see Falling Flower try that same run out again. I think he's has a lot better drafts when he has faster lineups. It's a lot more scary, a lot more threatening.
Yep, let's see what happens. There's that Sekhmet once again. Going to be the first pick coming out of RAIGEKI. Falling Flower looking to respond to that.
Yeah, so we'll see if he decides to go with the Molly here or not. I would prefer to see something more aggressive. Does go with the aggression here. Goes with the Dominic Masha, right? This incentivizes RAIGEKI to probably lay down Volantis, Praha, some mix of these units. Shizuka's not on the table. I would also think a more cleave is very effective here into some sort of Robo G92 down the line. Is also an acceptable line of play here. So there's a lot of different ways RAIGEKI can bend his draft. Goes with the Praha and also lays that Sierra.
Yeah, definitely a much better start though for Falling Flower. I love all that aggression with those 2 units. We have double speed leads look like they're being locked in here. Oliver and Moore are going to be the units for Falling Flower.
So we're definitely going to see a Volantis come down, because he needs some way to respond to the speed of Falling Flower. So Volantis is guaranteed to be in here. And then we're probably going to see some other unit that can defend. And play back here. I would like to see a Sagar, would be really interesting from RAIGEKI. If he has a Swift Sagar built, would be super cool. And looking to ban the Mosh potentially. Tomo's also interesting, giving him a second speed lead, allowing him to take control of the field. There's no immunity on Falling Flower side. So right now the tentative ban looks to be Masha.
Yep, let's see what happens here. Falling Flower with this one last pick. Gurka not available. Got pre-banned in this match. He does have other LDs available. He had that Light Monkey King available. Looks like he's going to be hovering over a Juno. See if he chooses to lock that down. Signal he's going to be letting that Tomo through and the Volantis.
That is correct, Stoic. It looks like he's gonna, he is signaling at least that he's gonna let those two through, probably banning out those. Sierra's an interesting ban there. I'm not sure if I would have gone there. I would have thought about a higher speed threat like Sekhmet there. Juno, of course, the force ban when he lays that down like that.
Well, 33 speed lead coming out for Falling Flower. Is that going to be enough to be faster than the Sekhmet? And it is not enough.
So once again, RAIGEKI putting faith into a Sekhmet there. Sekhmet does finally land, so we'll see how this match pans out here. That Moore tends to be inconsistent, so we'll see if it's able to stun anything. Does not stun, and there is that revenge from that Volantis here, and Volantis does proc up all 4 units.
Yeah, a lot of value coming out of Volantis, but a beautiful additional turn coming out of the Masha. Masha is glanced, though, looking for some big defense break damage to see if he chooses to use it or to hold on to that skill.
That's potentially a lot of damage coming out, but no defense break is huge because that means RAIGEKI has a window of opportunity, does not have a lot of volatility on the side, does give his team speed buff, which is going to allow his team to lap and do a lot more damage.
That's right. I mean, let's see what happens here. Tomo with skills up, throws down a Kama on top of that that Masha.
Yeah, and at this point here, actually, all 4 units are stunned. There's speed buff on RAIGEKI's side. This is a lot of damage that's going to come on the side of Falling Flower. I don't think Falling Flower is going to be able to get a turn, actually. I think his SWC play is done at this point.
Wow, we'll see what happens. RAIGEKI with absolute all control in this match here. We have a dismount Masha, definitely not looking good at all for Falling Flower. There's that third skill. He knows it. There it is, RAIGEKI taking round 5 away from Falling Flower.
And the sigh of relief coming from RAIGEKI after he takes that one. All the debuffs on the side of Fallen Flower knowing his tournament is done. It wasn't easy. A 3-2 victory for RAIGEKI for a date against DRMZJOSEPH for a spot at the World Finals in Seoul, Korea. That's going to be a lot of fun here. But again, one more round of applause for Falling Flower, taking it all 5 games there against RAIGEKI. And guys, that again was another great match that we've had here at America's Cup, Stoic.
It really was. I really am a big fan of RAIGEKI. And it's moments like where he decided to concede early is why I appreciate this man. He understands that this is a lost cause, and I know RAIGEKI is known to be someone who kind of tilts a little bit. So he knew it. He's like, know what? I'm not going to worry about it. Goes right into his game 5, and he put in some massive work in that game 5.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the times you want to see players, never say die attitude, but RAIGEKI knows himself well enough. He's like, I'd rather not tilt. So let's move on as we take a look at the bracket. Our 2 players moving on to the semifinals. It's the man from Peru, DRMZJOSEPH, against Ricky RAIGEKI, who is still left up in this tournament. And again, those 2 guys playing for the spot in the finals. But we're not done yet with the quarterfinals bracket. We still got the big matchup, BIGV and MADREAMDY, as well as ZEFA and TRUEWHALE in the QF. Guys, this is so fun, and there's so much on the line still here in Make It a Bud.
Definitely a lot. I mean, there's that trip to Korea that everyone's vying for. So, of course, the goal here is to get in the finals, and I think everything else is gravy for these players. So, definitely a lot on the line. That second half of the bracket is stacked. I mean, there's just every player there is a former champion or winner of something. I mean, it's an incredibly difficult matchups for all 4 players involved. It's going to be some high-level gameplay.
All right. Well, we've got 2 matches down. We've got 2 more to go. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, big one, BIGV and MADREAMDY. Don't go anywhere. You are watching America's Cup 2022.
I mean, ZEFA is definitely the veteran here. I think a lot of favor goes towards him.
ZEFA has that experience, has that Gianna, has that triple revenge, I believe.
ZEFA taking round one.
TRUEWHALE, one of the biggest names in the Americas region here, make it a button.
I mean, we have a former Legend season winner, and that's not easy to do.
TRUEWHALE taking round two. MADREAMDY!
There you have it. MADREAMDY getting the victory and moving on in the tournament.
MADREAMDY is very fast, he's very good, an extremely intelligent player.
Reigning America's Cup champion, one of the highest rated players to ever finish in the Americas region at the World Finals.
And there you have it, Big V!
Hello everyone and welcome back to New York City for SWC 2022 America's Cup. It has been two great matches so far, and we're looking to have two more to wrap up the quarterfinals. D-Gon here with Stoic and Make It a Bud. And guys, it has been such a great journey so far. Series that have gone the distance, results that might have surprised someone in the first one, with DRMZJOSEPH making it on through. Not the fans though, because the fans, y'all have the right predictions. But then in match number 2, RAIGEKI getting the 3-2 victory over FALLINGFLOWER. Make It a Bud. It has been so fun to watch so far, hasn't it?
Definitely a back and forth. I mean, both series went 3-2. That's how you know the opponents are very evenly matched. Obviously, there's some RNG, but as the sample size gets larger, it tends to narrow down to who makes the better choices and better drafts.
Yeah, and as we have those two names etched in there for the semifinals for DRMZJOSEPH and RAIGEKI, ZEFA and TRUEWHALE waiting in match number 4, but the next one, Big V and MADREAMDY. And Stoic, you said at the top of the day, this is your big matchup right here.
I mean, that is a massive matchup. Our two people moving to Worlds last year. Here they are in their first match in match number 3. Big V MADREAMDY. That is going to be a very exciting match. I couldn't tell you who is definitely favored here, but I mean, you can't help but show a little bit of favor to last year's previous America's Cup champion.
Definitely. I mean, you saw it in the intro video. You had MADREAMDY slicing things up, trying to torch the competition. On the opposite side, Big V just pulled out the medal and said, come at me. And that is where we start here in our second half of the quarterfinals. It's Big V and MADREAMDY in the rematch of last year's finals. And again, said it at the top of the show, I love to reiterate it here. When I try to explain this competition to all my friends, I'm like, hey, it is a random bracket once they qualify on through the preliminaries. So for those that qualify on day 1 or 2, it's relief that you don't have to worry about day 3. But if you qualify on day 3, you know that you're back in the dance. You could get anyone. Some people get easier brackets than others. This has got to be one of the toughest draws for both these guys, right here, Stoic?
That's right. It really is. Like this bottom half of the bracket is wild. The really big names are down here. Not the top brackets are not big enough either, but I mean, just this, it's crazy to see these 4 down here.
Yeah, again, BIGV, MADREAMDY, ZEFA, and TRUEWHALE. These are all heavy hitters here that have the potential not only to win their side of the match, but then win the semifinals and win the whole thing here, making it fun.
Yeah, I mean, this is just such a stacked bracket. Again, I can't be stressed enough. I mean, you have America's Cup champions, Legend champions, America's Cup runner-ups. You have some incredible rune boxes, LD monsters. You have everything you could ask for here in these matchups.
Yeah, and again, for all the rest of these matches here in the quarterfinals, everyone will be over on stage live at the Hard Rock Cafe over in New York City. So it is so fun to see how these players are going to deal with the pressures of that, because last year's matchup in the finals, everyone got to do it from the comforts of the home. That's kind of what happens here. Make it a bud. How do you feel like these two opponents in BIGV and MADREAMDY might deal with the pressure from what we've seen so far in the first 2 matches?
I mean, I think they're still going to be focused on their own games. Everyone comes here, you know, with one goal in mind, and that's to win, or at least hopefully make it to Korea and then to win. It's interesting, like last night, no one's hanging out in the hotel lobby wanting to chit-chat. All the players are focused. I was trying to find a couple players to grab a drink with, but it was impossible. It's because everyone's off focusing, and that's a focus that they have. They've played this game for so many years, and so like you're here for one job, one goal, and that's not to make friends. I mean, maybe it is, but it is to win and go through to Korea.
Yeah. So, hey guys, no one wanted to be Make It a Bud's friend. Well, these 2 guys wanted to win. Here we go. It's BIGV and MADREAMDY, the dream rematch of the finals, but only one can move on to the semifinals. So let's take a deeper look at last year's champion and the reigning America's Cup winner, BIGV.
我叫靳博威，然后我玩这个游戏有8年了，游戏里的名字叫 BIGV。为什么我会觉得我今年还会得冠？因为我是去年的冠军啊。我就是想，因为没有人得过连续2次得过这个冠军嘛，然后我就想来成为第一个打破这个记录的人。非常开心，然后有一点紧张，因为毕竟这是第一次线下的比赛，然后会有观众。为什么我比 MADREAMDY 更强？因为我遇见他2次，他都没有赢啊。去年他也没有赢，今年他也没有赢。他拿什么赢？
The mental edge in BIGV's favor, has the winning streak against MADREAMDY, and was able to qualify on through with that matchup earlier in the semifinals as well. Beat Thompson. Big shout out to Thompson. And MADREAMDY earlier in the semifinals for day number 2. And so now, yet again, we get another treat of this matchup. So BIGV, big box, and worthy champion of America's Cup. How does he do it for a second time in a row to be the first player ever to win 2 America's Cups back-to-back here? Make it a bud.
I mean, you saw that box just now, the Viva Chow, Ragdoll, Narsha, Tianling sitting in the back, probably a bunch of other, recently pulled a Lima. I mean, he pretty much has half of the most impactful LDs, triple S tier, whatever tier you want to use in the game, and also great runes to use with them.
Stoked?
Yeah, most definitely. I think BIGV is probably one of the more aggressive players that we have. I love the way that he played out already in the prelims. I love how he played last year up against MADREAMDY. I think BIGV is very aggressive. He has all these units that he can bring to the table. We've seen that Narsha perform. We've seen the Miles. They all pump. Everything is just so well ruined for BIGV. He's a very fast player as well.
Again, got to see it was against Thompson. If you're over in the audience, in the crowd, go find Thompson, go give him a hug. We know that he's over there over at the Hard Rock Cafe. But again, Big V, a worthy opponent, and again, the guy on top. And there's something to be said about being the favorite. A lot of the time we say underdogs have this way of sneaking on in, but Big V assumes the role of like, hey, everyone's coming at me with the target on the back. Does that change the way that he plays here, Stoic, or do we feel pretty confident in the way that he's going in against MADREAMDY since he's already done it twice now?
Yep, that's right. And I think we can stay very, very confident with Big V, our previous America's Cup champion. I think Big V does have what it takes to beat MADREAMDY, but we all know that MADREAMDY is still a very, very tough opponent. I mean, he has to take this guy down to move forward, but MADREAMDY, he's definitely not going to be backing down whatsoever.
Stoic, again, perfect transition. Let's get to look at his opponent, Big V's opponent. It's MADREAMDY.
也要看运气吧，如果运气太这边的话，不一定。名字叫张端松，然后我游戏名字叫 MADREAMDY， 今年玩魔灵召唤有快7年了，然后我来自温哥华。我今年的符文进步了很多，然后主要还有怪也多了好多只出来的。现在的感想，打比赛我也又兴奋又紧张，因为我第一场的对手就是 BIGV， 前面就已经碰到过他了，也输给他了。这次如果打 BIGV 的话，应该要跟之前要换一下套路，不然会 BIGV 下手轻一点。
You love that there by MADREAMDY. How can you not love this player? Again, MADREAMDY coming on in yet again trying to beat his main monster with more monsters. You see what I did there? He called Big V a monster because he's really good at the game, right? So again, MADREAMDY, Big V, time to get into prediction time, boys. Who you got, Stoic? Let's go with you.
Gotta give it to Big V, really do.
All right, Big V there in one of our picks. Pick number 2, what you got here, Make It a Bud?
I mean, I'll say MADREAMDY 3-2. I mean, I've seen his runes in the lobby, and we have some upper 190 violence sets, 3 sets of 190 violence sets. I think if anyone can do this, it's MADREAMDY.
All right, well, here we go. The 2 players on stage, MADREAMDY and Big V. Can MADREAMDY overcome his fears? Let's find out together.
And let's get into it, guys. Big V, MADREAMDY, pre-bans locked in. The Dark Onimusha getting banned out, as well as Ragdoll.
Yeah, so Big V's likely going to be taking out the Dark Onimusha and maybe the Yunhong alternating. Dark Onimusha is MADREAMDY's main source of damage oftentimes, so it makes a lot of sense here. MADREAMDY likely locking in that Oliver first. Big V likely going to take that Masha just because it's a good pick here. And you could follow the more Shizuka. Just a lot of different ways you could do this when you have a box like his.
Oh, no way. The Dark Pure Vanilla. I'm very curious if, well, not Dark Pure Vanilla here, but very curious if he was going to bring that to the table, but it is going to be a Moore and Masha coming out of Big V.
Great. So we see some aggressive play coming out from Big V. Wants to be able to flex his draft any way he wants. Goes with the Moore Masha. I would like to see a Chung Pung coming and probably a Robo G92 to put some pressure on MADREAMDY here. I think that would enable a cleave comp and allow Big V to have a good last pick to seal the deal here.
Let's see what happens with these last picks here. Looks like it's going to be a Tableau and a Chung Pung coming out for Big V, taking that Tableau back to rethink of this slot here.
Yeah, Tableau is a great pick as well, but the Chung Pung is almost mandatory. When you see so many water win units and you do have a speed lead on your side, Chung Pung just enables too much. It's too big of a threat here. Now MADREAMDY has a big decision to play to make here. It's like, how does he want to play? Does he want to ban the Chung Pung? Does he want to reset it with a segment pick? He can go with segment. He can go with Yunhong if he wants to enable an Oliver later. There's a lot of different picks he can make here. So MADREAMDY likely going to need to do single target damage is probably the most consistent approach. Goes with a Gelnir and a Seimei. Interesting picks here.
I am flabbergasted right now. Gelnir and Seimei wrapping up MADREAMDY's draft. I couldn't have predicted that.
No, I definitely did not see the Gelnir coming out or the Seimei coming out. Of course, the Gelnir is not a unit we see often. The first time we've seen it in SWC. And Gelnir, obviously, when it gets stacks and then a unit takes damage, it replenishes a lot of HP. So that Gelnir is going to be kind of annoying to deal with, but it's a little weak in the AoE control. So that Chung Pung almost needs to be banned. And that's why that Sager last pick is so effective, because it acts very similar to Chung Pung, because there's already a Moore that strips for it. So Big V is kind of in a good spot. I do like a spot here. Probably wants to take out either the Shizuka or the Oliver, but you really could take out a lot of variety of things. But DREAMDY probably needs to address this Changpeng here, but there's just so much to deal with. Masha's fine too. Changpeng's taken out, Seimei taken out. Interesting picks here. But DREAMDY lacks a little bit of threat. This Masha's gonna do a lot of damage here, so MADREAMDY's gonna need to keep this Oliver alive. And so we'll see how much health, how much healing this Geldner is going to be able to do here.
Well, let's see how it breaks down, guys, with our first match between Big V and MADREAMDY. Let's get into it. We have more. Kicking things off for Big V with a big skill 2. No despair stuns come out.
No despair stuns come out, and unfortunately Oliver does not have a target to reset here. We're going to see Big V tunnel this Oliver and also control that Praha with some resets from the Sagar here. So that's a line that we're going to see coming out from Big V, and MADREAMDY is looking just to keep his team alive.
Here comes that Masha going right into that Oliver. Oliver with a defense break sitting on top, but big skill 3s coming out there with folks landing across the field as well.
It goes for the reset on Shizuka. Also a fine reset here, taunts up all the units on the field here. Big V might returns dice, does have that speed buff, so going to be able to do a lot of damage with this Masha.
Yeah, a lot of damage. Got over 10k happening right there on top of the Oliver. A little bit of sustain coming out due to that Geldner.
Yeah, but at this point here, Big V might be running out of steam. Actually, there's still 3 stacks on that Geldner, and that Oliver basically got full HP, does not have defense break anymore. So Big V's going to be able to use this Oliver at some point to be able to do a lot of damage and control units over time.
Yeah, nice little additional turn there, getting the slow on top of the Praha and the Oliver.
Yeah, he's probably looking to stun up this Praha here. Does not get the stun. Masha does need a proc if he wants to have skill 2 coming up next year. Needs to do a lot of damage on this Oliver, not able to do so. That Geldner has 1 more stack, so that's a lot of healing coming on side of MADREAMDY's side here. And MADREAMDY just needs to get this Oliver in action to be able to start resetting units and dominate in this match.
Most definitely. Cigar with just the first skill available, not landing the provoke either on top of the Praha. Praha with all skills available here. Big V not being able to put out the kind of damage he's looking for.
Yeah, not able to do that and able to get that speed buff on his team. So very good use of skills here. This Geldner just so effective here. Does get that despair stun on that more.
Yeah, crazy despair stuns coming out from this Geldner. We've got that third skill getting dropped on top of that more. Oliver getting that another turn here. There's that skill 2. No additional turn popping out there.
So that Moore's taking a lot of damage. This Oliver does a lot of damage. I like MADREAMDY's position. That Oliver's tanky enough to survive that Masha. A couple of hits from that. The Geldner's keeping everything together here. MADREAMDY's just going to be able to use this Oliver to wear down Big V. There is no healing on Big V's side, so I think it's just a matter of time before units start to fold.
There's that reset, tech bar reduction on top of the tableau. Additional turns going to be popping up here. We've got Oliver doing those Oliver things. Just so many turns popping up from this unit here.
Yeah, I mean, Big V dies of Oliver at this point here. It's just too many turns, and that Oliver hasn't even procced yet. And we're seeing so much oppression come out. That Geldner keeping it alive. 3 stacks left. There's just not enough burst coming out from Big V's side, and not enough healing to keep him in the game to be able to take out MADREAMDY's Oliver.
Yeah, Pra's trying to cycle a little bit of damage on top of that tableau. We've got Sager looking to get a provoke, not landing the provoke on top of the Oliver. Masha trying to do all she can right now, and it's just not going to be enough.
Not going to be enough indeed. Again, there's 2 stacks on this Geldner here. This Oliver's not going down. It's at full HP. It's going to be able to cycle and shake this defense break with its skill 3, able to cycle turns here. So again, Big V's going to be losing units here. At this point here, he really could be thinking about leaving the game.
Yep, there's that big skill 3 right there. Getting the reset, tech bar reduction. So much damage coming out here. MADREAMDY with all skills available on top of the Shizuka as well. Getting the defense break and a ton of debuffs landing here.
Again, Big V's just stalling the inevitable here. I mean, this Oliver's just going to pick apart his team here. And there's no way Masha's going to be able to solo 4 units, especially when there's a Praha there. So really like the position that MADREAMDY's in. If I'm Big V, I'm thinking about the next match already.
Most definitely. You can just see the Sagers just holding on with thread right now, and Oliver does not care. Drops down that tableau, and that is definitely going to be it for Big V. I think he's taking his time here, thinking about his next match already.
I would love to see MADREAMDY hit the auto button and show us the tablet on the screen, but I think he's got manners and is not going to do that. But that would be incredible gamesmanship if we saw that.
Yeah, most definitely. More damage coming into this Masha, and it's just MADREAMDY just relaxing here, absolutely relaxing here, knowing that he has his first game confirmed up against Big V.
Yeah, and of course, Geldner reminding us that it's on Despair, getting that Despair stun on that Masha again. But again, I would love to see that auto button hit. We don't see that too often in SWC, and that would just be a great way to kick this off.
Little Pride with a big first skill, almost finished it off. Shizuka is going to be the one to wrap it up here. MADREAMDY taking round 1 away from Big V.
Geldner, what a pick.
I was not expecting to see that unit.
I was not either. I did not know MADREAMDY had a Geldner in the back. I know he's got a Destiny and some other great LDs, but did not expect a Geldner, and that's exactly what he needed. I mean, able to get enough stacks, keep that Oliver alive. We knew Big V had to tunnel that Oliver, because when you bring a Masha in, that is a unit you have to kill. Didn't want to get controlled by the Oliver, but at the end of the day, didn't bring enough damage and wasn't able to hang on.
All right, let's see what happens here with this round 2. Big V looking to get a response here against MADREAMDY. We got the pre-bans from last time, that Dak Onimusha, and of course the Ragdoll getting pre-banned, and they are now available as we get into round 2 here. Pre-bans coming out very shortly.
I think Big V should be thinking about pre-banning that Geldnir, just because, quite honestly, he might not have an answer to it. And it's just so much volatility in this matchup that he probably didn't anticipate beforehand. It's better just to get rid of that and not have to think about it. So if I was Big V, I would take out Geldnir. If I'm MADREAMDY, I mean, there's so many LDs you could take out. Instead, decides to take out the Oliver, knowing that Big V has first pick. So values that, and probably is going to want to lean into his water units more, is why he's taking out Oliver there.
Yeah, really interesting pre-ban here on top of that Juno as well, to see that pre-ban by Big V. Big V has that first pick. I mean, we've seen the Volantis coming out of Big V as well, and that's a unit that he doesn't want to have to play against, pre-banning that Juno.
Yeah, again, when you have so many LDs, you can almost pre-ban a Fire Slime and it would work. But taking out that Juno allows him to take that Volantis more effectively. So right now, Big V going for that Praha here. But DRMZJOSEPH, if he wanted to go aggressive, could go with some sort of a more Dominic, more Changpeng. That type, more Changpeng would be great into this. Or he could go, I guess, turn 2 with a Shizuka and later look to kind of polish us off with maybe some sort of a Destiny would be cool. Yanhong would be interesting. But I'm not sure, you know, the Shizuka is a little interesting here at this point.
Yeah, I was talking to MADREAMDY yesterday, and I said that I wanted to see more of this Destiny. I have a feeling his response was not very positive when he was talking about the Destiny. So we'll see if it happens, because I personally would still love to see it. But he is going to be locking in that Dark Onimusha.
Yeah, so when MADREAMDY locks in the Dark Onimusha, and this Shizuka here is basically conceding first turn. However, I did fight him on the ladder last night. That Dark Onimusha is over 170, 180 speeds. Quite fast, so he might still have first turn on the table here. Big V leaning into the Narsha. I would like to see a speed lead. Lima's okay. Lima's a great pick here, and that's probably why he took out that Juno. Juno, you know, counters that Lima and also does quite a bit of damage overall. MADREAMDY, again, this cleave is open. He can go for a Changpeng and go with a Moor if he wants, and I know he has an incredibly fast Moor that's deep into the plus 190s on Despair.
Let's see what MADREAMDY is going to be drafting here to respond to that Narsha in Lima that came out from Big V. And it looks like he's hovering over a CR, getting a speed lead for himself and one other pick here before that time runs out. We do see a 0 there, and it is going to be a Wateryu Moor.
So not the end of the world that the timer ran out. Usually that's not something that people want, but I think a Moor is a great pick here. And I actually think into a Volantis, Volantis only revenges 50% of the time, and when it does so, when you get your turn, you don't always hit your skills. So might not be a bad idea. You know, he's not in the worst position here, having 2 speed leads there. Sierra's not the best in this situation, but I think the Moor is fine. And I would like to see a Changpeng to finish this off, or some other way, or even a Robo G92 would be more effective than a Changpeng because it allows him a little bit more control over turn 1.
I was watching Big V to see if there was going to be a reaction as that went to 0 and the Moor came out, or the Wateryu came out. There was actually no reaction for MADREAMDY there at all. And I mean, we've got Seimei coming out as a 5th pick here. I'm not too sure how I feel about Seimei at the moment.
I like that Seimei pick into the Lima Volantis there. I think the Narsha is probably the ban, Narsha or the Praha. Narsha's likely the pre-ban, the ban, because it does so much damage, and I think Seimei is a force ban here. Absolutely has to ban Seimei. I think that those are the 2 bans that are most likely to happen. Narsha's just so volatile. Seimei just counters Big V's team so well here.
Oh, wow. Yeah, Seimei is going to be the ban out, and so is Narsha. 24 speed leads coming out for both of these players, and here we go. We've got round 2 with Big V and MADREAMDY.
And this is going to come down to how many units Moore is able to stun here. Actually, this tablet probably is on some sort of super fast violent or probably swift set here. It's going to allow Big V to have an opening.
Let's see what happens. He's going to use that return dice here. There's that 3rd skill dropping out.
Definitely use that return dice here, but again, does not have a Narsha, so I think MADREAMDY is likely going to be able to survive this early onslaught. Shizuka does still have will on it, so it's going to be able to give his team a little bit of bounce back here.
Yep, let's see what happens. He does choose to use that 3rd skill coming out of the Lima, getting the invincibility and immunity up as well, cycling a little bit of attack bar on top of that Dark Onimusha.
Yeah, remember, by doing this, he is given invincibility to MADREAMDY when the Shizuka does go off here, so Shizuka should be using skill 3, thinking about when he wants to use skill 3, probably should use it soon at some point to protect his team. May not need to use it now, but definitely is going to be a very effective one when it does come out.
Throwing down a nice little skill 2 on top of that Dark Onimusha. Dark Onimusha with glancing, of course. Looking for a little bit of damage with that 2nd skill here.
Yeah, interesting choice to use that second skill there, but I think it's also okay. Just wants to do some damage, leave a target on the field here. But again, that Praha does have skill 3, so that Praha is going to be able to give his team speed buff, and I think that's going to probably seal the deal here, especially with that Shizuka not using skill 3, no invincibility going on the side of MADREAMDY. I think he would like to take advantage here and start cycling.
Yep, just goes for a second skill, gets the additional turn as well. Only using first skill though on top of that Dark Onimusha, not utilizing the third skill just yet.
Interesting choice not to do so, but I guess very conservative play here. Just want to take units one out one at a time here. Shizuka does need to lay down skill 3 or else this game's pretty much over. But again, I think this game's over pretty much anyways. MADREAMDY's on the back foot, units low on HP. Sierra didn't really do very much, and he got outsped. Moore's not able to do much at this point in time.
Praha getting another additional turn here. Has that third skill available, not going to be using it. Just looking to cycle a little bit of attack bar and have that second skill available to strip everything on the side of MADREAMDY here. Definitely looking very comfortable for Big V.
Yeah, definitely looking very good for Big V here. That Moore not stripping a ton there and not able to do very much. And of course, there's 2 slows going on the side of Moore and Sierra here. So again, looking very difficult for MADREAMDY to come back, but it's not over yet. Sierra does have a bomb, might be able to land a very impactful stun here.
Oh, no bomb is going to be landing here. Big V with a sigh of relief, not having to deal with that.
Yeah, Big V with a sigh of relief and a smile, knowing that he was able to get a little lucky there. But at the same time, you know, there's always 2 more matches left. So the revive coming up on the Dark Onimusha, but again, no skill 2 available, so not enough damage coming outside MADREAMDY, and I think that's going to be over soon.
Yeah, Big V looking for a stun on top of the CR, highest attack bar unit. Choosing to stun the Shizuka instead, though.
Yeah, does finally lay down skill 3, does get that speed buff, but again, there's Tableau with speed buff, there's Lima with speed buff, there's invincibility coming up, there's just too many skills available for Big V to use.
Yeah, truly, there is. We've got first skill, second skill here for Tableau using the first skill instead. Another stun coming out onto the CR. CR is going to get wrapped up here.
Sierra's definitely going to get wrapped up here, and even if Shizuka was able to proc and bring this Dark Onimusha back, there's no way he could come back because there's invincibility on the side of Big V.
There goes the CR. Skill 2 is available here. Let's see if he chooses to use it with this Tableau here. Might just even just skill 1 this Shizuka.
Yeah, well, he goes for the skill 2, just wants to slow the team, stun the team. I mean, at this point, it's pretty much over. I don't see a way for Big V to lose this. Even if you were to intentionally try to make the wrong play or auto something, I don't think it's technically possible.
Yeah, 100%. There it is, dropping down that Water Ryu, and it's just the Lonely Shizuka. And just like Big V did the first match, MADREAMDY's going to do the same thing. He's going to wait this one out here. He wants to get as much time to think about his next match as well. And Big V does respond with a round 2 victory for 1-1 Big V MADREAMDY.
And that one just went down to that Tableau outspeeding. I think that's got to be on Swift there. It's very tough to go violent and outspeed MADREAMDY like that, given the rune sets that MADREAMDY runs. But I mean, I don't think MADREAMDY was expecting the Tableau to be on Swift. And that's a challenging part about facing Tableaus. Oftentimes you don't know if it's on Swift or if it's on violent. And so that can be a little bit challenging in the draft. And also, if you're the one who's bringing in the Tableau, allows you to kind of pull a fast one on your opponent.
Yep, for sure. Definitely looking forward to this next match here, Big V and MADREAMDY. Let's see who's going to break the, who's going to get the victory over one another and one step closer to locking in their ticket to move into the semis.
So now that Juno pre-ban makes sense here, but I think we're going to see something similar to the first match. So we're going to see a Dark Onimusha pre-ban coming out from Big V for sure. And I think MADREAMDY, or Geldnir potentially, but MADREAMDY probably going to follow suit, something similar to the first match as well. Big V's probably thinking if he wants to take out this Geldnir right now. You see him hand on his chin thinking. That's a thinking position here where he wants to see what he wants to pre-ban. Probably looking for that Geldnir on this thing, and chooses not to. Goes with the Oliver pre-ban. Interesting.
Oliver and Ragdoll getting pre-banned out here. That would have been funny to see a Geldnir getting pre-banned. We haven't seen a Geldnir pre-banned, honestly, ever. But it was just so well used in that first match here with MADREAMDY.
Yeah, Big V basically not wanting to give MADREAMDY that Oliver opening here. MADREAMDY going with the Praha, which is interesting here. But again, Big V can respond with a more Changpong if he wants to open up aggressive. Can also respond probably with, you know, Shizuka play if he wants to go turn 2. The sky's the limit here. So, but the most likely case here is more Changpong or more Narsha LD units are great as well.
Yeah, but it's so interesting that both players are prioritizing this Praha so much. Big V took it away, and then MADREAMDY took it back here in round 3. Very interesting. We've got MADREAMDY looking to respond after the 2 very fast units on the side of Big V.
I would like to see a Changpong coming from MADREAMDY here and a speed lead. He definitely needs to represent some sort of speed when you're going into your second and third pick against an already laid speed lead. So probably Changpong and some sort of speed lead would be optimal. But instead he wants to go for a turn 2 play with a Dark Onimusha and a Nana.
And a Nana. I was definitely expecting to see the Shizuka here, but not not the Nana, and he took the Shizuka back and brought the Nana out with the Dak Onimusha. Very interesting draft already for MADREAMDY.
Interesting draft here. Pretty much wanted to answer the Narsha. It's almost like he's playing into the Narsha and just wanting to let that Narsha in play here. Big V has so many ways he can take this. Lays a Lima down. I mean, you could lay anything from Savannah to Changpangs to all kinds of ways you can dictate this pace of this, because Big V has a speed lead, and that's why MADREAMDY would need to take a speed lead in the second and third pick there to have a more flexible fourth and fifth pick. And unfortunately, we see the timer running out, so he might have just run out of time earlier.
Yeah, quite possibly, but Big V locking in the Lima and the Bobber. MADREAMDY wrapping up his draft here with Yanhong and Pontos.
And you see Big V doing some counting there, looking at that Pontos, looking at that Yanhong to see which one he wants to ban. The ban is going to be one of the two if he wants to do a speed battle. If he lays that Tableau down, I think we're going to see a Yanhong ban. Well, the Tableau's on Swift, so we might even see, yeah, we're going to see a Yanhong ban, and then he's going to look to take advantage and kill some things and let the Pontos through. But traditionally, I would think the Pontos is also quite scary, but there is a Lima on the field.
Well, let's see what happens. Bans should be coming out. Both players proving that they want to take as much time as possible. We've seen this throughout their drafts and even their matches for match 1 and match 2, that they like to take their time. So same thing with this ban. We're going to see this number get pretty low before it goes out. And Narsha and Nana are going to be the bans.
Narsha, Nana bans here, so Big V does not want to face the volatility of losing a unit off the bat here. It's going to come down to the opener. It's going to come down to if Big V is going to be able to take out a unit early with the damage coming out from Barbara.
All right, let's see what happens. Tableau kicking things off here for Big V. Return dice coming out once again.
Oh yeah, and the Yanhong of MADREAMDY is on a plus 190 some violence set here. So we're going to see a lot of damage coming out from the Barber here, because Yanhong is not able to capitalize on a first turn here. So Barber's going to do a ton of damage here. Opts for a skill 3. That's a lot of damage on Dark Onimusha here. Also a lot of damage coming out from the Moor, and there's going to be a lot of protection coming out from the Lima.
100% there, getting a lot of value with those his units right now for Big V. Skill 2 is going to come out. Anything special, just getting a slow on top of the Yanhong and Praha.
And going for the stuns, they're not getting the stuns. So MADREAMDY is actually in a good position here, because every unit has its skills up. Yanhong has heals, and so does Praha here. So I actually think MADREAMDY is in a great spot to come back and take advantage of this situation.
And a little bit of attack break there. More damage coming towards that Dark Onimusha. Pontos has all skills available here. He can go for the Holy Ground. Holy Ground is what's going to happen. Charge Vitality available as well to save his Dark Onimusha.
And I think at this point here, MADREAMDY could be looking to go and dismount the Barbara here. Instead, goes for some damage on the Tableau, which is perfectly acceptable. Goes for the Blade Fan onto the Tableau. Tableau's going to go down here. And again, Big V's going to run out of steam.
Let's see what happens. MADREAMDY with the skill 2 is available. Chooses skill 1 to take that unit out. Does have skill 2 available here to open up his next target.
Yeah, interesting here. Big V does have skill 2 left on the Barbara, so he's going to be able to snipe a unit out if Will comes off. But again, there's still 1 and 2 turn Wills on the opponent's MADREAMDY side here, so kind of tough for this Barbara to be able to get in here.
Yeah, most definitely a little bit of damage coming towards that Praha here. We do have a Predict Future. Looking for a big strip here. Does not get that strip on top of the Pontos or that Yanhong.
Yeah, does not get it on the Yanhong here. And again, there's that 2-turn silence on the Barbara, so the Barbara's not going to have that skills available. And so the Barbara's not going to be able to do anything here. It's going to be dismounted here, so MADREAMDY's going to be in a great position.
Ooh, does not get the defense break, though, so Barbara does stay on top of this Dragon. Not getting dismounted just yet. A little bit of damage, though, is going to be coming out here, maybe capitalizing on top of this Praha.
Definitely a little damage, but again, this Barbara is usually on Swift here, so again, not going to be able to proc out of that silence. So I think MADREAMDY's just going to be able to push the advantage here. That Lima still needs 2 more turns to get skill 3 up, and I think MADREAMDY's just in a great spot.
Yeah, Lima trying to cycle a little bit of attack bar with that first skill. We've got only a first skill here for the Pontos, with no skills available. And let's see if he chooses to just put it into the Lima, not wake anything else up.
I don't think you touch the Lima there. Lima's definitely got some revenge wounds going on. I think at some point you want to just dismount the Barbara. It's got that silence on there, so you want to isolate units to give yourself the edge here. You don't want to give your opponent a chance of Vile back into the game. So I think there's a little bit of a misstep, but not really egregious at this point, because MADREAMDY's just in such a great position.
Yeah, definitely. MADREAMDY's in a very good position right now. Big V trying to get any value that he can. Notice Bear Stuns are coming out from this Water Ryu Moor. We've got only a first skill here for this Pontos.
Yeah, and I think some damage should be going out on the Barbara, but does not do a ton of damage there, but does get a proc for massive skill 3.
Yeah, massive skill 3, able to protect his team. Charge Vitality is going to be coming out into Dark Onimusha. Dark Onimusha is going to be fit to destroy this Praha. Praha's not down just yet, but it's still not looking good for Big V.
Again, Big V does not have a win condition here. I can't see a situation in which he wins against these 4 units with whatever he's got left on the field here. So Big V's really going to have to dig deep if he wants to figure out how he can take 2 matches straight.
He's going to go with the big second skill, not getting a ton of value here, just some strips, and of course no Despair Stun. We haven't seen a single Despair Stun come out of this Moor yet.
No, we have not seen a single Despair Sun come out this one. This more is quite squishy, obviously, on speed, attack. And of course, Big V just not able to take this one here. This Lima's not going to be able to do it. Might even be on a triple revenge build when we see so many revenges here.
Yeah, quite possibly. I don't think we've seen any violence, but definitely a lot of revenges coming out of this Lima for sure.
Yeah, but I'm not sure if that revenge is going to be enough to be able to take out Praha, Yunhong, and Apontos here. I mean, there's just too much healing, too much damage coming out from the MADREAMDY side.
It really is crazy how much it is revenging, though. So, like, Big V is getting pretty lucky right now, but he does have the Daydream available, healing up the team, putting the unit to sleep. So, I mean, it was a really good unit here, but just not enough for Big V to get this victory here. MADREAMDY taking round 3 away from Big V.
Solid play by MADREAMDY. There actually, when there was the opening where the Barber had a choice to use skill 2 or skill 3, he chose to use skill 3 onto the Dark Onimusha. And I actually thought that was a little odd. I thought he should have skill 2 into the Yunhong there. So taking a unit out, because when you have a speed buff Barber, Barbers are usually very, very aggressive in build, very high damage, low survivability when you're on Swift. You're looking to snipe units out. And I think that would have changed the matchup a lot, but he went for that Dark Onimusha there, which is a little interesting. It might have cost him that match there.
Yep, we'll see what happens here. Big V looking to adjust as we get into our round 4. This could be it for Big V, though, if MADREAMDY can stop him right here, and MADREAMDY would go forward, ending the streak for Big V.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Big V flexes and bends with this. I mean, the Narsha pick too, if we go back to the picks here, taking that more Narsha is a little interesting because they don't synergize. That's why I thought you would see a Changpeng, because Changpeng strips as well. So when you bring in 2 strippers together and a speed lead, you have a lot more flexibility, and you can take that Narsha in the third and the fourth picks, and it's equally as effective as taking it earlier. But by taking the Narsha earlier, you allow your opponent to build their draft around you, and you don't have a draft that synergizes as well. So a little interesting picks here. Not saying it's wrong, but I think he would have had more options if he took a Changpeng instead of the Narsha. And allowed himself to be able to bend into in either AoE or single target type team.
Yeah, most definitely. We'll see what happens. I think Big V can be extremely aggressive. Maybe we'll see the aggressive side of him come out here and bring a little bit more heat or control to the table up against MADREAMDY. Do we think it's more damage, or do you think it's just more control up against MADREAMDY?
I mean, I think it's riding the line of being able to do enough damage or having a team that's tanky enough to survive. And I think Big V, bringing in the Barber, when you bring in a Barber like that, you're bringing in a very aggressive combination, right? You have Tableau, Barbara, Moore, so you need to kill something off the bat. Barber runs out of steam very early, and that's exactly what we saw. He didn't take out a unit, so once you found the back foot, it's very tough to come back from that.
No, let's see what happens, and Big V needs a big response here up against MADREAMDY. Pre-bans locked in, of course. That Dark Onimusha is going to be the banned unit by Big V. MADREAMDY banning out that Oliver, not wanting enough to play against that unit. Big V with the first pick, though.
Well, we saw a Praha pick in the first game here. I'm not sure if that's the general right pick, but I mean, if he's thinking about the same lines as how he did earlier, you're going to see a Praha here. I think a Shizuka is also valid. Literally anything's on the table when you have that wide of a unit pool. MADREAMDY probably going to respond very similarly, but I would like to see some cleave action. But again, Shizuka and probably some sort of a Nana as he did earlier.
Yep. Shizuka being locked in by MADREAMDY. One last pick here, taking his time for sure, showing that experience here in these tournaments, that these guys do want to take their time. They know how much time they have to make these kind of decisions, these big decisions, and it's going to be Shizuka Nana coming out from MADREAMDY.
Little passive in my opinion, but I think it's a little passive because you're very wide open to a Changpeng type cleave. And I know I've said Changpeng a million times, but this unit literally counters MADREAMDY's entire team here, and you can lay in a more and present a speed lead as well. MADREAMDY has not brought in speed, so you're going to bring a lot of threat. Lima's a great unit as well, but remember, if you do use skill 3 on the Lima, you also give Shizuka that invincibility down the line, so it's not quite clear cut. When you bring a Lima into Shizuka, if you made a great pick. Changpeng, of course, is great. It keeps things open-ended. But again, Lima and Changpeng don't really synergize a ton together because Lima doesn't capitalize on the advantage that Changpeng brings you. So I think a little bit of dyssynergy going on in Big V's comp. And you see MADREAMDY going with the Tableau, going with the Robo F29.
F29, man. Look at you, nailing those names. Bringing out the Robo here in this match number 4. We've got Big V with the Water Ryu Moore coming in with one last pick here. Definitely taking his time.
It's a little bit of an interesting pick from MADREAMDY, but it doesn't synergize well with the Nana here because Tableau, Robo, F29 are very aggressive turn 1 picks here, but he doesn't have the picks to capitalize with them. So it's kind of an interesting pick here because you would assume that the last pick is going to be something that can do some AoE, but Big V wisely brings in a Barbara and also brings in a Moore, so he has a lot of speed on his side too. So MADREAMDY's in a rough spot because, you know, 4-stars tend to have lower base speeds, so those units are going to be susceptible to being picked off here. MADREAMDY needs to fight for turn 1, I think, but it's kind of in a rough spot here. So probably a Yunhong coming out from him or Pontos or something like that, but it's not exactly an easy win here.
Ooh, Pontos is going to be the last pick coming up from MADREAMDY, locking in another 24 speed lead for his team.
Yeah, so we see a Pontos here, and he has to think about how he wants to address the speed of this matchup here. I think the Moore is probably the cleanest ban, but you can take out the Barbara as well here because you have double speed lead. The Dark Robo is probably the best ban here, Robo F29, and because it prevents Big V from being outsped, and that's exactly what gets banned there. You see the Moore banned out, but now you see a lot of aggression. You see the Lima, the Changpeng, and once those get online, MADREAMDY's in trouble, and MADREAMDY doesn't have a lot of bursts on his side of the field, so not a lot of bursts, not a lot of AoE control, and no heals. So I'm not sure how MADREAMDY's going to win this one.
Yeah, well, speed lead for MADREAMDY and a banned out Dark Robo. A lot of disappointment out there. People wanted to see this unit go through, but we've got round 4 right here with Barbara kicking things off here for Big V.
Barbara is kicking it off here. He's thinking about skill 2 onto the Pontos, but obviously Pontos tends to be on 100 red, so doesn't want to burn that here. Think he should save his skill 2. The Changpeng does move in front of the Lima, so the tuning, the way he's bringing it in is a little bit interesting. And so Changpeng, he's wisely saving those skills here, but again, finding his opportunity is going to be the key to seeing when this match turns.
Yeah, most definitely a little bit of damage coming towards that Barbara there, looking to get that dismount early. There's a defense break sitting on top of it as well. We do have the 3rd skill available on the Lima. Might be able to save his Barbara just a little longer.
Yeah, definitely going to be able to save the Barbara a little longer, but I don't see a win condition coming out from MADREAMDY's side here. If I look to any of these units, I don't see any form of damage. I don't see much consistent defense break. I don't see a way in which MADREAMDY can win this other than letting the attack and attack up, HP down go to 40%. And I don't think that's going to happen when you have a Changpeng on the field.
Yep, definitely. I mean, this is one of those situations where I'm wondering why, you know, the Nana was so desired in this draft here. He doesn't really have a way to keep pumping up those orbs and get full value out of that Nana here, but he's going to get his additional turns coming out of that Tableau. Damage looks like it's going to get targeted towards the Praha.
Yeah, and at this point here, Changpeng's going to move in front of the Shizuka here. So Changpeng's going to have a skill 3 reset, and that's going to be pretty much the end of the match when it does go off here because there's just too much tempo, too much momentum going on Big V's side. Praha can heal, give himself a speed buff, and Barbara's going to be able to pick off units.
Yep, there's that first death there, wasting that last orb on top of that Nana. Nana's going to be the unit that Big V is going to try and get rid of here. There's that sleeping a ton of units here. Not the Tableau, though.
Not the Tableau, but again, it doesn't really matter here. Nana's out here. There's 3 units of 4. Again, no win condition on MADREAMDY's side here. Too much damage coming out Big V's side here. I think this is just such a great draft from Big V.
Yep, most definitely. A little bit of attack bar pushback there on the Shizuka. Pummeling that damage on top of the Tableau. We do have skills available with Shizuka, and she does land that skill 3.
Does land that skill 3, but not a lot of defense breaks. Pretty much only on Lima and a sleeping Barbara here. But Lima's on triple revenge, so pretty tough to kill that unit at this point.
Yeah, it really is. And honestly, it's very scary to touch that unit because you don't want that revenge happening and boosting up her attack bar even more. There's that big strip. A lot of value coming out of that strip with the Lima.
Yeah, so MADREAMDY needs to think about what unit he wants to place a slow debuff on. Does not land it on the Barbara, but again, so much damage coming out from Big V's side. Those are big procs here because Praha has heal coming up next, which means speed buff and more damage coming out from the Barbara.
Yep, a lot of damage coming towards Shizuka's way. She does use that skill 2 on herself there. Skills available on top of the Tableau. Does use return dice here.
Does use return dice, basically delaying the inevitable from happening here. I mean, this is just, again, more damage coming in on the side of MADREAMDY. MADREAMDY's Shizuka does go down here. Shizuka doesn't have skills, though, so Big V in a really good spot.
Yep, most definitely. Here comes that damage. Probably coming towards that Shizuka. He just wants to eliminate this unit as quick as possible. A lot of value coming out of that 2nd skill, 3rd skill for the Shizuka. Looks like he's going to change a little bit of focus or the attack bar pushback on top of that that Pontos.
Yeah, this Tableau's going to need to take a million turns in a row here, land defense breaks every time here. And he's basically started that, but again, MADREAMDY's in a lot of trouble here. Doesn't proc on the Shizuka, and is basically going to start losing units.
Yep, there's doubles once again. I mean, Tableau's doing all that he can right now to keep MADREAMDY still into this match, but we've got that 3rd skill coming out. Definitely helping the team of Big V. And we've got Holy Ground available as well.
Yeah, but this is one of those situations where the match is so gone and so over, Big V can literally hit the auto button, target a unit, walk away, use the restroom.
Yeah, just a lot of stall things happening right now. Big V with skills available, throws down that skill 2, gets a defense break on top of the Pontos here.
Yeah, I mean, Big V again, sealing the deal, evening it up. 2-2. That match was gone so long ago. He could have hit auto and went to grab a snack or take a break or something because it was so over. But again, MADREAMDY maybe wanting to test out some damage or whatever it was, just kind of hung in the match.
Yep. There we go. But we're going into a game 5, guys, with Big V and MADREAMDY. I mean, it was definitely a dominant play there coming out of Big V. Very, very dominant.
And I would say a lot of it is more so on MADREAMDY not really bringing in a win condition, right? When you look at the draft there and you see the Nana, you see the Shizuka, you see the Pontos, your Robo, you know, is banned out. I mean, you don't have a win condition. There's no way in which you can kill units reliably. So when you look at that draft, I mean, MADREAMDY could have quit before the game started, to be honest.
Exactly. Well, last pre-bans from last time. These 2 units are available. Oliver is available in the dark. Onimusha is available as well. Praha finally getting the pre-ban here coming out of Big V. And we've got Ragdoll getting the pre-ban coming out of MADREAMDY. MADREAMDY with the first pick.
Interesting ban of the Praha here. I think MADREAMDY is going to lean Oliver, which is going to incentivize Big V to go Masha. Then we may see some aggressive play here. So we'll see if that happens. I would like to see Big V aim more aggressive. More Masha is likely the counter picks to an Oliver. Allows him to have a speed lead and also have Masha, which is basically picks units apart. This potentially could open him up to a Geldnir down the line, though, as we saw earlier. So Big V needs to be cognizant if he drafts more Masha that there's a Geldnir out there.
Ooh, we've got that more as a first pick alongside that Lima as well for Big V. MADREAMDY looking to respond after seeing 2 AoE units. We're once again going to see a Nana coming up for MADREAMDY.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the Nana here. Allows Big V to go Chongpongs and whatnot. I would have liked to see MADREAMDY lean a little bit more damage heavy and probably go with maybe some Masha. A Chongpong is a great pick here as well, by the way. Would counter a lot of utility that Big V has on his side. A Chongpong would be amazing there.
We're going to see the Shizuka once again. MADREAMDY had already drafted these 2 units together before as well. I'm not too sure those units to get those kind of orbs to really help this Nana and exploit why she's so good.
Yeah, and Big V again. So Big V is bringing in 2 speed leads and does have 2 medium speed threats here, right? So you have the Chongpong and the Lima medium speed threat. Actually, the Tableau's on Swift, so he has a high speed threat here with 2 speed leads. So MADREAMDY's almost kind of locked out. It looks a little rough for MADREAMDY at this spot here because he's not representing any speed, so he's going to be dominated by a great AoE control team. So he almost needs to ban out the Chongpong and try to play from there. That's probably the strategy I would go with if I was MADREAMDY. I don't know if Dark Onimusha is the play here because he almost has to ban out Chongpong, leave the Lima in. But Juno is a great pick. I mean, he has to lean on a Juno to be able to strip invincibilities and do some damage over time. And if I'm Big V, I'm looking at a team that I can AoE control off the bat. So a Robo F29 would be very interesting. You could see a Robo G92 come out. And you could also see an interesting play where if he had an Eludia in his back pocket, an Eludia would be amazing here.
We'll see what happens. Big V, lots of options for this 5th pick here up against MADREAMDY, but very important options because, of course, this is game number 5, guys. The winner here moves forward, and Masha is going to be the unit Big V is going to be looking to.
Interesting pick on the Masha here. I think we're going to see a ban on either Shizuka or Nana. I would have preferred an AoE unit because MADREAMDY's team looks so cleavable. It looks like it's wide open to any type of AoE cleave team, and Big V's team is set up very well for a well-positioned cleave. Masha is fine. It does pick off units here. Goes after Nana. It goes after the Juno instead, and Masha obviously makes sense as a ban here. But MADREAMDY is going to need to be able to survive this reset coming out from Chongpong.
Speed leads for both players. This is game number 5, guys. MADREAMDY and Big V with the more. Kicking things off here with not as much value as Big V was hoping for.
Definitely not as much value as Big V was hoping for, and that's a very, very big miss on the more here. But unfortunately, that Nana does not land anything.
No defense breaks here. A little bit of attack bar, hoping for an attack break here, not receiving it.
Not receiving it. We'll see if the Shizuka moves in front of the tableau. If the Shizuka moves in front of the tableau, it needs to throw up skill 3.
Oh, we've got Oliver here wasting a violent proc here, only pumping up Big V to proc even more. And we've got turn dice coming out for top.
Oh, this is a lot of trouble for MADREAMDY here. He's going to eat a skill 3 from the Chongpong. Chongpong's going to do a lot of damage coming out. There's defense breaks across the field here, so it's going to be a lot of damage that MADREAMDY is going to eat right now.
Yeah, it's a big, serious matter with the defense breaks on this field here. We're going to see the skill 1 pumped up that for the attack bar of this Lima. Could go on either the Nana or the Shizuka here.
Yeah, I mean, should take out the Nana here. There's just so much damage that he's able to pump out. That's 3,000 damage per hit here. Once this Nana goes down, there's very little way that MADREAMDY can come back.
It really is. We got the AoE here. Any Despair Stuns? No Despair Stuns coming out here. This could be it here for the Nana.
Definitely could be it here for the Nana. Might want to knock back the Shizuka here, but there's also this Oliver that might, if it wasn't reset, might be able to start resetting skills.
Whoa, choosing to go after the Dark Onimusha. That was a great decision coming from Big V, eliminating some big damage that's on the side of MADREAMDY.
Yeah, and this Shizuka desperately needs a proc here. Does not get the proc, so MADREAMDY's in a lot of trouble here. This Oliver's going to need to take 4 turns.
Yep, Oliver. I mean, he's capable of taking those 4 turns here. We'll see what happens. He goes with 3rd skill, gets a nice 2nd skill off, and that is it for that Oliver. He's not going to be taking any more turns here, and we've got more. Looking to get an attack break, a little bit of damage, taking out that Nana, and we have it. This is definitely going to be it for MADREAMDY.
Still technically losable in a weird world if this Oliver takes a lot of procs. Anything can still happen, but again, this Shizuka, because this Shizuka does have skills up coming up, so it's not quite over, but it's quite dicey. MADREAMDY's hanging on by a thread.
Yep, there's all those debuffs getting applied from Shizuka here. Even the buffs on the side of MADREAMDY, there's nothing he can do about it because all strips are not available for Big V right now.
Yeah, and there's no defense break on the Lima right now, and he's going to need to do enough damage onto the Tableau. Needs to start taking out units. I think MADREAMDY needs to go on this Tableau at some point to do some damage and eliminate units and give him a chance to come back, but he's not doing that right now.
Yep, MADREAMDY does have skill 2 available, and he's going to bring back that Dark Onimusha. There's a defense break sitting on top of that Tableau, so we could see a lot of damage here.
A lot of damage, but not able to take out any units here. So unfortunately for MADREAMDY, that Dark Onimusha needs a little bit more powerful runes there. And that Oliver is just not able to get enough procs over time.
Yeah, looking at a big skill 2, not getting anything, but more doubles. Just so many turns this Tableau's looking to take here. And I think he's going to keep pumping that damage into that Oliver, and he does so. Gets the defense break as well. Strip available, not receiving any strips on top of that Shizuka either, pummeling that damage. And it's just a lonely Shizuka. Big V already celebrating here.
Yeah, and you see MADREAMDY's side there, not very happy with the outcome there. Looking very much like MADREAMDY's going to be going home.
It is. Look at the turns coming into Tableau. Tableau trying to remove this unit, and that is going to be it. Big V taking round 5 away from MADREAMDY.
Can I say it? The best rivalry in the Americas region, Big V and MADREAMDY, round 3 goes the same way as it has every time. As Big V goes the distance and gets the victory, MADREAMDY will have to wait yet another opportunity to exercise his demons, and it looked good for quite some time, even at the start of that. Nothing really proccing between both turns there, but then eventually goes the way of Big V, the class, the box, all good enough to move on to the semifinals, and he will continue his defense of his America's Cup medal. But unfortunately for MADREAMDY, this is where the journey ends, and it's a tough one. So Hard Rock Cafe, shout out to your boy MADREAMDY. We will assuredly see him again in 2023. Boy, what a series there, guys. And again, we're showing the range that everyone has, and another series that goes all 5 games here, Stone.
Yep, that's right. I mean, all 5 games. We're seeing a lot of these, all 5 games, man. It's definitely going to be a long tournament indeed. I mean, what an exciting match. MADREAMDY was honestly performing very, very well, and his draft started to dwindle just a little bit where he was drafting a lot of Nana, not having a ton of value there to really take advantage of the passive there and get a ton of orbs here. But hey, he played his match. He was looking really good in some of those matches as well, but Big V just proving to be a very, very tough and intelligent opponent.
Yeah, make it a bud. Again, another series, 5. Like, why do you think we're seeing so many games now, so many series going all the distance?
I mean, when you have pairs of opponents that are very evenly matched, I mean, you're trading, it comes down to probability, it comes down to resist, it comes down to procs, maybe a few drafting issues, but it comes down to RNG a lot of times, and that's just the whole point of the game. It's, there's never a sure winner, right? It always comes down to who can get their team into the best position to win, and then it's about the game to carry it out.
All right, well, with that win, Big V is 1 series victory away from making it out and back into the world stage. Who will be his opponent? Well, let's find out. With our final match of the quarterfinals, it's the artist formerly known as Zefarius, now known as ZEFA, against the biggest opponent in his career. It's TRUEWHALE. These two guys with the firepower to go the distance. Let's hear from ZEFA himself on why he thinks he's going to be the one hoisting the America's Cup.
Hi, my name's Ben. In-game name ZEFA. I'm from Hawaii, and I've been playing Summoner's War for about 8 years. I think the strengths that I have is maybe unpredictability. If I were to be TRUEWHALE, I'll definitely have to pull up some tricks, some new stuff. Maybe I can surprise him, yeah, and just play consistently. I mean, his box is pretty wide, so maybe he might have trouble picking out the right composition. As opposed to me, I gotta use what I gotta use. Yeah. My mindset is just to keep a clear mind. Knowing TRUEWHALE, he's gonna have a lot of units ruined up. I won't know which one he's gonna pick, and so I just gotta be ready for anything and everything.
Now you heard from ZEFA himself. You see his victories over FALLINGFLOWER and El Mimo to book his ticket in day number 1. Went through unscathed. All that fire and Bison, but how much of Carnal are we actually going to see? How much of his gameplay is going to be based off of what his opponent throws at him? Because we know that TRUEWHALE has a full box here, Make It a Bud.
Yeah, I mean, TRUEWHALE can pretty much throw any angle he wants at Zephyrius. We also know Zephyrius does not have an Oliver, which makes the matchup very difficult because that 33 versus 24 lead is very impactful when you have your middle speed stripping units, your Moors, your Chungpungs, and your Volantises from TRUEWHALE's side at the plus 180, 185 range. It allows your middle tier units to outspeed their middle tier units. So not having that Oliver is a very big issue for Zephyrius in this matchup.
All right, well, his opponent, TRUEWHALE, is one that is used to being under pressure. Let's hear from him.
This is a game of luck, so anything can happen, whether you're ranked high or not. If my opponent gets an additional turn, it could really turn things around for me. Hi, I'm Alex. My in-game name is TRUEWHALE. I live in San Francisco, California. I've been playing Summoners War for 8 years. My mindset for going through America's Cup is pretty laid back, just draft the way I normally do. I'm trying not to think or overplay my opponents. I think a lot of people, have favored me as triple S tier, just based on the tournament history that I have. I am one of 2 global players that have won the Legend tournament, but at the same time, I don't see myself as S tier. I see other people as S tier. There's a lot of factors that contributes to that perception, right, for being a top-rated player. I think ZEFA is a really strong opponent, and it's going to be a true test for me, right, on how we draft at the tournament. Let's have the best time of our lives here in our first game for SWC America's Cup.
Calm, cool, and collected by TRUEWHALE last year. Had the early exit out of the preliminaries, but expecting to do more here. As again, had the tough matchup against RAIGEKI in the second day semifinals, and then had to earn it against Thompson, was able to do so here. So when you look at TRUEWHALE here, Stoic, when we think of TRUEWHALE, what do you think of?
Honestly, when you think of TRUEWHALE, you think of a champion, to be real. TRUEWHALE being probably one of the best people to make it to the final, in this year's America's Cup, and probably even to do the best when it comes to the World Final. TRUEWHALE has the account for it. He has great rune quality behind it. He just has to come out here and perform. Now, not talking down TRUEWHALE, but ZEFA is someone who has been performing. We watched ZEFA take down El Mimo, so I mean, you can't look at that and say, TRUEWHALE's got this one in the bag. It's going to be no problem, but TRUEWHALE is a very, very good competitor here, and we are expecting TRUEWHALE to perform very, very well going up against Zephyrius.
Yeah, saving one of our best for last. Again, both of these opponents had to do it the hard way. Again, TRUEWHALE through Thompson. El Mimo was riding high when ZEFA took him down. And it's going to be a great matchup here, the final quarterfinal slot on the line. And the winner of this still has to take on BIGV here. So it's going to be quite the matchup between all of these guys here. So quickly, one word. Who you got winning, Stoic? Who you got?
Gotta give it to TRUEWHALE.
All right, there's one for TRUEWHALE. Make it a bud.
TRUEWHALE.
All right. 2 TRUEWHALE believers. Any other believers there at the Hard Rock Cafe? Let me hear you right now. We've got our 2 competitors ready to go. It's ZEFA. It's TRUEWHALE, the final slot in the semifinals up for grabs.
And here we go, guys. ZEFA versus TRUEWHALE. Pre-bans are coming out right here. Find out what these 2 are going to be pre-banning in our very first match.
And if I'm TRUEWHALE, I'm thinking about pre-banning the segment, thinking about pre-banning the Moor. We know that ZEFA does not have an Oliver, so ZEFA likely gonna need to pre-ban an Oliver at some point. And then, I guess we see the Dominic pre-ban. He doesn't want to deal with that high damage Dominic we saw from TRUEWHALE at some point. But I would be concerned about a Oliver coming out at some point in the field. So TRUEWHALE is going to be able to have this Oliver rely on, but doesn't need to pick it first.
Yep, let's see what this first pick is here with TRUEWHALE. It is going to be a Shizuka. I wonder if that's a little bit of research there on ZEFA, how much he likes to play that Shizuka.
So TRUEWHALE basically resigning himself to some turn 2 play here. So ZEFA can choose to take this aggressive to go with a more aggressive route. We see a Geo coming out.
There was a little bit of a smirk on ZEFA, and I feel like it's because he was playing the Win Omni-Yuji, thinking about what people are going to think when this unit drops here.
And I'm not sure about playing the Geo when you know TRUEWHALE has a Tian Lang. So Tian Lang almost becomes a force span when you have a Geo on the field. I think ZEFA should take a Chung Peng at some point because, or a high-speed stripper. So a Gion is interesting. It does allow Shizuka to have bombs at some point in the game, but I would have preferred a Chung Peng because it applies glancing to the entire side of TRUEWHALE, and also if it's things are stripped beforehand, allows for the third skill AoE reset. So ZEFA leaning with the Nana is a little interesting. It does counter the Narsha a little bit, but it also allows him, makes him have to play a little bit more passively.
Ooh, interesting. We saw our Hey Gang got taken back for TRUEWHALE, and it looks like he's going to swap up to a Nikki and Mo Long to wrap up TRUEWHALE's draft.
Interesting picks here. So TRUEWHALE's probably angling toward a Gianna ban because Gianna is going to outspeed every single unit on TRUEWHALE's side. So that's almost a force ban coming out from him. The Josephine is an interesting pick from ZEFA. Did not expect to see that one coming here. And so when you see a Josephine pick here, I mean, I think ZEFA in general needs to ban out either the Mo Long or the Narsha because that's just so much aggression coming in from this side of the field. I think TRUEWHALE, again, has to take out that, the Gianna. Oh, yeah, but of course, you have a Geo on the field, so you do have to take out the Tian Lang. So that makes sense. So you have a Nana here, and then you have a Mo Long Narsha. So it's gonna be about if TRUEWHALE can keep that aggression going or if he runs out of steam in the first turn.
Well, let's see what happens, guys. In this first match between TRUEWHALE and ZEFA, Narsha is going to be the unit to kick us off here. Looking to do some big damage here to that Nana, getting that defense break as well.
Yeah, but that Geo is going to take a lot of turns here. There's a lot of just attack bar cycling, a lot of skill usage going on here. 35% attack bar recovery is a lot. But again, missing that onto the Shizuka is a huge miss.
That's a massive miss, not landing that karma on top of the Shizuka here. We're going to see this big skill 3 come out here to pump out those additional damage. We've got Nana looking a little low right now. We do have a strip defense break coming out of the first skill of this Geo and not getting the strip there on Shizuka.
Not getting the strip on Shizuka, absolutely. Kind of unlucky there. TRUEWHALE's going to be able to do a lot of damage, going to be able to take out the Nana there. The question is going to be if he's going to use skill 3 from the Mo Long or skill 2 to do it first. We'll see what Nana's able to land, but TRUEWHALE's looking like he's in a good spot right now.
The Spare Stun does go out on top of that Nikki here. We do have skills available for the Mo Long. Has the skill 2 that could honestly probably get rid of this Nana and Nana revive back with their only orb.
Yeah, and unlucky for TRUEWHALE actually not stunning a single unit here. So Josephine does not able to proc and get shields on everything. So TRUEWHALE's going to be able to use skill 3 from the Mo Long coming up on his next turn.
Yep, skill 2 is available still with this Geo. Geo looking to finally land a Karma on top of anybody. Does land Karma finally.
Does land Karma on the Narsha. Narsha might go down soon, but again, this Mo Long's going to be able to take something out. And this Nana's also almost dead.
Yep, Nana is going to be... Ooh, nice additional turns, though, coming out of Masha, removing the Narsha from the field. A little bit of poke damage coming towards Shizuka. We do have an additional turn coming out of the Nikki. Nikki with skills, only skill 2 available here, looking to drop that Nana. Nana is going to get dropped here. No more orbs. Additional turn pops out. Could go with the heal and save his Shizuka just a little longer.
Wow, that is a massive proc there, because if he did not proc that, Nana would not have orbs, and we'd see 2 units dead on the side of ZEFA. Instead, TRUEWHALE does go for the kill on the Nana. Very smart there. Wants to take out that RNG there, and TRUEWHALE does have skill 3 on the Mo Long. Is going to be able to take out a unit next.
Yeah, looking for the defense break on top of the Nikki, not receiving it. A little bit of poke damage coming from the Masha. Masha with skills available can heal up the team and see if he chooses to use it, and he does so. Reckless Assault can pop out here on either the Geo or that Josephine.
I think he should throw it onto the... Either unit is fine here, but he definitely needs to use it. Goes for the Josephine here, because the Geo's not been very effective here, and that Mo Long obviously does a lot of damage. So I think TRUEWHALE's obviously in a great spot here. He's going to have skills coming up on the Shizuka.
Ooh, ZEFA is definitely looking for that defense break to land there on top of the Nikki, but got the defense break through the Masha. Skills available on top of Shizuka. This can be a lot of value coming for TRUEWHALE.
Definitely can be. He might be looking for a skill 2 to bring up the Narsha and snipe something off here, and that's exactly what he goes for. If he does this, he's probably going to goes for the Masha dismount. Interesting choice, but super lucky to leave the dot on the Masha, so the Masha's not going to take a turn.
Wow, Masha's going to get dismounted here. That was very lucky to get that defense break. Defense break, the Spare Stun's coming out of this Geo. Was not expecting to see that. Here goes that big third skill, and that almost kills the Geo. Gets the dismount as well.
I think that's actually a little bit of a misplay here, because Masha does get a turn, so if that Masha procs, it'll be able to kill units, but does not proc proc there. Gio's going to need to do a lot of damage.
Yeah, Gio looking to do all that she can right now. May have enough here to take out that Mo Long. Goes with the second skill Karma onto the Shizuka. Does take out that Mo Long here. We do have third skill available. A lot of stuff's going to be landing on top of the side of ZEFA.
Yeah, but TRUEWHALE's going to be able to kill this. Gio here, going to skill 1 on the... Goes to the Masha instead. Interesting choice here, but does make sense here. Is going to be able to take out this Gio.
That was some big damage coming to that Nikki, and there you have it. Round 1 going to TRUEWHALE.
TRUEWHALE breathing a sigh of relief there. A lot of back and forth. TRUEWHALE should have wrapped that game up a long time ago, but that Masha denied him that victory when it procced, took out that Narsha, and gave his Nana that orb that allowed him to hang in there. Otherwise, ZEFA would have been lost a lot earlier. It's just so much damage coming out from the side of TRUEWHALE.
Yeah, I really do love that Narsha draft. I definitely understand why ZEFA was banning out the Dominic, because there's that really fast, high damage play that TRUEWHALE likes to do, and that Narsha really brings that to the table here. Pre-bans from last time, Dominic and Cigar are going to be the units that are now available as we get into round 2 here. New pre-bans coming out right now.
We see a Ragdoll pre-ban coming out from the side of ZEFA, so interesting choice here. I'm not sure if that makes sense here, but I mean, a Ragdoll is a Ragdoll. You don't want to face that. But there's the Narsha. There's so many LDs here. So either way, fine pre-bans. You want to take out the LDs. ZEFA's likely going to lay down... I don't know if he's going to lay down Shizuka first like TRUEWHALE. He could honestly go for more aggression, but I guess the players are content playing turn 2 and have some back and forth. So we're going to see a Shizuka. TRUEWHALE's going to oblige with some damage. We're going to see that Oliver, Narsha probably leaning Volantis, Changpeng if his opponent allows him down the line.
Let's see what ZEFA's going to be bringing here after locking in a Shizuka, seeing the Oliver and the Narsha. Very aggressive already coming out of TRUEWHALE. ZEFA looking at a Masha and a Miles draft.
And I think ZEFA may be angling towards a Nana down the line if TRUEWHALE picks up any more aggression here. TRUEWHALE has a decision point because Miles is very fast here. TRUEWHALE is going to need to see if he wants to go another speed lead or if he just wants more aggression, more damage. So he goes with the Praha, goes with the Dominic. So off the bat with the Narsha and the Dominic, he's threatening a turn 1 kill if something procs. TRUEWHALE goes with the Nana to deny ZEFA the Nana. But again, TRUEWHALE's going to need a lot of damage from his 5th pick, something very impactful. Less support, more impactful if he wants to be able to take advantage, because if that Narsha's banned, he might not have enough gas on his team.
Ooh, ZEFA hovering over a more and Changpeng, 2 units comboing very, very good here.
I think we're going to see a Volantis coming out from TRUEWHALE. I think that would be the best pick. A Volantis with a ban on either the Changpeng or the Moor would be highly effective here. If TRUEWHALE wants to play back here. ZEFA obviously going with aggression here. The Moor, Changpeng, 2 very good units together. TRUEWHALE going with an Abellio instead. Interesting choice here to hover over the Abellio because he's facing down a Cleave. And we see a Geldnir. So, okay, so first time we've seen a Geldnir was in the previous match, and now we see a Geldnir again. Interesting picks here. Geldnir is a little weak to AoE, but again, Geldnir is a force ban here because you need a ton of damage or a ton of control, like a lot, if you want to be able to out-damage a Geldnir, and he doesn't have that. So Geldnir force ban, good ban by ZEFA. It'll be interesting to see how this one pans out.
Well, speed leads for both players here. This is round 2, TRUEWHALE and ZEFA. Miles going to be kicking things off here with a skill 2. Let's see if it lands as a strip stun on one of the units of TRUEWHALE.
Yeah, TRUEWHALE just needs to get this Oliver online and start resetting units and basically resetting units over and over again. ZEFA needs to find a way to get through this Nana orb. There's a lot of damage he needs to do.
Well, you got a lot of value out of that Moor there, getting the full strip tech bar pushback as well. Looking for the reset pushback on top of that Miles. Of course, going to get the turn here. Second skill is going to be coming out. See if he keeps pummeling that damage on top of the Miles. Moves on to the Masha.
Definitely needed to move on to the Masha there because the Masha can take something out with skill 2. So unfortunately, the Masha does not proc, otherwise basically kills a unit off the bat there. So TRUEWHALE, actually I think that reset should have gone on the Masha off the bat. Doesn't matter here. TRUEWHALE needs to find a way to sink this Oliver in.
All right, let's see if the skill 2 is going to be landing true for TRUEWHALE. That Nana with skill 2. Defense breaks can pop out here.
Defense breaks can pop out here. We do see that Moor activate here. Does dismount the Narsha, which is huge here. Praha should be using skill 3 to give himself attack buff here. Might do so. We see that timer running down super quickly, so TRUEWHALE definitely running out of time.
Yeah, here goes some big damage there. Almost takes out the Miles. Gets the additional turn. Nana's up to 2 stacks here.
That's a big 2 stacks on the Nana because that means that Masha definitely needs a proc if he wants to come back. If he doesn't proc, he's got no chance to win.
Yeah, if Nana can land some more defense breaks on this field, I mean, just that that dismounted Narsha can pummel so much damage here, and the Oliver as well.
I mean, there's still speed buff going on to this Narsha any moment now. Once that Narsha gets that speed buff, that's going to be a ton of damage coming out, probably onto the Shizuka.
Yep, here comes that third skill, looking to get that reset on top of the Shizuka. Full attack bar pushback as well. Skill 2 available for the Oliver again.
Yeah, at this point here, TRUEWHALE just locks down the 2 water units with the Oliver. That's how powerful Oliver is, able to lock down multiple units at a time. There's really not much ZEFA can do here. This Masha needs to start proccing, but again, there's 2 orbs on Nana right now.
Yep, 2 orbs. Definitely going to be protecting TRUEWHALE's team here. He has that third skill to heal up his Oliver. Oliver looking a little low. Daydream comes out, gets only 1 sleep on top of the Moor.
Only gets 1 sleep, but doesn't matter. He still has an Oliver, still can reset over and over and do damage to the Shizuka over time. You also have a speed buff on this Narsha here, so that's going to be a lot of damage that Zephyrius is going to eat.
There's that attack break there, landing on top of the Shizuka. A little bit of damage coming its way. Narsha looking to finish off that Shizuka. Not just yet, but Oliver says she's done.
Oliver says she's done indeed, and there's 3 stacks on that Nana here. There is no way Zepha's coming back. Zepha's just going to need to think about how he wants to come back in the next matches, and there we go. TRUEWHALE takes it, commanding 2-0 lead.
Big 2-0 lead for TRUEWHALE. Well played, that aggressive draft. The Narsha bringing so much damage. Well done by TRUEWHALE. Oliver just being Oliver in another match.
All you need to say is Oliver. I think we understand. All you need to say is Oliver, and we know that he probably won the game.
Yep, exactly. We'll see what happens here as we get into round 3 between ZEFA and TRUEWHALE. TRUEWHALE could possibly be looking for the first 3-0 in today's tournament here, or ZEFA looking to at least clap back and take 1 victory here against TRUEWHALE.
I mean, you just see so much threat coming out from the Narsha, the Molongs, the Nikis into Narshas, that it's just so hard for Zephyrius to deal with. And so he takes out the Narsha. Makes a lot of sense here. It's just been giving him a lot of trouble here. But again, TRUEWHALE can turn this into an AoE game or keep this with a passive and mixed game with a Shizuka first pick, as he has been doing.
Oh, we've got the pre-bans here. Narsha and Sega are going to be the pre-bans. Shizuka, the first pick coming out of TRUEWHALE. Definitely something he was both these players prioritizing this unit.
So we'll see what Zephyrius decides to go with. I would, again, like to see some sort of cleaving action here. But goes with a Masha, which is semi-weak into Shizuka, right? Fire into water. And the Nana to deny TRUEWHALE the Nana pick. But this leaves Zeph a little open to some damage. And that's kind of what we say. I don't know about this Tianlang. This is a very early pick for Tianlang. I mean, Masha does give Tianlang a little bit of a boost, but oftentimes Tianlang tends to be a bigger target itself.
Yep, definitely. I do like that Dominic, though. I think Dominica's units pump a ton of damage towards ZEFA. But we've got Riley popping out here. Riley and a Leona, but there's still 2 more picks here. Leaving, honestly, there's Shizuka and Tianlang. That's a lot of defense breaks coming towards this Leona right now.
You know, a Water Dryad would be a very interesting pick here to provide Oblivion. Tessarian is also a live pick here. But yeah, that Leona is not something I was expecting from Zephyrius. It's a little weak into a Dominic, but it's just so oppressive once it gets online.
Yep, even more defense breaks coming to the table for TRUEWHALE, bringing a Mo Long, and then we've got a little bit of protection in the form of that Wusa.
So TRUEWHALE going with some immunity from that Wusa here. So basically got double immunity with the Shizuka Wusa pick here. If he loses the Dominic, if the Dominic gets banned out, ZEFA might be able to survive long term. So if I'm ZEFA, I'm looking to take out the Dominic to not face that RNG in case it procs. And if I'm TRUEWHALE, I mean, there's a lot of picks that you could do. I guess taking out the Gianna makes sense, but I would've, that Dominic is quite scary here, especially if he's able to keep it alive because of how much damage it can pump out.
Oh, no leader skill on the side of ZEFA as well. We've got a leader skill coming out. I believe it was an HP lead for TRUEWHALE here, but we've got Tianlang kicking things off here in this game number 3 between TRUEWHALE and ZEFA.
And that's a really fast Tianlang outspeeding a Masha, which might not be great here. Masha does not land defense break though, which is a very big miss here. Allows TRUEWHALE to keep that Tianlang alive.
Yep, there's the provoke landing on top of Mo Long to stop that from Reckless Assault. No stun coming out on top of the Tianlang. We could throw up immunity, potentially attack buff for ZEFA's team.
Does not throw down the attack buff. Interesting choice there. There's going to be a lot of damage coming out from the Dominic. Dominic does so much damage.
Yeah, a ton of damage coming towards that Nana. Nana looking for some despair stun value, not receiving anything but a defense break landing on top of the Tianlang. We've got Shizuka with all skills available here.
Shizuka does indeed have all skills available. Does throw down skill 3. Might be a little early, but definitely wants to keep that momentum here. Again, wants to push the advantage and push some damage with this Dominic.
Ooh, an additional turn coming out of the Masha, pummeling that damage. Of course, the Vengeance coming out with the Tianlang as well. No stuns happening here because that immunity is up here. He is going to cleanse himself. Doesn't get the stun cleanse. Gets a defense break cleanse on top of the Nana, though.
does have that attack buff, and that proc is absolutely massive because it means that Zefarius does have immunity up on his entire field here. So TRUEWHALE gonna need to be a little defensive here. This Dominic does need to proc a couple times if he wants a chance to win.
Soul Protection go out on top of Tian Lang. Tian Lang very, very low with the defense break, sitting on top of Shizuka with a beautiful strip on top of the Nana as well. Skill 2 is available for this Tian Lang.
Skill 2 definitely available here, but not able to get anything. Unfortunate for TRUEWHALE here, and is gonna lose that Soul Protect buff here, so he's gonna lose his Tian Lang.
Yep, Tian Lang is gonna go down here. Defense break sitting on top of the Nana. We do have Skill 2 available, looking to lock down a unit. Locks down the Mo Long with a provoke here. No Reckless Assault coming out for him.
Yeah, no Reckless Assault coming out. Leona's just so good. LD unit doesn't have elemental disadvantage here, so that Mo Long's not going to be able to do anything. We haven't seen the single proc from this Dominic yet, so TRUEWHALE's basically not in a good spot. Right?
Definitely not in a good spot at all. We've got 2 orbs sitting on top of this Nana. Nana is going to be, well, coming back for 2 more turns, and TRUEWHALE's running out of units here to get rid of these orbs.
Yeah, TRUEWHALE definitely running out of units to get rid of these orbs here. That Shizuka does have skills up soon here. Does bring up the Tian Lang here, and that we're going to see hopefully some stuns coming out for TRUEWHALE.
Yep, there's that 1 stun landing on top of the Masha. A little bit of stuns coming towards his Dominic as well. We've got Riley just keeping up with all that sustain here.
Yeah, I mean, at this point here, there's a Nana with 2 stacks on it. You have a Masha, attack buff Leona here. I don't think TRUEWHALE really has much of a chance to win this game.
Yeah, well, beautiful little stun there, landing on top of the Dominic. We have all skills available with Mo Long, but it's just a little too far over here for this Mo Long to think about putting a Reckless Assault down at all.
Yeah, again, this Nana's about to have 3 stacks on it once another unit goes down. Again, TRUEWHALE doesn't really have heals. It doesn't have enough impact, enough way to support this Mo Long. So, again, ZEFA's in a great spot. We're going to be looking at a 2-1.
Yeah, ZEFA's in a fantastic spot here, seeing if maybe he'll go down the Nana route going into game number 4 as well. We'll see what happens here. TRUEWHALE's able to take one of the orbs down on top of the Nana. We still have just an abundance of sustain coming out of Riley.
Yeah, definitely an abundance of sustain coming out from Riley. We again have 2 orbs on that Nana. This Mo Long doesn't have a healer, so it can't really use Reckless Assault. And there we go. ZEFA takes this one and brings it to 1-2.
Yep, well done, ZEFA. That was a great match there. I do like that play coming from him. He was able to really utilize that Nana and able to keep up with those orbs, and he really held TRUEWHALE back here. He was not able to do the same things that he was doing before.
Yeah, definitely able to hold TRUEWHALE back. It's kind of interesting that TRUEWHALE let that Leona through. That Leona was basically locked down his Mo Long the entire game and prevented him from really being able to do anything. So I think that draft just was a very unconventional draft both ways. A lot of interesting picks and units. And TRUEWHALE probably he's going to have access to his Narsha this round, so he's going to be, I think, going to be able to utilize that to his advantage and probably start picking units off.
Yep, well, there's those pre-bans that we were discussing before. Narsha's pre-ban is now available, and of course, the Sager's now available as well. New pre-bans coming out here.
New pre-bans coming out, but we're not going to see a Narsha pre-ban coming out from ZEFA. And again, ZEFA's not going to have his Gianna to protect him. Remember, that's almost always a force ban from TRUEWHALE because of how it stacks up in speeds to his lineup. So good bans on both sides here. ZEFA doesn't have Oliver, doesn't want to deal with it. Probably going to take Shizuka first as he has. And TRUEWHALE's probably going to go with the same strat of Narsha, some aggression, some damage.
Yep, well, there's the Masha being drafted by ZEFA. TRUEWHALE looking to potentially take some units away from ZEFA here.
Do like the Masha pick. I mean, I'm biased. It's usually my first pick here. So, you know, TRUEWHALE obviously going to stick with what he has been. Goes with, takes the Narsha early and goes with the Shizuka.
Yep, there we go. ZEFA looking to respond. Let's see if he changes the pace here or brings back something he was previously drafting into this Shizuka Narsha draft.
Definitely a window to cleave here. I mean, TRUEWHALE is running a medium speed unit, so ZEFA could go with a more Changpeng. Obviously, the window's always open for that. But instead wants to go with the Nana to directly address the Narsha right now and steals the Nikki from TRUEWHALE. Interesting steal there, and that attack buff is going to provide support for the Masha, but again, ZEFA is exposed to some cleaving action.
TRUEWHALE flashing the Leona, looking to take that unit away from him as well, but looks like he's going to be hovering over a Dominic, bringing a lot of damage in the form of Narsha Dominic.
And I would love to see a Robo come out here. The Wusa is a very safe pick. It allows TRUEWHALE to rely on either Narsha or the Dominic to basically isolate units, both of them being friendly, flashing the Leona back and forth. And I love that Changpeng pick here. It basically does a lot of work in the TRUEWHALE team, provides glancing, its speeds stack up very well into TRUEWHALE's. So Changpeng very good here. It also enables a Masha, and it allows Gio to just be a little bit more consistent with his skill 2s.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, having everything already pre-stripped, you know, you can at least try to get some value out of that Karma's second skill for Gio.
Definitely, and TRUEWHALE going with the Oki on us, bringing us back to 2017 here with his Oki on us. I do like that pick a lot, does provide AoE stun, does do a lot of damage. Unfortunately, it's a forced ban, so we're not going to see it in action much, but we're going to see Zephyrius be able to use his Changpong to great effect here. TRUEWHALE's going to need to resist a little bit if he wants to have an advantage in this match.
Let's see what happens as we get into game number 4 with TRUEWHALE and ZEFA. TRUEWHALE wins this. TRUEWHALE's going to be moving forward, but ZEFA could win this, taking us into a game 5.
And it's going to come down to the speeds of the Dominic and the Narsha to see how they stack up versus this Changpong, because if TRUEWHALE can get these 2 units off first, he's going to secure a kill off the bat. So it really comes down to which units are faster.
Whoa, whoa, the Despair Gio here. Was not expecting it to see it happen like that. Karma does land, and we get the additional turn coming out for the 2-piece coming out of Changpong.
So, of course, we have a 25% or a little less than 25% happen. That's exactly what is going to need to happen if Zepha's going to need to take advantage. And that's a lot of damage from the Nikki.
That's definitely a lot of damage from the Nikki here. And Dominic looking to bring his own damage to the table here and gets that branding to land on top of the Changpong. Changpong is still alive here, though.
Yeah, but I think we're going to see that Dominic go down here. Goes after Dominic. That's so much damage on the Dominic.
Wow. Dominic's still alive, though. Now, with these skills available, let's see what TRUEWHALE's going to be using here. Puts the soul protection down.
Not sure about that because this could be stripped by the Gio here, so ZEFA should be able to strip that. Does not go for that. Decides instead to put the suppression onto the Shizuka.
Ooh, he tried to get the strip there with that first skill, but he was only killing the Dominic. Dominic's still alive right now. Narsha's going to get dropped. We've got Wusa first skill.
Yeah, again here, TRUEWHALE's playing on the back foot here. Does get a massive proc from that Wusa here, so Wusa's going to be able to have skills next. But again, that Dominic's doesn't have a lot of HP, and there's an attack buff on Masha.
Wow, he nails the 2-turn sleep on top of the Nikki. That might be what actually keeps TRUEWHALE alive here. He's able to keep both of his Shizuka and his Dominic alive.
It might be, but that's again, that's an attack buff Masha here. We do have skill 3 coming out, giving Soul Protect to all the units. So again, Zepha's going to need to do a lot of damage and proc a couple times on this Masha.
Yeah, definitely. That's exactly what he's going to be needing here. A little bit of skill 1 damage going towards the Gio. Shizuka is going to get this turn here coming up once again. He does have skill 2 available. He might be able to throw that onto himself here to keep his Shizuka alive just a little longer.
Definitely kind of a tough choice here. We're going to see a lot of damage coming out from Narsha, probably landing a defense break there. Shizuka does not have skill 3 up for 7 turns, so it's basically a dead unit at this point.
Let's see what happens with Masha. Masha looking to potentially seal the deal with this kill here. Does get it. We have skills available, all skills available with Wusa.
And I'm not sure why he didn't just go for skill 2 onto the Dominic there to do some more damage and kind of shake that immunity, but it's okay as well. Actually, that was okay there as well. But TRUEWHALE looking like he's in a good spot here. He's going to be able to pump a lot of damage out with this Dominic.
We're going to get a lot of damage with this Dominic. I think he might just go after the Nikki with this big branding here. Does land the branding, finishing off that Nikki. Additional turns popping out here. It is a lonely Masha fighting these 2 units on the side of TRUEWHALE.
But that Masha does not land defense break. Absolutely massive there.
Needed that defense break land. Big skill 1 coming in on top of the Masha. Additional turns popping out again. I think ZEFA knows what's happening right now. And there it is. The dismount happens. Skill 1 comes out. Doesn't kill. We've got skill 1 going right back into additional turns are popping out. Skill 2 goes down right there. We need to see a big 1-shot, and that's not what you see here. TRUEWHALE finishes it in round 4, moving forward.
And the battle between the men from Malicious goes the way of TRUEWHALE, and I've got to tell you, a huge sigh of relief there at the end by Alex. Again, TRUEWHALE battling demons himself. Again, a lot of expectation on this player. He's been able to do it on the ladder. He hasn't been able to show up in SWC the way that he's wanted to, and he gets pushed back there. Maybe a little bit of feeling. I was texting a couple of people in the audience. I was like, hey, how's everyone feel after that Game 3 loss? Is it a reverse sweep? Is it another chapter in the heartbreak that is TRUEWHALE? Not the case this time. He shuts the door down on ZEFA, and we say goodbye to ZEFA again. Shout outs to ZEFA. A round of applause for ZEFA for making it back here to the stage. But it's TRUEWHALE moving on and one step closer to finally making it to the world stage as we take a look at this semifinal bracket. Boy, guys, it's stacked. RAIGEKI and DRMZJOSEPH for their slot at the World Finals. On the opposite side, I don't think there's a bigger match we could have asked for. BIGV and TRUEWHALE. These are two of the titans of the Americas region here, Stoic.
Yep, that's right. BIGV, TRUEWHALE. They have played each other before, and BIGV got the best of TRUEWHALE last year, and I think TRUEWHALE is definitely looking for a little bit of redemption in that matchup against BIGV.
Well, BIGV is the man walking around with a target on his back all the time. He had to do the same thing against MADREAMDY, who tried to do it in the preliminaries and then tried to do it here in round one. So BIGV's used to that one. Let's one more time, just thoughts on the other side of the bracket here, make it a bud.
I mean, I think we're going to, looking at the brackets, when we talk about thoughts on the brackets, it's kind of interesting. At the top, you have the battle of free-to-play units, few LDs, and the bottom, you have LD Abuser versus LD Abuser. I think this is just going to be such a good stark contrast to see, very free-to-play boxes and very LD-heavy boxes. You can see two drastically different styles of matches come out. It's just going to be exciting to see.
All right, well, we will have those matches and more as we go to the break. But before we do, it's that time that you all love at home. It is coupon code time, and here it is. Put it in right below. It is, October 8th, 10-1008 NYC Americas. That is 1008 NYC Americas. Get yourself some Mana Stone and some crystals. We're going to take a short break here at SWC 2022. When we come back, the two matches in the semifinals that will tell us who is going to the World Finals. Don't go anywhere. You're watching SWC 2022 America's Cup. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to New York City, live from the Hard Rock Cafe. It is Summoners War SWC 2022 America's Cup, as we've knocked out all of our quarterfinals matches, and now we're down to the semifinals. 2 matches to decide who will be going to Korea and who will have to wait until 2023. Digon here, along with Stoic and Make It a Bud. And guys, it has been one heck of a day so far. Stoic, our top of the show right here. It's DRMZJOSEPH with what we think is an upset, now has to prove it against RAIGEKI.
I mean, yeah, he definitely does have to prove it against RAIGEKI, but I mean, previous America's Cup champion DRMZJOSEPH is going to do his absolute best here. I'm sure he's done all of his research. But RAIGEKI is one determined soul here to take this victory over DRMZJOSEPH for sure.
And on the opposite side, BIGV, TRUEWHALE. That is the, what'd you say, the LD abusers here making a butt between these two guys.
This is LD abuser versus LD abuser. Everyone has more than 10 LDs in their box. So by definition, they are LD abusing their way. One of them is going to LD abuse their way to the finals.
Well, again, great players as well. Let's not forget that one, Make It a Bud. But it all starts there at the top with DRMZJOSEPH and RAIGEKI. Now, these two players, again, had to win their quarterfinal match to get on in. It has been a long day of close matches, but DRMZJOSEPH and RAIGEKI have to summon deep in themselves and see if they've got enough left in the tank, because they win this series and their dream comes true. They get to go to Korea. They get to represent the Americas region. Everything that you play SWC for right here on the line. And for more on DRMZJOSEPH, let's hear yet another clip of him.
MADREAMDY!
There you have it, MADREAMDY getting the victory. Well, as you can imagine, DRMZJOSEPH looking a little different on that one. I'm sure we'll get that one loaded up and correct. MADREAMDY, again, bowing out earlier to BIGV. We'll try it one more time with DRMZJOSEPH, who had to win his match a little bit earlier.
DRMZJOSEPH showing us why he's a former America's Cup champion.
DRMZJOSEPH with a very commanding round 1 victory.
The greatest Latin America player ever to grace us here at SWC. DRMZJOSEPH gets the victory. The incensed stare there from DRMZJOSEPH as he's staring down the opportunity to go to Worlds for the 2nd time here for the Americas region. Could be huge here as we take a look at his matchup earlier in the day against SPIRES. SPIRES gave him a great shot, but DRMZJOSEPH just had just enough to eke out the win here, Stoic.
I mean, that's right. I mean, SPIRES definitely gave it his all there trying to take down DRMZJOSEPH. And it may have been just putting a little too much effort towards the Gurkha in some of those matches for sure, but DRMZJOSEPH read him like a book and absolutely drafted phenomenally against SPIRES. So DRMZJOSEPH really deserved to get his spot here to play up against RAIGEKI today. So DRMZJOSEPH, well done, man, and hopefully he does play just as good against RAIGEKI.
Make It a Bud. When you take a look at this matchup here, what jumps out at you between RAIGEKI and DRMZJOSEPH?
I mean, you see 2 poverty boxes playing against each other here, so you're not going to see too many LD units here. You're going to see a lot of strategy between the players in terms of speeds. It's all about speeds and how the middle speed units stack up against each other. DRMZJOSEPH has already shown that his Sagar is on Violent. It'll be interesting to see actually in this time if he switch it to Swift. That would be a really interesting Uno reverse card to see. But I think RAIGEKI is going to take note of that because Sagar is a very key unit, especially when there's Prahas, no Olivers, Moors and things like that popping onto the field here. And so Sekhmet is going to be a key pick, when to reset, and then when you're going to allow the controlling units come into play.
Well, DRMZJOSEPH has his work cut out for him. RAIGEKI on the opposite side. Ricky, someone that you know well, Make It a Bud, who has gotten his way on into the tournament and earned the spot with his victory there. Let's take a listen to RAIGEKI on his journey here.
He has the rank, he has the experience, he's been in SWC before, he knows how to prepare for moments like this.
Raigeki's a really good player and is able to use everything he has to the maximum potential.
Raigeki again was pushed to the limit there by FALLINGFLOWER, but he has a much larger test here in DRMZJOSEPH. What's his path to victory here? Make it a bud.
I mean, Raigeki just needs to play Raigeki's game. I think he has better runes than DRMZJOSEPH, and he also has a Volantis. So neither of them have Oliver. I haven't seen an Oliver from either of them, unless DRMZJOSEPH was able to hide that. So I think Raigeki, oddly enough, has a unit advantage, and then the artifacts on his Juno and the Oracles are just absolutely heavy artifacts. So I think Raigeki just needs to be able to push that advantage in order to win.
All right, well, here we have it. It is semifinals time. The first berth into the America's Cup starts right now. DRMZJOSEPH, Raigeki, best of 5 winner goes to Seoul, Korea.
And here we go, guys. We've got DRMZJOSEPH and Raigeki in today's first semifinal match. Raigeki with the first pick here. Pre-bans coming out shortly.
So Raigeki is going to have first pick here. I think a lot of the drafting is going to revolve around this segment. I mean, I think segment is just such a key unit. So DRMZJOSEPH probably wants to deny that from Raigeki. If he doesn't deny that, Raigeki's going to take that first. Raigeki doesn't have a Dominic, so that's a very fair pre-ban coming out for Raigeki. When you don't have a unit, it's fair to pre-ban that. I think Raigeki likely going to take the segment first so that DRMZJOSEPH doesn't have it to use against him. So we'll see if he's able to do that, or if he goes with the Masha to do some damage. Goes with the Praha first. Interesting change of strategy.
Yep, we saw the Praha being a really a priority pick there for BIGV and MADREAMDY. Raigeki prioritizing the Praha himself here in his match against DRMZJOSEPH.
Yeah, so DRMZJOSEPH going with the Moor, going with the Masha here. Masha's kind of an interesting pick into a Praha because it's not exactly the strongest pick into a Praha, but it does a lot of damage into a lot of units that support the Praha here. So I still think at this point Raigeki, if he had a Changpeng, it would be an interesting pick. A little weak in a Masha, but he doesn't have Changpeng, he fed it. He might take a Juno here. Juno would be interesting. Sierra, not a good pick here. Shizuka is obviously not on the table. So Volantis is also a very fair pick at this point in the stage here.
Oh, Sierra in segment coming out for Raigeki though.
Sierra segment, interesting picks here as well. Wants to go with the speed lead. Of course, when your opponent takes a speed lead in the first 2 picks, you should answer with that in the second 2. He's going to need to protect that Sierra a lot because that's going to be a wide open target for this Masha. That segment is going to prevent that Masha from doing a lot of damage early on. We'll see what DRMZJOSEPH has to answer with. I think we're going to see some sort of Raigeki's a little weak to some AoE. Goes with the Juno Steel and takes the Carnal, which is going to allow him to tee off if he's able to sink that Carnal in.
Yep, definitely a water unit's coming DRMZJOSEPH's way here. Raigeki looking to lock in a Barbara and one other pick here after seeing a Carnal, Juna, and a Masha on the side of DRMZJOSEPH.
Yeah, so the Barbara means he's going to want to do a lot of damage. And of course, there's so much fire on DRMZJOSEPH's side. We see that Barbara and we see that Abellio there. So Raigeki's going to be a little hard to take down because that Masha's not going to be able to down a unit in one pop easily because Raigeki's units are very tanky. So that Abellio is going to do a lot of work here. DRMZJOSEPH recognizes that water-heavy 3 water units on Raigeki's side. Flashing the Diana. I'm not sure if Diana is going to be consistent enough. The Sagar is an interesting pick, but he's a little indecisive here. Definitely a win pick here. Goes with Robo G92.
That is a very interesting last pick here with DRMZJOSEPH. Bans are going to be coming out shortly here. Curious to see what these 2 players are going to be banning out here in this first bout between them in the semifinals.
So if Raigeki takes out the Moor, he has the ability to go first no matter what he wants, no matter what, because he has a segment of Barbara. So he instead goes to the Robo G92, again, also has the ability to go first no matter what. So we're going to see this segment have an opening. It's going to reset either the Masha or the Carnal here to kick things off. Most likely the Masha, but either is okay here in order to prevent some sort of damage and heavy swing.
Well, here we go. Raigeki versus DRMZJOSEPH. Let's get into it.
Yeah, Raigeki takes out the Carnal's ability to provide AoE stuns here, and that Masha might not be able to do enough damage. It's gonna need a proc if DRMZJOSEPH wants to win.
Ooh, no defense breaks gonna land on top of the Ciara. No provoke either here. We're gonna see a nice little skill 1 stun. I think he may use that heal here though.
Might want to use that heal, does not, because he has a heal coming from Praha, which is going to allow him to lap. When he gives speed buff on his team, Raigeki's going to be able to take 2 turns and lap DRMZJOSEPH. That miss of the defense break from the Masha early on is absolutely massive because now Raigeki has so much tempo on his side.
Ciara finally landing a bomb 1 and 2 today with this Ciara. Bomb lands true on top of the Moor. No despair stun's going to be coming out here.
Right, does not need a stun here yet, but is going to be able to do a ton of damage with this Abelio because there's 2 turn defense breaks on the entire side of DRMZJOSEPH.
A little bit of poke damage coming towards that Ciara. Ciara still alive, still healthy, still doing well. We do have sustain on the side of Raigeki though.
We do have sustain on the side of Raigeki here. That's a massive proc because otherwise Abelio would be able to destroy that Carnal there. So unfortunately, that Carnal does proc here. Raigeki is not going to probably dismount this Masha.
Ooh, there's that big wild blow coming towards that Masha. Masha does get dismounted. We get additional turn coming out of the Abelio. Abelio with a skill 1. No stun landing on top of that Carnal though.
No stun on top of that Carnal. That Abelio does proc. There is going to be heal going down, and that's 2 turn speed buff going on side of Raigeki.
Yeah, not everybody's getting put to sleep here though, which is very interesting enough. No despair stun coming out on the Ciara here. Wild blow coming on top of the Masha. Masha still alive though. We do have the 3rd skill available. Charming Voice coming out on top of the Carnal with a nice little additional attack bar coming out of Ciara.
So Raigeki at this point here just needs to use a segment to lock down the Carnal, keep it locked down here, and slowly whittle down this Masha to close DRMZJOSEPH's chance of winning off.
Yeah, Juno looking for some big strips, not receiving anything but that Praha strip there. We have the Wild Cure saving the Ciara. Ciara looking healthy once again, looking for an attack break. Probably just a little bit more poke damage potentially going towards that Masha.
That's an absolutely taking Ciara. It's been taking so much damage, but still alive here. Over half HP, does have a speed buff. A lot of damage coming out from Raigeki's side. DRMZJOSEPH does not really have a win condition at this point.
Yep, there's that bomb landing on top of the Carnal. Carnal's not going to take that bomb too well. There's that first skill going on top of the Watery with more looking to get some despair stuns. No value coming out from that unit right there. Provoke does land on top of the Ciara.
Yeah, but that's the point. That's a massive bomb on that Carnal. That Carnal's not going to be doing very much this game here. A lot of resilience, lots of heals coming out from the side of Raigeki, and he's looking to take this one really quickly.
Yeah, there's the Wild Blow taking out the Moor, looking for an attack break, not receiving it here. Looking to psych a little bit more attack bar on that Praha as well. We're going to see that Carnal probably disappear from that bomb. And there you have it. Like, I am not too sure this Juno is going to be enough here. And DRMZJOSEPH knows it. Raigeki taking round 1 away from DRMZJOSEPH.
And Raigeki making that look super easy there. You saw the Abello, you see the Praha, so it's a lot of things to rely on to heal his team and allow him to come back into the game. DRMZJOSEPH only chance of winning there reliably really is having that Masha land its defense break on the Ciara, which unfortunately missed, but you definitely have an 85, very high % chance to land that. But then you need a proc on top of that, because if you don't proc, that Abelio is going to be tripped off. It's going to land skill, going to lay its skill 3 in and going to heal his team. So Ricky really had a lot of ways he could win that, and DRMZJOSEPH's path of winning there was very narrow.
Yeah, I think DRMZJOSEPH did a preemptive draft there with the Juno once again, though. I think he took that Juno knowing the Volantis can come out from the Raigeki, but maybe if he changes that playstyle a little bit, not draft so preemptive, DRMZJOSEPH might have a better outcome going into game number 2. But we get the pre-bans from last time. Shizuka, Dominic, going to get the pre-bans now available in the second match here. New pre-bans coming out right now.
And we see the Carnal ban coming out from Raigeki. Kind of an interesting... I'm surprised that we don't see a Segment ban here, because Segment's just such an impactful unit. When it goes off, it's able to basically dictate how you want to lay out the match. DRMZJOSEPH takes out the Ciara. Maybe it means he's going to take a Moor early on because he wants to go speed early. It's either Moor or Masha, I think. I mean, obviously, it could be a Shizuka or something like that. But I think those would be very impactful picks and put a lot of pressure on Raigeki if he goes with either the Moor or the Masha at this point.
Yeah, DRMZJOSEPH does not have that Shizuka. It's one of the units that he is missing here, so we're not expecting to see one of those come from him. But we'll see what he's going to be drafting here. I think this is going to show how he's going to be kicking off his draft here. And we're prioritizing the Praha once again. It's so strange.
Interesting. Interesting prioritization of Praha. Raigeki doesn't have an Oliver, so the Praha becomes a lot better of a pick here. Raigeki might be leaning into like Shizuka's, some sort of Juno is semi-valid here, but probably not going to pick that. So we're going to see some sort of Shizuka, maybe even like does go with the Juno. So he has one of the best Junos in the world and doesn't want that prevented. That pick preemptively taken from him. So we're likely to see a Volantis coming out later. So if DRMZJOSEPH recognizes that situation he's in, we're going to see some damage coming out.
Yep, Masha and Abelio coming out for DRMZJOSEPH here. I feel like we're almost going to see that Shizuka Oberon draft coming out of Raigeki once again. He's got that Nana there. He can really capitalize off that Oberon damage.
Yeah, we definitely need to see a Volantis coming out. I mean, there's just so much threat coming out from DRMZJOSEPH, and that glancing is going to be really effective if Raigeki can land that on DRMZJOSEPH's side. So definitely going to see a Volantis. He absolutely absolutely needs that. The question is, what does he pair it with? We could see a segment, which is going to allow him to reset that Praha, provide glancings and defense breaks over time, and allow him to kind of dictate that match. Instead, goes for the steal on the Sagar.
Interesting Sagar draft here coming out of RAIGEKI. Does take that Volantis, of course. An excellent pick here going into DRMZJOSEPH's draft. DRMZJOSEPH, last 2 picks here, looking to respond towards RAIGEKI's Volantis and Sega.
Kind of a weird, tough situation to be in because that Sagar could be on Swift. And if it's on Swift, bringing in a Moore means you get outsped if you let that Sagar through. So DRMZJOSEPH is in a really, really tough spot here. Needs to find a way to outspeed and allow his middle speed units to come out. Brings in a Molly into RAIGEKI, so likely has the ability to leave that Volantis in if he wants.
Yep. Vanessa in Molly. Interesting drafts here, wrapping it up for DRMZJOSEPH. Carlos looking to get hovered over with RAIGEKI here. Very interesting. That would be quite the unit if we do see a Carlos popping out here for RAIGEKI.
I think we're seeing a Carlos come down. This Carlos gains attack, ton of attack whenever a unit goes down, and also instantly gains a turn. So this is a long game that we're going to see where RAIGEKI wants to snipe units off over time. I think we're going to see either the Dominic or the Masha band, just because it has a lot of volatility. Molly is okay as well. He doesn't want to face that. It just depends on how much volatility he doesn't want to face. Taking out the Nana means DRMZJOSEPH wants to go for the kill early. This Sagar needs to be on Swift if Ricky wants to have a chance to come with advantage in this match.
Well, let's see what happens. We get into round 2 with RAIGEKI and DRMZJOSEPH. We've got Masha kicking things off here. Defense break is available for DRMZJOSEPH, looking to do some massive damage to that Juno.
So not on Swift there, so Ricky's going to lose his Juno off the bat here. Carlos does take a turn from that and is going to start hitting really hard.
Yeah, right off the rip, doing a ton of damage right there. He's going to use his 3rd skill, getting a lot of provokes here for RAIGEKI. A lot of value is going to be happening right now.
And we see resets going off here, and Carlos is going to gain a lot of attack after this Dominic goes down here. He's going to get fueled and do a lot more damage. That's a big proc from that Masha.
Yeah, really big proc. They're able to apply a little bit of damage in here. Big skill 2 is going to be popping out here. I think Dominic's looking to drop here, but the additional turn for Praz coming out. A little bit of damage coming towards the Carlos.
A lot of damage coming on from the Carlos here. Carlos is only going to hit harder and harder here. Ricky does need to land a defense break here. Does get that defense break.
Oh.
And again, RAIGEKI's looking like he's at a great spot, even though he's at a unit deficit.
Yeah, we've got Sagar trying to pummel into the damage here. Another additional turn for DRMZJOSEPH. We've got that skill 1 coming out on top of the Carlos. Carlos looking to remove a unit from the field, gets it, comes back once again. Carlos doesn't full attack bar, but we've got Masha trying to pummel in a little bit of damage here.
And interesting to note that this Carlos is on Vampire, so over time she's going to do more damage, get turns, continue to pump in damage, and Ricky's
eliminating units from the field here. RAIGEKI absolutely putting on a show right now, removing all of DRMZJOSEPH's units. What an exciting match right now.
What a pick there. He does need to go after the Carlos, but that Carlos is not going to go down. Goes at the Sagar. There's no way DRMZJOSEPH is taking this one.
No way. So much damage from the Carlos. What a match. Well done, RAIGEKI, with the really strong showing here in that round 2.
Wow, what a pick there. We're panning over to RAIGEKI, talking to himself, thinking about the match. I mean, just absolutely focused. You can see the focus on RAIGEKI. He knows if he wins one more, he's going to Korea, and he's going to have a shot at $100,000, which is a lot of money. So lots riding on the line here. I just really appreciate that Carlos pick, too.
Really do. That was phenomenal play. Very, very entertaining to see a unit like that absolutely start popping up. They're not even like violent procs. There's nothing RNG about that. That just came in there, and that's just what Carlos does. Came in there, just started eliminating units, and it was phenomenal play there. Excellent draft from RAIGEKI.
And that's what I say when I mean that RAIGEKI is a very calculated, precise player. He knew he was going to likely lose a unit off the bat, and we saw that he lost a unit and was still ahead. And not often do you see yourself losing a unit and still coming out and winning confidently. And he made it look very easy there. So very good draft from RAIGEKI there, knowing exactly how much threat he needs to win the match.
Yeah, pre-bans from last time, Ciara and Carnal, the pre-banned units they're going to see. They're now available in this match. We're going to see new pre-bans coming out right now.
And I think DRMZJOSEPH is really taking his time to think through this. I mean, typically when you have, a pre-ban setting in a tournament, you know what your opponent has. Your pre-bans are usually predetermined, but 40 seconds and counting, and we don't have a pre-ban yet. And of course, DRMZJOSEPH taking out the LD unit. Wise move as always. Volantis is just such a strong pick. Allows him to use his Sagar, Masha, Praha, tier, speed units a little bit more effectively.
Dominic is also going to get pre-banned here. RAIGEKI with the first pick, and it is going to be the Praha. These two have been really prioritizing Praha, similar to the Big V MADREAMDY match we saw.
Yeah, interesting pick of that Praha there. It's just interesting to see why that is the pick in this situation, given the fact that, you know, it's kind of a middle speed unit, but doesn't provide a ton of threat. It's a support unit. We see DRMZJOSEPH is going to try to attempt to cleave here. So RAIGEKI lays down the Sierra and the segment here to be able to reset that Wind Bison as well as anything else. So that segment, again, key unit here, could be a ban from DRMZJOSEPH so that he can let his middle speed units go off.
Yeah, let's see what happens. DRMZJOSEPH locking in the Masha and the Connell for DRMZJOSEPH's draft here. He's one more pick. RAIGEKI looking to wrap up his draft right now after seeing a Masha and Connell.
Yeah, so RAIGEKI is kind of an interesting situation here. Does not have the Volantis to lay on to rely on to be able to stun up DRMZJOSEPH's team here. So we could be looking at some sort of a Juno play with a ban on Masha and Shizuka. Juno would be a very interesting pick here. Goes with the Tableau instead. Juno, there we go. So he picks the Juno, agrees with the caster, goes with the Juno, and so preemptively it looks like Masha's likely the ban here. So, but when you see a Daphnis like that, that's probably going to be your force ban.
Yep, that's probably going to be the force ban here, banning out that Daphnis. I was watching his face there when that Juno popped out. I'm not too sure if he was the biggest fan when he saw the Juno pop out here, but it looks like Segment's going to get the knife here, and then we've got Water Ryu Moore getting banned out for an HP lead for DRMZJOSEPH and a speed lead for RAIGEKI.
So we're going to see that this Daphnis probably take out the Sierra off the bat here. So the question is, can 3 units from RAIGEKI survive this? And we might even see a Juno take out here as well.
Ooh, I think he's going to be looking for a Despair Stun, not going to be landing on top of the Sager. We got bombs coming out from CR. Very fast CR, and the bomb does land true. 2 and 2 for bombs for CR with the additional turn as well. Pumping in that damage here. We do have that beautiful skill to get all those bombs laid across the field. A little bit of immunity on the side of RAIGEKI.
Wow, and RAIGEKI definitely doing his homework here. That Daphnis not fast enough to outspeed RAIGEKI's team, so definitely non-swift. RAIGEKI took notes earlier and realized that this Daphnis is not fast enough to outspeed him and is able to command the match from the get-go.
Oh, there's all the bombs landing true. He can put everybody to sleep, or he can just start taking units. He's starting to take units. RAIGEKI looking very comfortable right now, making sure those bombs are going to be coming up once again for CR. Big skill, too, going on to CR with the additional turn as well. Soul Protector's going to be saving that unit here. Additional turn for the Sager. Sager looking to get a big reset here on the field.
Very big proc coming out from the Sagar here, but again, RAIGEKI does have will on all 3 other units here, so RAIGEKI's still in a great spot here. Gonna lose the Sierra, but he has a Shizuka, does have that Juno that DRMZJOSEPH doesn't really have an answer to at the moment.
That's right, you can see that skill 1 pumping that massive damage into the Cardinal as well. There's that beautiful Juno pumping in the damage as well onto the Cardinal. It is just these 2 fire units with 2 water units in the form of a Juno and Praha and Shizuka.
And RAIGEKI and DRMZJOSEPH realizing the situation he's in, knows he needs to take out that Juno. That's why he's targeting it right now. He needs a proc on this Masha if he wants a chance to win. Otherwise, he's going to be facing a 3-0.
That's definitely going to be facing a 3-0 indeed, because he's going to be losing another unit here, and it's just a lonely Masha. Masha able to land that defense break sitting on top of the Juno right now. A little bit of poke damage come out once again.
Yeah, but there's no way a Masha's taking out a Praha and a Shizuka when there's so much support on the field. Curious if Ricky wants to take the liberty of using this auto button here. That would be an interesting thing to see.
Yeah, just so much damage coming in from both these Oracles. Bombs available. That is definitely going to be it there. Bomb lands true. We got a 3 and 2 CR landing bombs here.
We have a 3 and 2 CR laying bombs here. 3 to 1 units. Masha's dismounted. DRMZJOSEPH is not going to make it through. We're going to see our first 3-0 of the day.
RAIGEKI is going to be the first to lock in his position. RAIGEKI is going to be going to Korea. Congratulations, RAIGEKI, with that big victory over DRMZJOSEPH.
And look at the audience go wild over at the Hard Rock Cafe in New York City. RAIGEKI going to the global stage. He will be one of the 2 representatives at the World Finals for America and has his opportunity to etch his name into the America's Cup as he defeats DRMZJOSEPH in a dominant 3-0 fashion. Congratulations to RAIGEKI for all of his work, and now it pays off. And that also means we say, yet again, another chapter for DRMZJOSEPH, who's trying to make it back to the world stage, but he falls just short here, 3-0. RAIGEKI, guys, he's the one that won. He's the one that deserves it, right?
I mean, that's a very commanding 3-0. I mean, it made it look easy. There wasn't any RNG going either way. I mean, DRMZJOSEPH would need a proc on something, get some massive resist if he wanted a chance to win. So, I mean, definitely commanding victory. In that last matchup, it's very interesting to see that RAIGEKI able to watch the matches earlier, clearly, and know that that Daphnis is not at a super high speed Swift that we would expect. So he knew that he was going to outspeed and basically command the matches. It's just that level of precision, that attention to detail is what separates RAIGEKI from most other players we see.
Yeah, Stoic?
I mean, that said it all there. Is RAIGEKI really trying to separate himself from everybody else here? RAIGEKI, he puts in a lot of work. He does so much research when it comes to these tournaments here. He took that 1 year off because he didn't think he was prepared, and he came here, and he is back, and he is prepared to be an America's Cup champion. We'll see what we find out in that final.
Yeah, and either way, he will be going to Korea. He will have his shot at the World Finals. Congratulations, RAIGEKI. All the work that you put into it, it's worth it. But that's just one of our semifinals. That one ending in a 3-0. This next one, we wouldn't mind if it went all 5 games here. BIGV and TRUEWHALE, a battle of the Titans, a battle of the LDs. Both these guys worthy, but only one can move on, book their ticket to the finals, and face off against RAIGEKI to put their name back on the trophy. BIGV chasing a history, TRUEWHALE chasing some demons and trying to work them out. Who will make it through? Let's find out by hearing from BIGV. Reigning America's Cup champion. One of the highest rated players to ever finish in the Americas region at the World Finals.
And there you have it, BIGV!
I love these intro videos because you get to see all the different sides from the guys, and that one you get to see Papa V, right? Papa V spending time between taking the kids to practice and dusting off that America's Cup medal here because he's the returning champion. He's the favorite here, right guys? Or is this like not so sure about that one here, Make It a Bud?
This is a 50-50. I mean, usually I have a strong opinion, but you have two of the heaviest LD abusers with amazing runes, deep pedigrees, lots of experience. I mean, it's just hard to quantify, like, what's worth more, winning an America's Cup or winning Legend Tourney and showing up several times, and then the two boxes side by side. It's just really difficult to pick one. I mean, this is just going to be some very interesting play, and I just hope to see some interesting matches here.
Well, his opponent is TRUEWHALE, and TRUEWHALE, again, trying to achieve the potential that we all know is within him with the rune boxes, with the units that he has. Let's take a look at TRUEWHALE. It's TRUEWHALE, one of the biggest names in the Americas region here. Make It a Bud.
I mean, we have a former Legend season winner, and that's not easy to do.
TRUEWHALE taking round 2.
Not enough. TRUEWHALE, BIGV, the battle of the Titans here. And again, winner books their ticket to the World Finals. And I think both of these representatives are worthy of the spot and probably gives the Americas region their best chance at making it on through. But what makes what makes this matchup against BIGV so important for TRUEWHALE here, Stoic?
I mean, this is a matchup that had already happened before. We saw this matchup last year where BIGV took down Thompson and then had to fight TRUEWHALE immediately after. And BIGV honestly had a field day, and I think he 3-0'd both Thompson and TRUEWHALE, so it was a really great showing from BIGV. So I think there's a lot to learn for TRUEWHALE going into this match. So we'll see how well he can adjust to the changes, because even BIGV's changed his style a little bit that we saw last year to how he's playing right now. He's definitely a little bit more LD abusey going into this year's SWC America's Cup.
All right, well, between these two guys, it's time for you to do the hard work. Thankfully, you guys have to do it, and you all at home have to do it. I don't have to do it. Who you got winning? BIGV or TRUEWHALE? Who's representing us at the Americas region? Start with you first here, Stoic.
It's such a tough one. If I'm going to throw one out there, I'm going to say let's do a new contender to the final and say TRUEWHALE this time.
All right, and you said 50-50 earlier, Make It a Bud. Who is it?
At the request of a friend, BIGV.
Oh, request. You're not going to take ownership of your pick here? What is this? You're not allowed to do that, man. Hey, hey. All right, yeah, everyone at home, you see, okay, the honeymoon phase is over, all right? I know this is your first time back in a year, but you got to own that one, all right? We got one Big V believer, we got one True Whale believer. Best believe at home we're going to have ourselves one hell of a match. Big V chasing history. Will he be the first back-to-back champion? Well, he's got to beat True Whale to do it, and True Whale trying to get himself to the world stage. Let's find out. Stoic, make it a bud. Let's send one guy to Korea.
Here we go, guys. Big V versus True Whale. Our first match between the two of them in the semifinal. One player locking in their position to go to Korea in the final tonight.
Wow, and this is going to be such an interesting matchup between the two. I mean, we just have so many diverse ways that this match can go. When you sprinkle in LD units like Gianna, Narsha, Tianlang, Ragdoll, you know, all these amazing units you can use, the match can really go any way. And especially if we've seen True Whale favor slower units like Shizuka, Nanas, things like that, the degree of variability is even bigger. Right, when you go cleaving, when you go more aggressive, there's a narrower pool of units you can use, and that's why typically I think it's a little bit more consistent, and I like that. But when you slow things down and go with the Shizuka, and you mix it with Olivers, and you bring in Prahas, sky's the limit. You know, you can have a lot more variability. Pre-ban wise, I think, you know, Narsha's looking great. On the side of Big V to ban on True Whale. I think True Whale definitely gonna at least take out Gianna once. I know we've seen him pre-ban Gianna on the side of earlier, but I think, you know, he's definitely going to do that again here.
Yeah, against ZEFA for sure. But let's get into it, guys. We've got pre-bans coming out right now, and we have Big V with the first pick going up against True Whale here in our first match.
A lot on the line here. Again, Gianna pre-ban. Tianlang pre-ban coming out from Big V is very interesting because Big V, he has a Ragdoll, and that's probably why he does that, but I also know he has a Tianlang, so kind of interesting to take out his own unit here. So I think he's going to want to be able to rely on Ragdoll at some point in the game, or maybe, I mean, it could be Oracles as well. Big V is probably likely going to take an Oliver first. I think that's probably the strongest pick when you have such a great box. You're going to Oliver into some sort of an LD pool. He also has a Volantis, which is why he's probably taking out the Tianlang. But I really think at this point, oh, he's going with the Narsha Steel early on. Interesting here.
Yeah, very interesting for Big V to take a unit like that as a first pick. Not really signaling anything, but just taking it away from True Whale.
I mean, Narsha's weak to a lot of things here. It's weak to Nanas, potentially, but definitely weak to AoE cleave. True Whale's gone with the turn 2 route, so he's leaning in with a Nana and a Masha, so he might be leaning in Dominic later and trying to enable that, but he's leaving this wide open. Big V has a choice here. If he wants to lower his speeds down to True Whale and kind of tangle with like Shizukas and things like that, or if he wants to, you know, go a little faster. He's leaning with the Limo, which is a little interesting here. Leaves his draft still open-ended to be able to defend against whatever True Whale's bringing.
Yep, let's see what True Whale's going to be drafting after seeing a double Oracle in the form of Praha and Lima.
Yeah, we might see some sort of, I think we might see some sort of Juno. Definitely the Dominic makes a lot of sense. Dominic Juno is interesting here. The weakness of this draft here is that True Whale's kind of open to a lot of direct damage. So if Big V wants to go in and bring in like a more Changpong, more AoE cleave, he's probably going to be able to dominate off the bat. It's going to be pretty consistent. A Robo F29 would be also very interesting to see, but again, there's a Juno on the field, so maybe we don't see that. But I would like to see, he's either going to cleave or do some sort of direct damage here. I don't think we're gonna see a lot of passive play.
Well, Big V taking a lot of time here. Dark, pure vanilla, and he locks it in. I am very unsure about this pick here. But then a Tsarian as well coming out of Big V, which is interesting, to say the least.
So we see the dark vanilla cookie, the first time we have seen a cookie in SWC, I think. So this has, the third skill is the most impactful skill, obviously. It has a non-contact skill 3 that strips and slows. So that's exactly why he's bringing in that dark vanilla cookie here. True Whale's leaning into that Ragdoll last, probably going to have to take out this Tsarian here, but doesn't actually have to do that either. But Tsarian's the most likely ban here. And I think if I'm Big V here, I'm probably looking at some sort of a Nana ban or the Ragdoll ban. Either or, I think, are the threats here. And then just trying to pick off units, survive and pick off units from True Whale.
We'll see what happens. We're taking this all the way down to the wire here with these two gentlemen here. Bans are Tessarian and Ragdoll getting banned out in this first match.
Yeah, so exactly as we call it here, TRUEWHALE obviously can't get Oblivioned, and Big V doesn't want to face that constant attack bar boosting that's coming out from TRUEWHALE. So we'll see if that Narsha's going to be able to do a lot of work here, or if TRUEWHALE's going to be able to hang on with that Nana and eventually overpower his opponent.
And then his HP lead for both these players. Big V kicking us off with that dark vanilla cookie.
That dark vanilla cookie, non-contact skill 3, only lands one slow on the Masha. It's the important one to land the slow on, but again, does not land it on all the units.
Yep, that's right. Could be looking at a skill 2 from this Nana here to just get a defense break onto the field, but choosing to go with the skill 1. No Despair Stone's going to be coming out here. We could have a third skill just to protect his team a little longer, but we'll see what happens with Big V.
Yeah, very good restraint from TRUEWHALE, knowing that if he used skill 3, it would be, same result as skill 1. He would need to land Despair anyways here. I think TRUEWHALE does need to use Predictive Future and does use it, but unfortunately misses two strips.
Yep, doesn't get the full strips out there for TRUEWHALE. Fortunate for Big V though, he has all skills available. Chooses to use that Daydream, put everybody to sleep here. Gets everybody to sleep, and Narsha looking to kick things off and do some big damage.
Yeah, so Big V there definitely needs to use the speed buff here and take advantage of the Narsha doing a lot of damage. Otherwise, he's going to be facing a Masha that might pick up the vanilla cookie.
With the additional turn as well, almost finishes off that Juno. We get a little additional turn coming out for this Dominic though.
That's a big proc there because he's going to be able to dismount this this Narsha, but instead goes for the pure vanilla cookie, which is incredibly tanky there.
Yeah, very, very tanky unit to go after that, and it survived very, very well. Branding effect still landed on top of it.
Yeah, so we're going to see this Juno go down soon. And of course, landing the Oblivion on the Nana secures the kill on this Juno here. So very effective, very tanky Dark Vanilla Cookie.
Yeah, very tanky, very effective indeed. We're going to see a little bit of damage coming out from this Nana. Nana with only one orb available right now. Defense breaks are out. There's still Oblivioned, by the way.
Still Oblivion here, so TRUEWHALE might lose his Dominic. If TRUEWHALE loses his Dominic, he's going to be in a lot of trouble. That Narsha does have speed buff, so it's going to move in front of that Dominic again.
Yep, no additional turn coming up for Dominic. Dominic able to remove that unit from the field. There's still one orb left on top of the Masha, Nana. And Masha looking to deal some big damage here. No additional turns going to be popping out. We're going to see a big skill 2 coming out. I'm sorry, just a skill 1 with additional turn going out onto the Dominic.
Yeah, but that Dominic's going down here. That Nana is Oblivion for 2 turns, so there's going to be put TRUEWHALE in a hole here. TRUEWHALE needs to shake off this Oblivion, and that Masha is going to need a proc a couple times.
Ooh, nice dismount there on top of the Narsha though.
Yeah, nice dismount on the Narsha. That speed debuff is pretty big onto this Masha here. This Masha's going to do a lot less damage here, and that speed debuff is what kept him from killing that Narsha.
Yep, we're going to see a little bit of skill 1. Potentially go with the skill 2. He wants to remove that immunity off of the Masha, or he might just go with the skill 1. Goes with the skill 1, builds up a little bit of attack bar. There's attack break and slow sitting on top of the Narsha right now.
Yeah, TRUEWHALE I actually think is in a little bit of an advantage here because that's a big proc here. It's going to be able to do a lot of damage on the Masha. I think TRUEWHALE was in a good spot here because he does have a stack on Nana, and it's going to get 2 stacks once his Narsha goes down.
Yep, there goes the Narsha. Does have the 2 stacks. No more Oblivion's going to be left onto the field. So, I mean, he's going to get a lot of value whether he likes it or not with the Nana here.
And I think that was a little bit early to use skill 3 on the Lima here because he could wait a little bit longer and get a little bit more utility out of that. Big V needs to keep this Masha dismounted, and once that Masha's dismounted, start doing some damage to the Nana, or even just go after the Masha a couple times.
Yep, there's that damage coming towards the Pra being the big sustained unit here. He does get the dismount on top of the Masha. You're going to see more skill 1s going into this Nana, though. He's not going to be touching this Masha at all.
I think TRUEWHALE just needs to go for a home run and down the Lima, actually. Going after the Praha is kind of tough here because he's going to need to do a lot of damage, and I don't think he presents enough threat to do that.
Oh, he made the swap, though, onto the Lima, and you can see Nana not taking this damage too well from both these Oracles.
And I think at this point here, Big V should put the team to sleep and just work the Nana and not let Masha return back to beast form so that, in this case, there's no immunity on the side of the field.
There's those sleeps landing. There's that damage coming in. No additional turns going to be coming out for TRUEWHALE here.
Yeah, and again, I think that's a little bit preemptive. Actually, not preemptive because there's no slow debuff on TRUEWHALE's side. But again, Big V just needs to keep TRUEWHALE slept and work that Nana so that Masha has no way of coming back.
Yep, a little bit of poke damage. The invincibility not dealing any damage there. Skill 1 into the Nana. Here's another skill 1 into the Nana. Get rid of another orb. 1 orb is going to be left here.
Yeah, 1 orb left, but again, that Nana doesn't have a lot of HP. This Masha's not going to be able to do a lot. So unfortunately for TRUEWHALE, I think that window of opportunity is closing.
Definitely closing indeed. With that additional turn, though, we're going to have that 3rd skill to heal up the team of Big V. So it is looking very good for Big V in this first match.
Yeah, I think TRUEWHALE needs to go for broke, needs a proc, does not get the proc, so unfortunately going to lose his Masha.
Yeah, 100%. Definitely losing this match here. So Masha goes down. No orbs going to be reviving here. 100% going to be a Big V victory here.
100% going to be a Big V victory, and we're going to see this start off putting TRUEWHALE on the back foot.
Yep, and there you have it, Big V with the first victory against TRUEWHALE.
Wow, we saw our first cookie in SWC. Interesting picks there.
Definitely interesting.
Very interesting picks there, and I think it was a little interesting to see TRUEWHALE go after that Dark Vanilla cookie. I mean, I guess he had to test out this damage and test out the tankiness of that. In the best of 5, you definitely want to do that. But now he knows that that Dark Vanilla cookie, very tanky. That Oblivion did so much work onto that Nana, and I don't think that that Nana's on Violent. I think it's on Despair. Could be wrong. We'll see later if it stuns or procs. We haven't seen either. But that made a big deal. Difference in this match because it allowed Big V to take out 2 units off the bat.
Definitely. Because in that moment where he took that Dominic and went into that cookie, instead of going into the Narsha, was kind of that moment. And I guess you're saying, like, in a game 5, it definitely makes sense to test out these units to see where it's going to go for the next potential 4 rounds. We have our pre-bans from last time, Tian Lang and Gianna. They are now available in this second round between Big V and TRUEWHALE. New pre-bans that are locked in, and that is the Narsha getting pre-banned and the Lima getting pre-banned as well.
So Narsha is definitely the LD unit of choice that both players are fearing here. Lima definitely doing a lot of work. That invincibility made it very awkward for TRUEWHALE. So both pre-bans make a lot of sense here. TRUEWHALE wants to bring this to a slower matchup. Takes the Shizuka here. I wouldn't be surprised to see Big V go with some sort of like a Praha Oliver. And that's exactly what he lays down. Wants to bring in the ability to flex fast or slow and keeps it open-ended with these 2 picks.
Yeah, great call on the Oliver and Praha coming up for Big V. He really enjoys that Praha. So many of Big V's matches, if he has the Praha on this side of the field here. TRUEWHALE looking to draft here. He's got 2 more picks, maybe into response to that Oliver and Praha.
Taking the Ragdolls, I think is a little early. We're definitely, I would definitely think we're seeing, we could see the pure vanilla cookie again. We could also see a Tian Lang. I think both would be viable options, but he needs to have an answer to this Ragdoll at this point in his draft because he only has 1 pick last. So he needs to bring something that counters the Ragdoll at this point, whether it's that dark vanilla cookie or whether it's a Tian Lang. We're going to need to see one of the 2 in order for him to be in a position to have a good last pick.
Well, there's that Nana being drafted by Big V, taking that away from TRUEWHALE here. He's got 1 other pick here, but he's not showing he's got a ton of damage, so I'm expecting to see a big damage dealer coming out of Big V to help capitalize off of the Nana orbs.
Okay, so we don't really see an answer to the Ragdoll here. I mean, the Gianna is a little bit of an answer, but that means that Big V is almost kind of committed to banning out the Ragdoll. But at the same time, he could, if TRUEWHALE doesn't draft like his Volantis or something like that, Big V could also cleave him down. So that's also a viable option at this point.
Interesting. We're going to see a Riley and Dominic coming out for TRUEWHALE. That can bring a lot of sustain to the table here.
Interesting sustain here. I think Riley is probably the scariest unit for Big V here because of if it procs, it presents immunity, and it also just allows a lot of damage and healing over time here. So if I'm Big V, that's probably what I'm angling to ban out. But this last pick is going to tell us a lot about where his head is at. Again, I'm surprised we hadn't seen the Tian Lang. We're not going to see the Tian Lang here for sure because the way this is run out. And he goes with the Juno. Interesting pick.
Yeah, definitely an interesting pick. We got 3 Oracles on the side of Big V, bringing that Juno and locking it in.
Yeah, so I think the most likely bans are either the Dominic or the Ragdoll here. I mean, when you have 3 Oracles on your side, the Ragdoll is going to do so much work. So Big V's approach here was probably just to ignore the Ragdoll, pretend it doesn't exist in the draft, and just like play your draft against the other 4 units here. Doesn't ban out the Ragdoll. Interesting choice here. So you're going to have 3 Oracles pumping lots of attack bar into TRUEWHALE's team, and you're going to see that Dominic do a lot of work, take a lot of turns.
Yep, definitely, and I do like that ban on top of the Oliver as well on the side of TRUEWHALE banning that out there. But let's see what happens, guys. We get in the second round here with TRUEWHALE and Big V.
And a lot of this is going to come down to the artifact quality of Big V because 3 Oracles have a lot of additional damage, and he's going to need to down a unit pretty quickly because this Ragdoll and Dominic combination is going to be so oppressive, going to do a lot of damage over time.
Yeah, it's interesting. He chose not to put the bombs down there because he knows the Shizuka's on the other side of the field there, and we get a lot of damage. Branding effect is going to be landing on top of that Gianna as well.
Definitely a lot of damage. I mean, we see 2/3 of the Gianna's health gone, and if that Dominic had proc, that Gianna would be dead, and we would see the Ragdoll finish this off. So TRUEWHALE definitely in a pretty good spot here off the bat.
Yep, definitely. Chose to go with that 3rd skill there to get the attack buff up here. Looking to put a little bit of damage into that Gianna as well. I think Gianna's going to be dropping here.
Yeah, I'm surprised we didn't see skill 2 coming out earlier to force a strip from his opponents here. This is going to be a lot of damage coming out from this Ragdoll with the attack buff.
Yeah, we're definitely going to see a skill 2 coming out of Juno here. No choice, because, I mean, you're just going to push the attack bar anyways, whether it's skill 1, skill 2.
Well, I think the play is also your Praha has skill 3 available, so Big V definitely should be thinking about using skill 3 to allow him to lap. This Gianna is going to go down right now, and Big V needs to prevent that Dominic from teeing off on him.
Yep, almost 15k, but the additional turn is going to be popping out with an attack buff, sitting on top of Ragdoll, finishing off that Gianna.
Yeah, there's no need to use skill 3 anymore. That's an absolutely massive proc here, so at this point here, that Nana does not have a single orb on it. That Dominic's going to do a ton of damage.
Yep, it really is. A lot of damage coming towards Big V's way here with no more forms of revival until he could take a unit down, but he doesn't have a lot of damage. Big V's lacking the damage to really pump up these orbs.
Yeah, definitely lacking a lot of damage here, and this Dominic's going to do so much work. Should go onto the Praha to lower its attack bar, and that Riley's going to be able to pick up his team and provide a lot more damage and healing.
Yep, beautiful heal block. Additional turn popping up with a big skill 2, finishing off another unit looking so good for TRUEWHALE.
Yeah, TRUEWHALE's Dominic looking so good, doing so much damage there. Big V looking a little puzzled, not liking his situation, and we're going to see this even up 1-1 really soon.
Yep, most definitely. Looking for a Despair Stun, looking to capitalize off the defense break, sitting on top of the Ragdoll. Not going to matter too much. You could do skill 3 to help cleanse, get more attack buffs up for 2 turns.
Yeah, and I think if he wants to end this game a little sooner, he could do exactly that. Just let the Dominic do its work here. TRUEWHALE really, at this point, again, we've stressed this button over and over. The most powerful button in the game. The auto button can be used here. It's not the emote button, it's the auto button.
Well, I don't think either one of these players is going to be using that today. Nice little Despair Stun, though, is going to be landing on top of the Ragdoll, and we've got just more damage coming towards this Nana's way.
Yeah, more damage coming on this Nana's way here, but again, at this point here, there's no way TRUEWHALE can lose this game. It's about what happens next.
Yep, correct. Correct, absolutely correct. We're going to see more cleansing, healing coming out of TRUEWHALE. Just taking his time here. Both players understand what's going on here. Big V thinking about his next match already.
Yeah, both players want to go to Korea. That's the prize at the end of the day here. So everything that they want to do here, they want to test damages, they want to see HPs, they want to know how much damage you can pump out to units and how tanky things are. Is probably what they're testing at this point.
That is correct. TRUEWHALE taking round 2 away from Big V.
It's kind of interesting that that Ragdoll was left on the field. I mean, that made it very awkward for Big V because when Oracles go off, they allow your units to be cut, right? Because it boosts attack bar. Oracles crit all the time by design. They're on 100%, 90% crit rate. So you're always going to allow your opponent to boost those strips. They apply crit so many times. So I think that Ragdoll is just such an influential pick there. And that's why I think Big V should have, in his second, the middle picks, should have addressed the Ragdoll and didn't. And that's probably what cost him there.
Let's see what happens. We're going into a game 3 with Big V TRUEWHALE. Pre-bans from last time. Narsha and Lima are going to be now available as we get into game 3. We have new pre-bans getting locked in right now. I'm assuming these guys are going to take their time here. This is a very important game 3.
I mean, there's so many LDs you could pre-ban. I don't think Big V needs to take out the Tianlang like he did the first time. I mean, we didn't even see a Tianlang come out from TRUEWHALE the other time. So I don't think the Tianlang is necessary. I think Big V should just draft this normally. Probably take out the Dominic. That's a source of volatility. Dominic enables so many things for TRUEWHALEs, especially, it's a TRUEWHALE Dominic. It does so much damage. It does 2/3 of a unit's health, no attack buff, nothing. So this would be a player ban that I would advocate using here.
Yep, most definitely. These guys are really going to the wire with this pre-ban here. Going almost all the way down to 0.
Yeah, and you just look at the body language here. I think Big V already knows what he's pre-banning here, but TRUEWHALE really taking his time, takes out the dark vanilla cookie.
No way. Look at the smile on Big V's face. The respect.
The respect. TRUEWHALE not messing around, not wanting to have fun with these new and unknown units here. But of course, I think that's a great pre-ban here. Doesn't want to deal with the volatility that brings because he wants to run it back, but not let Big V dominate his Nana like he did earlier.
Yep, that's right. It is the Narsha first pick coming out of Big V. TRUEWHALE going to be taking that Nana once again. And one other pick, probably going to be that Masha as he took that other match.
Yeah, likely could be a Masha. I mean, Dominic would be a lot weaker. So I think Masha has a better survivability. You don't instantly lose a unit off the bat of your opponent proc. So Masha definitely makes a lot more sense. And so Big V has a number of ways in which he can respond. He can go with the same way he's done so, which is exactly what he does. The Lima and the Praha.
Yep, double Oracle once again for Big V. TRUEWHALE looking to respond to see all of that attack bar gain coming out of those 2 units if he potentially drafts that Ragdoll here.
He could potentially draft that Ragdoll, but instead he goes with the first run out like last time and goes with the Dominic Juno.
Yep, Dominic Juno coming out for TRUEWHALE. Chooses to lock it in now. Big V looking to wrap up his draft after seeing a Dominic Juno.
I mean, that's a lot of threat coming out from this Dominic here. And if I'm TRUEWHALE, I'm probably thinking about taking out the Narsha here because you don't want to face volatility. The Praha is also a very fair ban. Big V going in with the Barbara is interesting here, and probably one more water unit. Maybe like an Abellio would be a pretty interesting pick. I think Abellio would be great. Carlos is an interesting one. Learning from RAIGEKI earlier, something that's great into Anana.
It really is great into Anana. I mean, we saw the Carlos absolutely pop off. I think that's going to be a very interesting unit that TRUEWHALE's going to have to consider here with this 5th pick.
Yeah, TRUEWHALE's definitely got decision points here. Goes with the Ragdoll as we thought he would take earlier, but goes with it now here. So all the Oracles kind of awkward. Barbara definitely also in a kind of an awkward spot here. Ragdoll's just such a good pick. And I think Ragdoll is a force ban. I think honestly Ragdoll or Nana, either is a force ban. Probably the Ragdoll because he laid a Carlos, so he's likely not taking out the Nana. So Ragdoll probably the ban. And if I'm TRUEWHALE, I mean, that's a lot of aggression. I might be... takes out the Carlos.
Wow. Takes out the Carlos. He doesn't want to have to deal with that. If he takes out a unit, Carlos would have then boosted up his own attack bar and then cut in front of something there. So maybe you just wanted to get rid of that. Also could be the next volatile unit.
Yeah, so we're going to see if Big V can get a proc on the Narsha off the bat, he might be able to burst through that Nana. So look to see if that happens. If not, TRUEWHALE might be able to claw back in the game with that Dominic.
All right, we've got Barbara kicking things off here with Big V. Barbara with all skills available, of course. Let's see what's going to happen here. How is Big V going to start this match?
Yeah, and Big V's looking to see how the attack bars line up with the next units here to see how he wants to lay it out, which ones to strip and which ones to do damage with. So that's exactly what he's looking for when he takes his time and assesses a situation like that.
Yep, goes in, protects himself. Definitely not going to use a skill 3. He doesn't need to put anybody to sleep here. He's got protection with his invincibility and immunity.
Yeah, but putting up that invincibility and immunity is kind of awkward because that Juno's going to be able to full strip this team. So he needs to down this Juno right now. But even if he does, there's a Nana Orb, and there's going to be a lot of strips coming on the side of Big V.
Yeah, most definitely. There's that defense break there landing. And Dominic definitely looking a little low right now, but it is protected by that orb. Not the kind of strips TRUEWHALE was looking for.
Yeah, not the strips that TRUEWHALE's looking for, but all he needs to do is land defense break onto that Lima and use a Dominic to take out this Lima to feed that Nana and orb.
Yep, I think that is going to be it for Lima. That's just so many dots there. Finishing it off right there. The dots don't give the orb.
Dots don't give the orb because it died on Big V's turn. So fortunately for Big V, that Nana doesn't gain a stack. But again, that Nana still has one orb, and that's a lot of damage coming out for the Dominic and also Masha.
Yep, that is correct. We're going to see a little bit of damage coming towards this Juno. Potentially just going to keep feeding damage into the Barber, looking for the dismount, but I guess he decides to swap that onto the Narsha instead.
Yeah, at this point, Narsha provides defense break, provides so much. That's a massive stun.
Big stun right there. We can see a ton of damage getting fed into this Narsha. Looking for the dismount from the Dominic, and he does receive it.
Yeah, and then Masha should take out this Narsha right here. Gets 2 orbs onto the Nana, so looks like TRUEWHALE's going to be taking this home. Again, Barbara on Swift is not going to be able to provide enough damage over time to allow Big V to come back.
Yep, there it is. We got one of the orbs down. Dominic's going to be coming back here. I think he can just keep pummeling in the damage and try to get the dismount on top of this Barber for sure.
I think he can also hit the auto button or walk away from his tablet at this point because that Barber's on Swift. It's just not going to do enough here. And TRUEWHALE also 2 orbs, 1 orb on the Nana. It's about to be 2 orbs, so it's just too much to deal with. That Dominic just does so much damage.
Yeah, so much damage. It's crazy the kind of numbers that Dominic's able to put out here. That's definitely going to be it for Big V because I do not see this Praha doing any forms of soloing, but the initial turns are going to be popping out here with 2 orbs sitting on top of the Nana.
Yeah, definitely not going to be able to take this one home here. Big V scratching his chin, kind of just thinking. I think he's using this time to think and assess the situation. Shows that he's got experience, knows that this match is lost, but he needs to think this through and figure out how he wants to approach the next match.
Ooh, big deep breath there from TRUEWHALE as he takes Big V down in round 3.
Very impressive showing from TRUEWHALE there. Not scared of the Narsha. Knows he has enough damage with 2 heavy damage dealers and a Nana that if he's able to kill units over time and stack these orbs, he's going to have enough protection on those units. I really think Big V needs to be thinking about pre-banning that Dominic or addressing it somehow because that Dominic has been TRUEWHALE's key to victory so many times.
Yep, you're putting out way too much damage. There's Narsha, Dominic that both these players have, and the Dominic has just been forming so well. I feel like whoever's taking the Nana right now is drafting the more aggressive draft to try and keep up with these orbs here, but it's working so well in the side of TRUEWHALE.
Yeah, and the way Big V could address that is 2 ways. You either pre-ban it, you ban it, or 3 ways. Pre-ban it, ban it, or you cleave it. That's the weakness of a Dominic is if you go in to cleave it. And of course, the difficulty of drafting against TRUEWHALE is he has Volantis, he has speed leads, and he has a Ragdoll. So if you're going to cleave, you need to bring in Robos, you need to bring in Dark Vanilla Cookie, and that's why TRUEWHALE's ban of the Dark Vanilla Cookie is so effective. Really.
It was a great pre-ban coming out of TRUEWHALE here. And that Dark Vanilla Cookie is going to be available here in this next match here, this game number 4. And of course, the TN Lang is going to be available. New pre-bans coming out here, and I'm assuming both these players are going to take just as much time as they did the first round.
Yeah, I think Big V is actually taking the most time here. I think TRUEWHALE looks pretty confident. If you look at the camera there, it's just Big V knows what's on the line. If he doesn't win here, he's got zero chance of becoming a back-to-back America's Cup champion, as he's expressed that he wants to do.
Yep, that's right. Pre-bans locked in. Narsha going to get pre-ban, and Oliver's going to get the pre-ban here.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if Narsha's the correct pre-ban from Big V. It's always a fine pre-ban, but TRUEWHALE has that Dominic. That Dominic's been so oppressive. And he also has Masha, so there's a lot of direct damage coming from TRUEWHALE. Those units kind of substitute in and out very well. I would like to see Big V, if he's not going to cleave, steal that Dominic to address it, because it's definitely something that's been winning TRUEWHALE a lot of games.
Definitely. You can see TRUEWHALE look to the side there. He's trying to figure out, does he really want to lock in this Shizuka as his first pick here up against Big V?
Yeah, and I think TRUEWHALE, so far things have been going his way here. I don't like Shizuka first pick personally, but it works. It can do a fine job. Big V probably is going to lean into his Praha Lima type combinations over time, as we've seen here. But there's always room to think about other ways to draft this approach. Goes with the Praha and the Masha here, so we're going to see TRUEWHALE probably lean into some sort of Dominic play again.
Yep, let's see what happens here. Looking to respond to the Masha and the Praha. I feel like Big V just needs to maybe adjust his draft and move away from these Praha priorities deep into this draft. So TRUEWHALE's not prioritizing a Praha at all.
Yeah, TRUEWHALE's definitely not prioritizing the Praha. Takes the Dominic early. I mean, we've just seen how impressive that unit is. Probably like 120 efficiency plus. Like, it's tanky. It does a lot of damage. That Nana and the Dominic synergize so well. And that's exactly what Big V needs to do to counter that Dominic, is to bring in Tableau, Changpeng, and probably finish this draft off with some sort of a Robo G92 or Robo F29. Some sort of a Robo here would allow and solidify AoE control. So TRUEWHALE's going to need to recognize this and address this right now.
Yep, I couldn't agree more. I thought that was a perfect draft. They're taking the Tableau and the Changpeng to help change and readdress what Big V has been doing here. But TRUEWHALE, with the last pick, we have the Ragdoll and of course the Leo coming out. And obviously, that's not what any Tableau user wants to see, is a Leo come out to the field.
So if I'm Big V, I'm probably looking to ban out the Leo at some point. If I'm TRUEWHALE, that Changpeng is probably what I want to ban. When I lay these two down, the tentative ban right now is the Changpeng, because it does so much into these units. So if I'm Big V, I'm looking like I probably want some sort of Oblivion type unit if I'm going into this. Maybe a Tesla. Savannah telegraphs this a lot. It means you have to ban out the Leo here. So TRUEWHALE knows that Savannah's coming online here. So it'll be interesting to see. You know, I think the Ragdoll's going to need to do a lot of work. And he probably is going to need to take out either the Changpeng or the Savannah, because having those two go off is going to be too much to handle.
Yep, Savannah's going to get the ban here, and so is that Leo, of course, in this draft here. We've got speed leads for Big V and an HP lead coming out for TRUEWHALE. We've got game number 4. TRUEWHALE could take it home right here, or Big V can hold on to go into a game 5. Let's find out with Changpeng kicking things off for Big V.
And Big V has a violent Tableau, so we know he has 2 different Tableaus in his box. Very interesting layout here. But again, that Ragdoll is going to make it so awkward, because he's going to crit here, and I think TRUEWHALE is going to cut.
Yep, well, we got almost a full strip, not getting it onto the Nana here, but that's not too much value lost for Big V, though.
Yeah, and TRUEWHALE going for the lucky defense break, trying to get that. If he landed that, that would be a dead Changpeng, but does not land that. But that's so much damage on the Changpeng.
So much damage. If he had that branding effect, it would have been over. Even a Violent Proc, it would have been over for that unit here. But we do get a Violent Proc coming out of the Shizuka here.
Yeah, not exactly sure if he wanted that Violent Proc, but that's great use of skill 3, provides immunity to his entire team. So I think TRUEWHALE just needs to let that Dominic take one more turn, and I don't think Big V has an answer at this point.
Just a little bit of damage, a little bit of poke damage coming towards the Shizuka, trying not to crit, but he did anyways. Ragdoll looking to pummel in more damage on top of that Changpeng. Changpeng still alive here, does have that 3rd skill to heal up.
Yeah, it does have that 3rd skill to heal up. Probably needs to use it because those immunities have 2 more turns each. So I don't think Big V has much of a choice here. He's in a lot of trouble. He doesn't really have strips though. That Praha, so lucky.
Wow.
Got that proc.
Beautiful additional turn coming out of Big V. That Praha now coming in online here. Big strips. Not getting this the immunity off of the Shizuka or the Ragdoll.
Really lucky proc. But again, that crit does make it very awkward because that ragdoll is giving him a lot of attack bar. Tableau does use that skill 3, but again, Big V's on the back foot here.
Yep, definitely. He's going to have to use the serious matter to at least push back that Dominic so Dominic doesn't take out that Chung Pung here.
Yeah, and True at this point here needs to find a way to get this Chung Pung down, needs to start stacking orbs because that Mosh is going to hit really hard.
No defense break into the additional turn. I think Dominic's still going to live here.
Dominic definitely still going to live here, but that Praha is going to be able to auto-attack that Dominic next. So Dominic might go down to dots, which is actually worse because TRUEWHALE's going to burn a turn on that Dominic.
Yep, definitely. Oh, the additional turn once again coming out for the Praha. Dots are going to kill that Dominic here.
Wow, and that was a very interesting hit on that Dominic again. Big V took a gamble. If he procced too many times, he would actually kill that Dominic, which would revive it and kill his Chung Pung.
Yep, there is the Dominic coming back here. Serious Matter is available to push back all the attack rolls inside of TRUEWHALE. Things are looking a lot better now for Big V with that third skill that just went off.
Yeah, definitely looking a lot better for Big V. That Dominic's going to go down here, and TRUEWHALE's basically on the back foot. Shizuka, everything is slept here. Big V's in the commanding spot.
Yep, definitely is. It's so funny how things can just turn around just like that. But we've got a skill 2 available. He is just going to use that skill and doesn't want to wake anybody up just yet.
Probably going to go after Nana because it doesn't really do very much. Everything else is a very effective unit here. Big V is in command here. It's going to do a lot of damage. Has a lot of cycling, a lot of control from the Chung Pung Praha combination and the Tableau. So True at this point is going to basically see a 5th game.
Yep, we're definitely going to be going into a game 5 here. You're going to see that big skill 2 coming out there. Nice little stun landing on top of the Nana here. We got a big skill 2 getting some defense breaks out here. Masha able to take advantage, big advantage over the defense breaks.
Yeah, those are big defense breaks because those are 2-turn defense breaks here, and that Masha's going to do a lot of damage. Might even go after Ragdoll at this point here, but that's kind of risky, but does go after it, secures a kill, and TRUEWHALE's down to 2 units.
Yep, definitely secures that kill there. Would have been bad if you didn't get that kill on Ragdoll. Ragdoll would have had Torn available. Doesn't matter here, guys, because Big V takes round 4 away from TRUEWHALE.
Wow, and if Big V did not get that proc on that Praha there, it would have been game over. Because TRUEWHALE was using that Dominic to his advantage and basically picking off units one at a time. That Nana is such great protection with that Ragdoll. Your Dominic's taking a lot of turns there. It's also quite tanky. But Big V was able to get that proc, which set up his Chung Pung for that skill 3 AoE reset.
Yep, most definitely. We had a lot of damage coming out from TRUEWHALE. He had a great start to that match, but he just wasn't able to capitalize on anything after that. Well done for Big B for holding on and being able to come back there and taking us into a game 5. We got the pre-bans from last time. The Narsha, the Oliver, now available in this game 5 match between Big V and TRUEWHALE. New pre-bans coming out now.
I think TRUEWHALE takes out the dark pure vanilla cookie, to be honest. As much as we like to see content, we like to see new units here, that unit kind of has the perfect kit, especially into the way TRUEWHALE likes to play, which is a little bit more passive, a little second turn, but like passive with a good counterattack. I think that dark vanilla cookie makes it very awkward for him. So I think that's the perfect pre-ban from TRUEWHALE. And Big V could take out the 10 Lang as he's always done so.
Ooh, and there you have it. That Dark Pure Vanilla getting the ban, and so is the Ragdoll getting the ban here with Big V with the first pick.
Yeah, so Big V's good. I mean, we've seen him use that Lima Praha a lot of times, right? We've seen and Gianna a lot, and that Ragdoll is basically such a strong counter in the Oracles that he has to address that by banning the Ragdoll there.
Yep, Narsha's going to be the first pick, taking that away from TRUEWHALE. TRUEWHALE looking to respond potentially with the Shizuka that he's been bringing a lot to these drafts.
Yeah, probably the Nana Masha though, as we've seen often. It's probably just going to be those two. If I were TRUEWHALE without the pure vanilla, dark pure vanilla cookie on the table, I think he would be comfortable to run this back many times.
Yep, let's see what Big V is going to be responding with double Oracle. Once again, that's why he's banned out that Ragdoll. Not have to worry about that unit here.
And I think we're going to see the same run out with Dominic Juno here. This is exactly what we've seen in the first couple of matches here. Earlier, TRUEWHALE had a very commanding victory with that Dominic Juno. I don't see why that would change. And it does change somehow. He doesn't want to lay the Dominic now, which is really interesting. Dominic's been doing so well here. And I wouldn't be afraid of procs if I were you, because 22%, if you can win 78% of the time, that's a pretty good odds here.
Yep, most definitely. The Shizuka is going to get a lot of value on the field because of that Lyman and what she brings to the table. There's a lot of defense breaks, of course. Of course, we're going to have our immunity and everything. So Shizuka is going to get the value here, but it's not as aggressive as TRUEWHALE could have been with this
we're going to
Nana.
see a more Chung Pung here. I think we're going to see a lot of aggression coming out from Big V or Robo. Oh, Miles? I'm not sure about the Miles here. I would prefer a little bit more AoE control because his team is so AoE dependent. You want some sort of attack bar reduction. The Miles actually is a little weaker to me. It's still a strong unit. You got a lot of fire on your opponent's side, but the Miles doesn't change the state of the board and doesn't really affect the attack bars very much. So I definitely think it's a little bit of a missed opportunity from Big V. TRUEWHALE does eventually get that Dominic online. So I think TRUEWHALE's probably at a good spot in this draft here. Probably just wants to take out either Praha or Narsha at this point, just to eliminate a little bit of that volatility. And if I'm Big V, I mean, that Dominic is probably something you want to take out.
Yep, there it is. Dominic is going to get the ban here, and so is that Narsha going to get the ban. And we have our Game 5, guys. These are the units, these are the teams. We have Big V and TRUEWHALE. Game 5 looking to lock in their spot in today's America's Cup final.
Yeah, and it's point here that Miles is going to be a lot more effective because we see that it's going to pummel in a lot of damage onto this Masha here. So we have 3 water units into a Masha here. TRUEWHALE doesn't really have a lot of damage outside of this Masha, so it's going to be in trouble here, I think.
Let's see what happens with Miles looking for a skill 2 stun. Does not get the stun. Does get the strip, though, on top of the Shizuka. We've got Water Ryu more with the second skill. Big strip tech bar pushback into despair stuns. No.
No despair stuns at all. Has a decision point if he wants to use skill 3 or not. We're going to see Praha be able to use skill 3, provide speed buff to have this Miles hit a lot harder. So he has a decision point if he wants to use it or not. If he does use it, that Miles is going to hit like a truck.
It really is. Let's see if he chooses to use it. He's definitely thinking about it right now, and he does a skill 1 into Shizuka.
And I think it's perfectly okay to be conservative like that. Miles is incredibly fast at this point with all these buffs. Going to do a lot of damage, and I think Big V is just going to lay damage into TRUEWHALE's Shizuka, take it out over time here. And I think TRUEWHALE's in a lot of trouble. I don't see too many win conditions here. He's going to need to get a lot of value from this Juno.
I think he may have to use that 3rd skill to protect his team, or choosing to go with the skill 2 on himself, though. I mean, I think I still skill 3. You got to protect yourself from what Shizuka, the Miles is going to be doing.
I think he can save the skill 3 because he might not die right away here, but this Juno needs to get maximum value and strip everything right now.
Oh, and that is maximum value with the despair stun sitting on top of that more as well. You can see skill 1 probably, no, skill 2 going into TRUEWHALE's team.
And this is a perfect time. This is why you have skill 3 here. If he does this, this Miles is going to do a lot of damage. He's going to have speed buff to lap TRUEWHALE's team. So I definitely think he should be using Daydream here, and that's exactly what he does.
Yeah, he does not get the sleep, though, on top of Shizuka, but Shizuka might be the unit of focus right now.
Well, it doesn't get the sleep on the Shizuka, so he may even change course and go onto the Juno here. Instead, decides to go after Shizuka, and if he can strip here, he's going to be in a really good spot.
Let's see what happens to the Shizuka. Big V looking for the strip, does not get it. Soul protection does save the Shizuka. Shizuka comes back with a violent proc here. Maybe even just trying to go for it onto the Miles.
You definitely go onto the Lima there because you want to do a lot of damage with this Juno. So that's an actually massive proc from the Masha.
Yeah, really big proc there. A lot of dots sitting on top of this Lima as well. Is this going to be enough damage to drop the unit? It is not just yet.
Yeah, but unfortunately for Big V here, TRUEWHALE's going to be able to take out this Lima later on, which is going to give his Nana a stack. You almost want that Lima to die on your own turn. Otherwise, this Nana's going to gain a stack, and that's massive.
Yep, there's all the buff. Shizuka bringing in so much value to the table right here. We're going to get a stack coming up from Nana. He has to finish off this unit to gain these kind of stacks here. Juno looking to potentially go for the Miles here. Any Despair Stun's going to be popping out. We will see.
At this point here, TRUEWHALE just looking to take out a unit here, build these stacks up. TRUEWHALE looking like he's in a great spot. Big V doesn't have a way to come back, really. That Moore is running out of steam here, and Miles not really doing much.
Yep, defense breaks all over the field. We've got skill 2 available, chooses the skill 1, that Moore, and we got that good poke damage coming up from Shizuka here.
Yeah, a lot of poke damage coming from Shizuka here. And again, Big V down to 2 units here. We might see a new finalist for America's Cup.
Yep, that is 3 orbs sitting on top of this this Nana. That's a lot of protection for TRUEWHALE's team here.
And this is going to be a really, really heavy heal coming out from this Juno. That's a lot of dots. So this Masha's going to take a lot of damage here, but this Juno is going to heal his team to full health.
Yep, he's going to go and try to take a life down here, but of course the orb's going to be here to save his team. He might even take another life here, leaving 1 orb up on top of the Nana.
Definitely going to be able to do so, but again, that Miles doesn't have a lot of HP left, so all TRUEWHALE needs to do is auto attack onto this Miles, and he's in a great spot.
Let's see what happens with TRUEWHALE. He really needs to pummel on this damage here, and he does go after. Look at all that healing's going to be coming up here. Can he get the Despair Stun to happen? He does get the Despair Stun, and I think that's the nail in the coffin right there, because Miles is that main source of damage for Big V. You saw it on his face. He did not want to see that happen there, and Miles is looking to get dropped right here with the Nana, giving him a second orb. You know it. He knows it. That is going to be it for Big V. Defense break lands with the additional turn. Nail in the coffin. TRUEWHALE in round 4, taking down Big V.
And history will be safe as there will be no repeat champion, but TRUEWHALE finally able to exercise his demons and make it onto the global stage with his victory over the reigning America's Cup champion BIGV. TRUEWHALE going to Korea. TRUEWHALE going, representing the Americas region. Congratulations, TRUEWHALE, for getting it done. What a battle yet again, guys, and we expected nothing less than 5 games here. Back and forth it went. The juggling back and forth between both of these guys. Great job, great match, and I mean, it really came down to that final game there, Stoic.
It really did. That final fifth game for TRUEWHALE there. It was a really, really big victory. Coming down to the wire, it really was just so many opportunities for BIGV to take the win, and then same thing for TRUEWHALE, but TRUEWHALE just ended up edging out BIGV in that match.
Yeah, the big call there at the end there, make it a bud to leave the Dominic on the sideline, not picking that one up, and then it still paid off there.
Yeah, interesting that he chose to take it later, but of course, I mean, that TRUEWHALE Dominic just so dominant throughout this matchup. I mean, it just did so much damage. It didn't even proc. I don't think we saw it proc. I mean, we've seen it proc a lot of times before, but if it had proc, the game would be over a lot more quickly. I mean, we saw game 4, that Praha from BIGV procking, keeping him in that matchup. I mean, TRUEWHALE just drafted really well this matchup and shown why he's in the finals.
All right, well, there you have it. For all our visual learners at home, let's pull up the bracket. Those are your 2 players representing the Americas region. It's RAIGEKI and TRUEWHALE. They will be going to Seoul, Korea to the 2022 World Finals for SWC, but the business is not done just yet. We still have to crown ourselves the America's Cup champion. RAIGEKI, TRUEWHALE, both honorable, worthy opponents here after a long year that has seen such difficult bracket draws, both in the preliminaries and the America's Cup. These are the 2 that come out unscathed. Quick thoughts with our 2 representative guys.
This is a rematch of a match we saw earlier. So it's going to be RAIGEKI versus TRUEWHALE again. It'll be interesting to see who comes out ahead. I think both players are prepared for each other.
So?
Yeah, both players definitely prepared for each other. Both players honestly happy with the outcome. I think both of them want to lock in their position to Korea, so I think no matter the outcome, they're both ecstatic with what's going on today.
All right, 1 match left here in the America's Cup. The first time, again, that we've had all of our fans in the audience in 3 years. It's the finals. We'll have it after we take this short break. Don't go anywhere. The final match of SWC 2022 America's Cup in just a little bit.
My solution. Let's hear you say. Color, leave a mark, show yourself. Hold your chin up, get ready. Got no time to lose because I'm here to show you fluorescent pain. I just stand up, what can I say? Fluorescent pain. Just go parade. My one and only color. He show you, come on. He show you, come on.
and welcome back to New York City. It has been a long journey to get to this point, but we have our two representatives, and all that's left to do is the business of crowning our new champion of the Americas region here at SWC 2022. Welcome back into the studio, everyone. Degon here along with Stoic and Make It a Bud. And as a reward for all you fans that have been here all day long, we got our second coupon code for you right here. It's Keep Summoning 22. Pop that one in, get yourself some energy and a couple scrolls, some fire attribute scrolls right here, because in the Americas region we wear red. There you go. Boom. Maybe you pull Okeanos, right? Because we saw Okeanos a little bit earlier, boys. So I don't know. We'll see. But again, Keep Summoning 22. Guys, one more time. Let's recap how we got here. Started with 8, down, back on, over to 4. And here we go. RAIGEKI and TRUEWHALE, your two representatives from the region, now battling out for the title of Best in America, Stoic.
I mean, this is crazy. It's been such a journey here. DRMZJOSEPH proving that he was going up against RAIGEKI. RAIGEKI just absolutely dominating DRMZJOSEPH there. That's probably the most impressive performance today, was just RAIGEKI. RAIGEKI, phenomenal job, really, truly.
Yeah, and as we dive into those RAIGEKI highlights, Make It a Bud. I just want to ask here, how do you feel like RAIGEKI now stacks up against his opponent, TRUEWHALE?
I mean, I know RAIGEKI's box is lacking a lot compared to TRUEWHALE's, but I mean, RAIGEKI's just shown dominance over time. I mean, he doesn't make mistakes. I mean, we've seen him use new units we haven't seen before, and we haven't seen any mistakes. I mean, he's made everything look easy. So I think by virtue of that and how close the meta has gotten, how close everyone is to each other, I think Ricky's going to be able to do very well here.
Right. Maybe not able to pull out something like a dark vanilla cookie, but still able to conjure up some magic and throw off his opponent in TRUEWHALE, who is very, very worthy counterpart here. Make It a Bud.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, TRUEWHALE's here for a reason. This is the finals of America's Cup, so no one is bad here. I mean, everyone's a great player. I mean, they're phenomenal. TRUEWHALE's won Legend Tournament before, been to the Legend Tournament many times, has an amazing box, amazing runes, and great players we saw just now. So, I mean, if anyone can beat RAIGEKI, it's going to be the man with some of the most LDs in the world.
All right, well, you know, you kind of wonder what TRUEWHALE's feeling right now. You saw every huge sigh of relief after every single match that he played here, Stoic, and knowing that he's already qualified to go to Korea, where he's probably very well versed in terms of his box. We've got our matchup here, RAIGEKI and TRUEWHALE. What do you feel like TRUEWHALE is feeling like coming into this one?
I mean, TRUEWHALE's definitely prepared here. He knows that he had lost to RAIGEKI previous in the prelims, so like he knows that RAIGEKI knows him very, very well. So he has to understand that RAIGEKI probably understands what's coming to the table here, and I think if TRUEWHALE really wants to win this, he has to do something that RAIGEKI's not ready for.
All right, prediction time. Will the TRUEWHALE Revenge Tour continue on, or do you think RAIGEKI will be able to strategize his way with the smaller box? He's gonna have to go further. I already see that smirk right there for you. Make It a Bud. Real quick, who you got?
I mean, if RAIGEKI wins this one, I'll show you my bracket in the in-game activity tab earlier. I'm going to have a perfect bracket outside of the SPIRES matchup earlier. I think RAIGEKI's going to win this one.
All right, real quick, Stoic, one word.
I'm giving it to TRUEWHALE this time.
All right, well, there you have it. Our predictions are in. The final match of the America's Cup 2022 for SWC is underway. RAIGEKI and TRUEWHALE for the title to go down in history as the champion.
Here we go, guys. RAIGEKI and TRUEWHALE. Welcome to our final match. We're getting into the pre-ban right now with these two players.
And we have a best of 5 for $5,000. Remember, loser of this one gets $5,000, winner gets $10,000 here. So definitely still a lot on the line here. RAIGEKI looking very focused, but both players also relaxed, knowing that they got their spot to Korea.
I think both these players looking very relaxed, and they're going to enjoy this one, in my opinion. I think they're going to enjoy this one. TRUEWHALE with the first pick here. We're going to see these brands coming out shortly.
I think both players are enjoying the moment, but I think TRUEWHALE's the one with more. Looks like he's taking time. I mean, you can see his arms kind of moving there. I think RAIGEKI's prepared for every opponent. So RAIGEKI likely just pre-banning Oliver and probably taking out some other LD, like a Tian Lang or something. And I think TRUEWHALE is going to be thinking about taking out something from RAIGEKI. I think a segment will make a lot of sense. A Juno makes a lot of sense as well.
Valantis is going to get the ban here, and we have Nana getting banned out by RAIGEKI.
Interesting take from RAIGEKI to pre-ban the Nana here. So RAIGEKI definitely does not want to let TRUEWHALE use that Dominic Nana back and forth here. That pre-ban on Volantis is basically narrows down RAIGEKI's box a lot, but I'm not sure if it's actually very effective in RAIGEKI because he has a lot of units to use without that Volantis.
That's interesting that TRUEWHALE is going to be prioritizing a Dominic in RAIGEKI. Oh, swapping over to a Shizuka.
I think that was more of a friendly show to say this Dominic procced on you before, because you could definitely see that TRUEWHALE is making eye contact with RAIGEKI earlier, but RAIGEKI not even looking ahead, stone cold, and just focus on his play right now.
Yep, I remember that match, and it was the match that Dominic had pretty much one-shot the Ober on the side of RAIGEKI, and it was a really outstanding moment for TRUEWHALE.
So if I'm TRUEWHALE here, he's facing a lot of speed here. He's facing a Sekhmet, he's facing a Praha, a speed buff coming along on RAIGEKI's side. So a lot to worry about. He takes the Narsha Dominic, so it's a lot of damage coming off TRUEWHALE's side, but he doesn't really have a way to enable it yet. So I think RAIGEKI's going to be able to find a way to get through this. Probably some sort of a Sierra Sekhmet, I think, or Tomo is an interesting pick. So he's already late Sekhmet, but he's going with the high-speed aggression route here to be able to cleave down TRUEWHALE's team.
Yep, let's see what TRUEWHALE is going to be drafting here. I almost kind of feel like maybe in Antares to stop this Wind Robo. We'll find out.
A Tianlang is a must lay here because there's a Tomo and there's a Wind Robo. So the Robo G92 obviously absorbs attack bar. So Tianlang is a must lay down here. And the question is, does he lay an Oliver or something else here? I'm not sure I like this Ragdoll pick here because Ragdoll's not exactly the best in the Tomo. The Fire Ryu is a force ban because RAIGEKI doesn't have an answer to that Fire Ryu. So it's looking like RAIGEKI is going to ban that Fire Ryu here. And TRUEWHALE's basically stuck. I mean, he could ban whatever, probably looking to ban out, you know, either Wind Robo or Tomo or something. But I think RAIGEKI's just going to take out the Fire Ryu and is going to have his way with TRUEWHALE.
Yeah, let's see what happens here. Ban's going to get locked in. That Fire Ryu definitely looking pretty devastating up towards RAIGEKI's draft.
Yeah, Fire Ryu is the only source of volatility coming out because RAIGEKI doesn't really have great answers. Takes out the Ragdoll instead. Really interesting takeout. So it's going to come down to if this Fire Ryu is going to be able to take out, you know, revenge enough and counterattack enough and take out RAIGEKI's team.
Let's see what happens. Bans are locked in. Leader skills should be picked shortly. Shouldn't be too difficult to choose those.
Definitely should not be. I mean, but it's going to come down again to that Fire Ryu versus the team here. RAIGEKI's going to have no problem cleaving down the first 3 units of TRUEWHALE, but you have that Fire Ryu versus the rest of RAIGEKI's team.
Wow, deep breaths for both these players here. The nerves might be kicking in. Let's get into it, guys. We've got RAIGEKI with the Sekhmet taking first turn, landing that reset on top of the Shizuka.
That's a big land, but that's also some fair bit of damage coming out and branding onto this Robo G92.
Wow, 1, 2, 3. Not getting that fourth stun there with that Wind Robo.
But again, this Fire Ryu hurts. That Wind Robo definitely basically just got healed, but beforehand, less than half HP.
Yep, there's that Kama finally landing on top of the Dominic as well. A little bit of poke damage coming out here. We have a lot of damage coming towards that branding sitting on top of that Wind Robo.
So RAIGEKI's path to victory is landing an attack break on the Fire Ryu. If he's able to land that attack break on the Fire Ryu, he instantly has a green light to win the game and go for the Fire Ryu. Without that attack break, he's got no chance of winning.
A little damage coming back to that Sekhmet as well. Defense break does land on top of the Masha. Still have that Kama land on top of that Dominic. Dominic can't use any skills just yet.
Yeah, again, this all comes down to attack break, and if he's able to get it onto the Fire Ryu.
It does get a little bit of glancing stuff here on top of that Fire Ryu. A lot of negative effects out here. Karma spread everywhere, though.
Yeah, definitely a lot of negative effects everywhere. Again, RAIGEKI's going to take out the other 3 units very easily, and it's going to come down to this this attack break if he can land it on that Fire Ryu.
Yep, Dominic's going to get dropped. We got a dismounted Narsha. We have an almost dead Shizuka as well.
Also, that heal block on that Fire Ryu is quite big here. And of course, only able to shake off 1 debuff at a time. So also an option to just pummel and damage over time and just stack infinite debuffs on this Fire Ryu.
Yep, Sekhmet still trying to land that attack break though. Does have the heal block still.
Yeah, but at some point, RAIGEKI's going to be forced to attack this Fire Ryu, which is going to put him in a bit of trouble.
Yep, here we go. We've got Praha dealing some pretty good damage there. Not able to heal up as much as TRUEWHALE was hoping.
Yeah, and TRUEWHALE just needs to take the Sekhmet out, and he's going to be in a good spot here. Goes after the Sekhmet here. If this attack break lands, that's it.
Ooh, no attack break just yet. Got that big skill 2 coming out. A lot of damage. Not as much healing as TRUEWHALE was, I think, expecting, because this Praha can still really hurt.
Actually, this Fire Ryu is not doing enough damage here. Only 50% on the counterattack. So RAIGEKI able to take this one 1-0.
There it is. RAIGEKI taking round 1 away from TRUEWHALE.
So I guess I might have underestimated the the power of additional damage there. I mean, RAIGEKI just has some of the best artifacts in the game. Probably has a lot of minus fire on that that Robo G92, and that's why he was able to not land a single attack break, but take out that Fire Ryu. And it's probably because when I play, a lot of times these Fire Ryus counterattack me 100% of the time.
Yep, well, pre-bans from last time, Nana and Volantis now available. New pre-bans going to be coming out shortly. We've got RAIGEKI, I believe, with the first pick this time.
And so TRUEWHALE this time needs to draft in a way so that he doesn't allow 3 units to die off the bat. I mean, RAIGEKI had so much control off the bat and allowed him to basically have 3 units for free and slowly pick his moments of when he wanted to attack that Fire Ryu. So if I'm TRUEWHALE, I'm thinking about taking out, you could take out the Praha, you could take out a lot of different AoE units, you could take out the Robo G92. There's a lot of different things you could do there.
Yeah, most definitely. A lot of things that could be happening here. I'm sure both these players here definitely want to take their time here. Lock it. They're both looking to lock in this victory here and be claimed champion for sure, but I know they're both excited. They're both going to Korea. Both these guys have pretty much accomplished what they came here to do.
Well, there's $5,000 on the line. So if there's $5,000 on the line, and all you need to do is win 2 more matches for this, I mean, I would bet that RAIGEKI really wants to win this one. Favoring the Nana. So I think the crux of the matchup here is going to be this Dominic Nana, a lot of direct damage dynamic that's going on here. RAIGEKI doesn't want to let TRUEWHALE have the ability to tee off and stack orbs.
Yep, Shizuka Narsha looks like it's going to be the draft here for TRUEWHALE. RAIGEKI looking to quickly respond with the Volantis Juno.
And those are very quick lays coming out from RAIGEKI. I wouldn't be surprised to see an Abellio coming out. If TRUEWHALE goes with 1 more piece of damage, maybe some sort of a Masha and something else to enable this, RAIGEKI is going to be obligated to lay down an Abellio here. TRUEWHALE can also go for more of a cleave here. I mean, he can go for Changpangs and Moors and things like that. He can go for Tianlangs. Those wouldn't be bad picks, like a Tianlang Riley or something like that.
Wow.
Instead goes for the Tessa and goes for the Molly here, which honestly aren't bad picks. He has a Tessa to Oblivion, all 3 units there, and has a Molly to provide a lot of support.
Yeah, just wasn't expecting to see the Tessa and the Molly coming out of TRUEWHALE, but that's what's going to be drafted here. He does have one last pick, RAIGEKI, looking to wrap up his draft here with 2 more, and it might be an Oberon in 1 other unit.
Probably an Oberon Mo Long here. He wants to do a lot of direct damage. If he's going to lay down the Oberon, he lays down a Delphoid. All right, definitely not a Mo Long. That's a very interesting looking Mo Long there. Delphoid with the ability to grant Oblivion now and then AoE immunity. So this is the first time we've seen a Delphoid in SWC, but it's a great pick here. I mean, there's 3 units that TRUEWHALE has that could be Oblivion. So he's either going to eat an Oblivion from this Delphoid and immunity and heals, or he's going to eat an Oberon that's going to isolate a unit.
Let's see what this last pick from TRUEWHALE is responding to that, and it is going to be a Tianlang. Tianlang getting locked in by TRUEWHALE. We have some really interesting drafts here.
And I think the ban's going to be a Molly, actually, because the Molly presents the most volatility in this matchup. It's going to be Molly or the Tianlang, most likely. I don't think RAIGEKI is as scared of the Tessarian. And it is the Molly, as expected, and because that's what's going to prevent the Oberon from killing something directly.
Yep, and Volantis is going to get the ban as well. 44 attack lead for RAIGEKI here, and we're going to be going into round 2 with RAIGEKI and TRUEWHALE.
So I'm going to expect TRUEWHALE to be able to take some first turns here, and the question is if this Oberon is going to be able to take off or not.
All right, let's see what happens with Tianlang and see if he can kind of get some value with the second skill. What we do is we get a nice little stun there landing on top of the Oberon.
And this Oberon's not going to be able to take off that Tianlang, luckily able to get that stun. You see RAIGEKI shaking his head. That's not the outcome he wanted here, because if that Oberon was not stunned, it would basically be able to do a lot of damage.
Yep, Narsha removing that Oberon from the field, but we have the Nana keeping that unit alive here.
And I think that was a very big misplay to damage that Oberon there, because that Oberon's on Nemesis and allowed him to basically take that turn and take out that unit there. So I think that was a pretty big misplay from TRUEWHALE. It puts him down 4 units of 3, and there's an orb on the Nana.
Yep, well, we've got defense breaks across the field right now, and we've got Tessarian in the sights right now of RAIGEKI.
Yeah, and that's a lot of damage coming out from this Juno. I know there's a Tianlang, but Tianlang's not going to be able to do enough here. I don't think there's a window of opportunity for TRUEWHALE to win. There's a Delphoid providing immunities, heals, Oblivions. You have a Nana with the stack here, and you have an Oberon that has skill 3 coming up at some point.
Yep, attack break is going to be landing on top of the Tessarian. A little bit of poke damage going onto the Narsha. Looking for that dismount. We do have the second skill available with attack break sitting on top of this Tessarian.
And we have that Oberon that's going to auto attack that Narsha next. So we're going to see another stack going on the Nana here. RAIGEKI's going to take this one 2-0.
And there you go. There goes that Narsha there. No dismount going to be happening there because that Oblivion.
Yeah, I mean, that Oblivion basically allows that Narsha to be down right away. But again, TRUEWHALE just on the back foot. There's 2 orbs on this Nana, still 1 orb left. And there's going to be a lot of damage coming out from this Juno.
Ooh, beautiful Despair Stun going out onto that Tsarian with the attack break landing on top of the Tian Lang as well. A little bit of poke damage slowing him down.
Yeah, that's a big slow, and that Delphoid has skills up next. So RAIGEKI in a good spot here, still has 1 more orb, and that Tsarian has no attack bar left.
Yep, looking for a defense break. Really can't capitalize on too much here with that orb still left on top of that Nana.
Yeah, all RAIGEKI needs to do is to seal the deal, is to destroy 1 more unit here. Has Spiritual Blessing, and that's a lot of health coming out on the side of RAIGEKI.
Yep, really good cleanse there with 2-turn immunity coming out of Delphoid. Good value with that unit, and there you have it. RAIGEKI taking round 2 away from TRUEWHALE.
Wow, RAIGEKI showing that he came here to play. I actually thought RAIGEKI got very unlucky when Tian Lang stunned the Oberon, because all he needs to do is enable this Oberon and get a kill, right? So when you have a Nana there, Tian Lang's usually, especially on Violent, don't get to strip and stun you. That's less than 25% chance there. So when that happened, RAIGEKI is stuck, but somehow TRUEWHALE decided to use Narsha to attack that Nemesis Oberon, kill it, but because it becomes revived, it has full attack bar, it's able to snipe out that Shizuka. So that misplay there cost TRUEWHALE the match, and RAIGEKI is now up 2-0. 1 more match from $5,000.
Well, here's our pre-bans right here. Nana and Volantis once again getting pre-banned here in this round 3 match.
TRUEWHALE being friendly here, flashing the Dominic, not friendly, laying down the Dominic off the bat. RAIGEKI doesn't have a Dominic, so I think he could have prolonged it and taken his time here, but also okay just to lay it down. I think RAIGEKI's probably going to go with some sort of, also aggressive play, goes with the Sierra and Sekhmet.
Yep, Sierra and Sekhmet coming up for RAIGEKI. TRUEWHALE looking to respond, potentially bringing his own speed lead as well.
I would like to see a speed lead. Goes with the Tableau Escher. The weakness of this is that he might not have enough impact. He doesn't have immunity here, but so far looks like a good solid draft. I would expect this Escher to outspeed the Sekhmet because TRUEWHALE has a lot stronger runes, and that changes the dynamic of this a lot.
Ooh, we got a Baleo coming out for RAIGEKI, which is a solid pick here to help stop Dominic from dealing some really big damage here.
And potentially a Masha 4th pick. I think a Masha would be a great way to round this out. RAIGEKI probably knows that this Escher outspeeds Sekhmet, so he needs to play a little bit more turn 2-like. So goes with the Praha, which is an interesting pick here. Also great, I mean, it gives him speed buff, gives him heals, lots of volatility here. TRUEWHALE going aggression here. If he goes this way, I think his ban is most likely going to be the Abelio.
Let's see what happens. It chooses to lock in. The Narsha and the Nikki does lock in those 2 LD5s. RAIGEKI very quick to hover over this Leo and to potentially lock it in.
And that Leo is pretty much a force ban because that Tableau, that Narsha, that Escher are pretty weak into that Leo. So TRUEWHALE almost has to ban this Leo. So if he's facing this Leo, TRUEWHALE has to ban the Leo, and then RAIGEKI in this situation is probably just going to take out the Dominic, or could even take out the Tableau and mind game him that way. So many ways this can go here. But I think that the Leo is definitely a force ban when he lays it down like that.
Yep, I couldn't agree more that Leo is definitely going to be the force ban here for TRUEWHALE. And there it goes. Leo's down, and so is the Tableau.
And we saw that mind game I was talking about. RAIGEKI lays down that Leo and knows that that's going to get pre-banned, and then lays and takes up the Tableau.
Yep, speed lead for RAIGEKI, HP lead for TRUEWHALE. We're going into a game 3. RAIGEKI could potentially get the 3-0 on TRUEWHALE.
Yeah, RAIGEKI looking like he's in a good spot here. Gonna get this reset. Needs to reset probably the Nikki here and be able to just do some damage over time.
Ooh, the resistance does come out here though.
That's a big resist. That 50% is massive because that attack buff is going to do so much once TRUEWHALE gets it online.
Yeah, there's that speed buff there, so Narsha's looking to pump in some big damage if she can land that defense break here on the Sekhmet.
But TRUEWHALE needs to be careful not to trip off the Abelio passive, because if he trips it off, RAIGEKI's going to have a lot of units come online.
But the additional turn's going to pop out here, and he can just not remove this unit from the field.
But did not crit there, so that Sekhmet is still alive, and RAIGEKI now has the ability to throw a bomb down.
Yep, we've got that big skill 1 looking for a stun here on the Nikki, not receiving anything here. Goes for the Daydream to put everybody to sleep, or at least some of the people to sleep.
Yeah, RAIGEKI's using that as ability to CC here, and it's just going to whittle the Dominic while controlling the rest of the field.
Let's see what happens with this Dominic. We've seen some big things before. He does have that skill 2 available. If he gets the additional turn, could be seeing some big numbers once again, and we do not see that additional turn come out.
Yeah, and I think at this point, RAIGEKI needs to take care of that Dominic. That speed buff is a lot on that Dominic, and it's also a lot of damage that this Dominic does over time. So RAIGEKI needs to take care of this Dominic and then also address the Narsha.
Yep, a little bit of damage there going into the Nikki from the Praha. We could see a wild blow coming out on top of the Nikki as well, so the bomb definitely can confirms kill.
I think he's gonna transform into Bello because at this point here, one more if he brings another unit down into 30% range, that Bello is gonna trip off again and gonna be able to boost and heal again.
Yep, Dominic just with first skill available might take advantage of the branding effect on top of this segment. Can he confirm kill? He does finally confirm the kill. Nikki does stay alive though.
Nikki definitely stays alive, but at this point, Praha can just auto-attack and kill it here. RAIGEKI definitely needs to take care of the damage deal. There's just so much damage coming from the side of TRUEWHALE.
Yep, there really is. Let's see what kind of, well, he's going to choose to get rid of that Nikki no matter what here.
But no proc there means that he does not have skill 3 until next turn, so Ricky needs to survive here.
Oh, man! That's a big violent there with the defense break landing on top of the CR. TRUEWHALE definitely going to be staying in this match, removing that unit from the field.
Massive proc there. If he did not get that proc, RAIGEKI be in a lot of trouble there. But unfortunately for RAIGEKI, he does get procced on and needs to find a way to down this Narsha.
Yep, good little damage there going on to the Narsha. Looking to get that big dismount here. Dominic's got turns up right now, getting that heal block on top of the Praha.
Just tough for RAIGEKI to be able to take this one home because he's got 2 water units fighting the Dominic that's that juiced out. I don't think he's going to be able to take it.
That is one juiced up Dominic, and there you have it. TRUEWHALE takes a victory here in round 3.
Kind of a couple of really influential procs there coming out from TRUEWHALE, allowing him to do damage and make Belio's passive a little irrelevant. So I think in that situation, RAIGEKI got a little bit unlucky, but that match really could have gone either way.
Yep, definitely could have. Narsha, big procs with the Narsha to capitalize off of defense breaks and remove units from the field. That is such a powerful unit in the hands of TRUEWHALE. And here we go, last round's pre-bans. We've got the Nana that was pre-banned and the Volantis. Those 2 units are now available as we get into round number 4. New pre-bans are going to be coming out here with RAIGEKI and TRUEWHALE.
So again, this is going to revolve around Dominic and how these get controlled. Volantis will be online for RAIGEKI, so TRUEWHALE's going to have to be cognizant of that. That Volantis makes it a little odd for his Dominic and any of his mid-speed range units here.
Let's see what happens here. They're going to definitely have this timer come all the way down. They're looking to take up as much time as possible in these pre-bans here. They definitely want to think about what they want to do.
I mean, there's $5,000 on the line here. 2 more matches. 1 more match for RAIGEKI stands in the way of that. TRUEWHALE takes out the Tomo earlier. Does not want to get AoE controlled by RAIGEKI.
Nope, RAIGEKI with the first pick after seeing Dominic and Tomo getting banned out here.
Yeah, and RAIGEKI, of course, doesn't want to face the TRUEWHALE Dominic. Probably going to go with the Praha first. Goes with the Nana.
Wow.
Which enables, and TRUEWHALE's still going to have the Narsha that he's going to use. So I think we're going to see Narsha, maybe a Shizuka Narsha, some combination of these units, and maybe I would like to see an Oliver at some point, but you know, TRUEWHALE's been leaning more towards the middle to slower speed range units. So Shizuka Narsha coming out. RAIGEKI instantly goes to grab that Juno.
Yep, Juno and Volantis coming out for RAIGEKI here. TRUEWHALE really does like to take this Shizuka away from RAIGEKI, not letting him have that unit.
Yeah, I mean, that Shizuka just very dangerous in the hands of RAIGEKI there. And of course, that Juno kind of counters that Shizuka, and I'm not sure about the Sekhmet pick from TRUEWHALE here. That Sekhmet's very good into Volantis, but it's pretty weak into a Juno. Generally, you don't want to lay a unit that is already countered by something that's already on the field. The Molong is also a little interesting given the fact that Nana is already on the field.
Yep, and no sustain on the side of TRUEWHALE, so I'm expecting to see some form of sustain on the side of TRUEWHALE, but it's not going to be in the form of a Praha. Praha's already going to be taken by RAIGEKI.
Yeah, so RAIGEKI goes with the Praha. I would expect to see some other middle speed unit. So he goes with the Sagar here. So there's a lot of middle speed units here. So I think the tentative ban for now is the Sekhmet. And TRUEWHALE, I would like to see some sort of, a Robo G92 would be great here. A great way to kind of kick this match off and establish control. Some way to influence the speed of this draft, because otherwise RAIGEKI's just going to have such a powerful move when he goes.
Wow, we are going to see that Wind Robo coming out for TRUEWHALE. No way.
As called. We see that Robo G92 from TRUEWHALE here. He has to impact that speed of the draft because otherwise he's in a lot of trouble. So that's a great pick by him. I still think it gets banned because Sekhmet then has to ban one of RAIGEKI's units or reset one of RAIGEKI's units, and there's too many things to reset. So probably the Robo ban, and then if I'm TRUEWHALE, I'm probably looking to take out the Volantis here or the Juno. I mean, the Juno is probably the best ban just because of how well ruined it is.
Ooh, Volantis is going to get the ban in that win. Robo is going to get the ban as well.
So as expected, I mean, Volantis first reaction, Juno also a good ban. We'll see where we go, but I think RAIGEKI has a pretty good lineup, a lot of good middle speed units.
Yeah, most definitely. This is round number 4, guys, with RAIGEKI and TRUEWHALE. RAIGEKI can end it here, but TRUEWHALE looking to hold on and take this into a game 5. We'll find out. Sekhmet landing that reset on top of the Praha.
Yeah, and Sekhmet landing that reset on the Praha is a little interesting here. I think it should have gone to Sagar because Sagar moves in front of Molong, and Sagar's going to be able to reset that Molong.
Yep, there's that defense break. A lot of damage coming towards that Sagar.
Yeah, a lot of damage coming towards that Sagar here. I think he might even go for the reset on the Shizuka. Might be a little bit better here, given the fact that he has that Nana in the back pocket.
Yep, does go for that reset. Lands true, provokes landing on top of the Narsha and the Shizuka as well.
And so RAIGEKI going for that skill too, probably thinking he's in a lot of trouble, wants some Despair Stuns, but unfortunately does not get those Despair Stuns.
Ooh, I mean, the stun's going to be landing on top of the Juno. That's not the kind of value that TRUEWHALE is going to be looking for here.
Yeah, but I think it's RAIGEKI just needs to find a way to get some traction here. That Juno being stunned is big, and not a lot of heal blocks going on the side of RAIGEKI.
Nope, not a lot either. Does get the additional turn. He can confirm that kill on top of the Sagar here.
Does confirm the kill on the Sagar, but that Juno's going to provide a really big heal.
Yep, oof, so much healing coming out of Juno there. A lot of value on the side of RAIGEKI right now.
A lot of value on the side of RAIGEKI, but you do have a Molong with its skills up, so that Molong's going to be able to take out a unit.
Yep, that's an easy Rex Assault onto the Sagar, removing that unit from the field, meaning that, there's no more resets happening towards this Shizuka.
But there's no healing on the side of the TRUEWHALE. There's a Nana with orb, 0 orbs. That's going to be stacking orbs once Juno starts taking out the Nana and the Molong, both with defense break. So I think RAIGEKI's got this one.
RAIGEKI definitely looking very comfortable right now. Drops that, drops the Narsha, gets that orb on top of the Nana, and looks like Molong's going to be the next to go.
And I don't think RAIGEKI, I don't think TRUEWHALE has an answer for these oracles. That's just so much damage coming out. There's no heals on the side of TRUEWHALE here, so I think RAIGEKI's got this one.
Yep, 100%. There's that defense break landing on top of the Nana here. There goes that Molong. That is 2 stacks sitting on top of Nana. That is just, needs a lot of damage here for TRUEWHALE. He's thinking about bringing back the Molong.
Doesn't have that skill 3, obviously just used it, so TRUEWHALE in a lot of trouble here. The additional is just so much damage coming out from RAIGEKI.
He did get some pretty good value with that skill too. It's just not going to be enough here.
Yeah, he actually got insane value from that skill too, but again, not enough. That's a big Despair Stun on that Sekhmet there. Again, TRUEWHALE really doesn't have an opening here.
Doesn't have an opening at all. We're going to see just more poke damage coming out onto the Sekhmet. Juno looking to clean up some units here.
I mean, those are some heavy additionals. Those are 2 stacks on that Nana. That's a lot of virtual healing there. I mean, RAIGEKI's just in such a dominating position here, and I think we're going to see a new champion.
Yep, a new champion in the form of RAIGEKI, finishing off that Sekhmet right there. That's going to be it. TRUEWHALE's clapping for him. He knows that this match is going to be lost here. Here comes in more damage, and RAIGEKI is going to be our America's Cup champion.
Give it up for your America's Cup SWC 2022 champion, RAIGEKI! Wow. Congratulations. Congratulations, man. That was excellent, man. Congratulations. How does it feel to have won America's Cup?
It feels kind of unreal. Didn't really sink in that I won yet. I'm just very happy to be here. Whether winning or losing, I'm glad I showcased some good games.
Absolutely. Oh, they were fabulous. Some good games. They were amazing. Is there anything that you'd like to say to your friends, family, supporters, anybody?
Thank you for all your support. Thanks for supporting me, and thank you for supporting Summoner Wars.
Awesome. And in addition to a guaranteed trip to Korea for Worlds, you also get $10,000 today. That check goes out to you, RAIGEKI. Congratulations. Now, can I also get the other players here today? Our second, third place, DRMZJOSEPH is our fourth, but the second, third. He is remote with us today. And also Tyler Once in Love, if you could come join me. Guys, real quick, could we give a hand to Tyler? What a great cast. What a great cast, Once in Love. Thank you so much. And here's the check that's going out to RAIGEKI. And I'd like to welcome out as well BIGV, as well as TRUEWHALE and DRMZJOSEPH, who is joining us remotely. Give him a hand, guys. Go for it. Absolutely. Please come join us, TRUEWHALE. Thank you. Congratulations, guys. Once in Love over here has the medals for today. Here it comes, the gold medal. This is for you, RAIGEKI. Congratulations. And our silver medal today goes to TRUEWHALE. Give him a hand, everybody. Our other finalist, our other representative at Worlds. Congratulations. Thank you. All right, guys, and give a big hand for BIGV, last year's champion. We have a bronze medal today. Congratulations. Congratulations. Great job. Awesome. Well, thank you so much. Thank you to everybody watching live. That's it for us at the Hard Rock Cafe, live in New York City, in person. I'm going to send it right on back to you, Dagon. Thank you so much. Oh, let's sign it.
Thank you very much, Evan. And again, RAIGEKI accepting the Champions Medal as the America's Cup champion. It is a great honor and was a great match to see there at the end, and a tough opponent to do it against TRUEWHALE with the box. We talked about all the uphill battle that he was going to need to fight through, but he was able to do it with superior play in drafts that still posed a huge threat to TRUEWHALE, and TRUEWHALE wasn't quite able to solve it at the right time. RAIGEKI again, our champion, making a bud.
Yeah, I mean, just clean plays, clean draft. I mean, innovative picks with Carlos earlier. I mean, well-deserving champion in RAIGEKI.
Stoic, let's wrap it up here.
Yep, RAIGEKI, phenomenal play today. Both phenomenal players. I really do look forward to seeing both these players in Korea, but it's about RAIGEKI right now. Congratulations on the very entertaining play that we got to see from RAIGEKI. He really is a true competitor when it comes to Summoners War.
All right, well, with the America's Cup now coming to a close, don't worry, all the Summoners War action not quite done yet. You might have heard something around the corner for the Summoners War universe. It is Summoners War Chronicle, which will be available for pre-register now, coming out November 22nd here in the States and in Canada. Again, head on over, pre-register now for Summoners War Chronicles, the next chapter in the Summoners War universe. And of course, we wouldn't be here without all you fans at home, so we've got one more coupon code for you at home. Make sure to pump that one in and get all the goodies that are available to you now. Let's go ahead and bring that up for you. It's APAC Cup, October 22nd. See ya. So APAC Cup, Oct 22. See ya. And that obviously expires tomorrow. Get yourself the mana, the attribute scrolls, and of course the energy necessary there. Y'all, it has been one long journey to get to this point. We have ourselves a new champion. We have ourselves the two representatives from the Americas region, and it is so sweet to be able to send them off to the World Finals in Seoul, Korea. That will be happening again November 11th here in the Americas region. Everyone, it has been great to be your host for this one. We're not done yet. We will still have to set the stage with the APAC Cup, so make sure to tune in for that one. But it does do it here from New York City. So good to have everyone in person yet again at the Hard Rock Cafe. So on behalf of myself, my fellow casters, the group that was working over at the Hard Rock Cafe, and everyone here from CompTOS, we want to thank you for watching, and we'll catch you all October 22nd for the APAC Cup.